Brakes won't be an issue.
No hydroplaning for Jared Goff. Not going fast enough for those to really kick in. But this is the first road weather game of the season. And we keep saying it because we don't even really realize how unique this is. It's November, and they're finally playing an outdoor game. And it just so happens to coincide with rain, and it's going to get dark, and it may get a little cold, and the wind's going to be whipping. And if Jared Goff can't make some of those throws, it does open the door for a Green Bay team. If they can be stout against the run, if they can come up with a key stop on a third down to really make you sweat this one out.
And here's the thing, too. It's whenever you have weather involved, you're trying to figure out what are the different touch points of the football and when can things be an issue. Josh Myers, their center. Questionable. I think he'll play. And I'm not really sure what his injury is, but do you trust him as much, whether it's shotgun or under center, to get the ball from A to B? I trust Frank Ragnow in these situations as a guy that we've seen do it multiple times in multiple, bad weather situations, get the ball from A to B, whether it's shotgun or the regular CQ exchange. And so that's one touch point. It's being able to hand the ball off. And I know that we all can never forget the fumble by Jahmyr Gibbs in the NFC Championship game, but he has been very reliable at possessing the football. David Montgomery had the fumble against Minnesota, but he has also been very reliable at carrying the football. Who would you rather have the ball in their hands in any situation than Amon-Ra St. Brown? Yeah. I just trust the Lions ball handlers much better, along with I don't think it's even close, a much better offensive line. So if you're limited at throwing the ball, you have an offensive line that can drive you off the ball, that's going to play with good technique. I've already talked about that situation. And you're handing the ball off to two guys that are one, really good at running the football, but really good at protecting the ball as well.
And I like what the Lions have been doing defensively, trying to knock the ball out. Like, it's clearly a focus for this team. You have Jordan Love, who's thrown a ton of picks, and you have a Lions team that wants to get the ball out from runners. So, there's a chance that a key turnover does swing this the way of the Detroit Lions. Listen, the spread's 2.5 points. The game's expected to be tight. This is a division showcase. And, John, it feels like if the Lions win this game, they're looking in the rearview mirror, trying to leave everybody in the dust. This could be a game that cements them as the NFC North winners, right?
Yeah. This game will do a lot for so many people for the Detroit Lions. Now, the trade deadline, pass rush, I don't think it's going to affect any of that. I don't know that the edge for it's certainly not a positive for rushing the quarterback. If you're trying to bend around the edge, James Houston, it's not going to be a good day or an easy rush for him. But when you think about all of the different factors involved, Jared Goff, this is a statement game for him. Lamar Jackson coming off a loss. If you're talking about the MVP race, going on the road, getting a win like this. He did it against Minnesota, division opponent. And there are certain wins that just mean more. Minnesota will be one, especially with the drive at the end of the game to set up a field goal, game-winning field goal. That's a check in the positive column for Goff. This is another one where he may not have great statistics, but it's about how do you generate the offense as the guy on the field that's going to touch the ball in every single play. Jared Goff will dictate a win or a loss in this game.
So think about it. If the Lions win, they've gone on the road and beaten two teams in the division. They're 2-0, and they've got games in hand in addition to the head-to-head.
Yeah.
If they were to go 500 in the division the rest of the way, they would go 4-2. Like, that's how big a deal a win is on Sunday. And it goes the other way. If Green Bay wins, Detroit drops from 6-1 to 6-2. Green Bay goes to 7-2. Green Bay has the head-to-head. Green Bay is the first-place team in this division. And all of a sudden, as well as the Lions have played all season, for as much as we've thumped our chest and Victory Monday and Dan Campbell locker room speech, we'll be in second place. That's how big this football game is.
Well, you talk about number one seed. Now, I don't know how the tiebreaker works between the Commanders and Green Bay, depending what the Commanders do this weekend. But if you're talking number one seed, you want to get a game advantage on the Packers. Because if you lose, you're out of the number 1 seed as of now.
These games decide the division. I mean, I know it's only November, but a win here puts you it's a separation Sunday. It puts you ahead with tiebreakers. I already thought they were going to win the division, but it would really feel like they're kicking up their heels a little bit here with a chance to run away with it. And we want them to, because you are also chasing that 1 seed overall in the NFC.
Yeah, and it puts you in a bind. Because if they win this one, the 14-3 bus is leaving the station on Monday.
I'll be running with my bags packed.
One last opportunity.
And we have the trade deadline coming up on Tuesday.
That's why the bus is leaving on Monday.
That feels a little unfair. Ticket Texter says the weather in Green Bay means Sonic and Knuckles going to have a ton of touches. 31-17 win. That's from Braylon and Fenton. Talking to my buddies, our lack of pass rush will catch up with us. We'll lose this game by more than a touchdown, 2 possessions. I've even placed an alternate spread, Packers -7.5 to put my money where my mouth is. Text ends with, I don't want to be right. I just have a bad feeling about Sunday.
Oh, I don't like those feelings.
Last time these two teams played, Rashawn Gary ate Decker's lunch, and Decker has been shaky lately. That will be the difference. Packers win.
You know, part of pass protection is when you have a rusher like Rashawn Gary, who is he's not the guy that you're necessarily worried about beating you around the edge, but if you remove that factor, because he can't bend, can't dip his shoulder, can't get around the edge because of a slip and fall, and you're simply focused on a bull rush or something on the inside, I actually think that the weather will work in the favor of Taylor Decker.
You know, last year's matchups, I'm curious to how those figure into this year's, because I think the Lions went into Lambeau and embarrassed them last year. And my takeaway was it was the trenches. It was the offensive line.
Yep.
They physically manhandled the Packers. And Green Bay responded on Thanksgiving big time. And I thought Green Bay physically manhandled the Lions for a large portion of that game. It goes back to basics in football, man. But just, no, you can get away with maybe one turnover, but in the weather, you got to play a clean game. And you got to win the offensive line battle. Especially the Lions do. The Lions, because I think Green Bay might win it the other way, you know, in terms of like their offensive line as well. But it is about the Lions' offensive line physically dominating this game and running the football with 2 running backs. It might be the best tandem in the league.
Well, and I think it's a good point by the ticket texter, though, in the sense that the offensive line, you're only as good as your weakest link, right? You work in concert together, and I'm not telling you Decker is the weakest link, but if his matchup is the problem matchup, the left tackle, the blind spot, it's already rainy, it's already windy, you get hit when you don't expect it, you got to throw it early, or you don't get the throw off at all, and the ball's on the turf. That's the worst version of the Lions. When the line breaks down and Jared Goff regresses, and you're staring up at a game where you're trailing, and maybe you can't lean on the ground game. So the offensive line is always critically important, but I think especially in this game.
And as a former offensive lineman looking at this, I already talked about how I would approach it like Taylor Decker.
Yeah.
In regards to, okay, what's the playbook on Rashawn Gary? What's the playbook on those that I'm going to be pass protecting against? And if I can, not that you don't want to be ready for a speed rush, but if I can eliminate the chances, go way down of getting that, and I can set in different ways. But when you're talking about coming off this Tennessee game, what's the one question mark or the one, I don't want to say the one thing that would hold you back as an offensive lineman of really enjoying a big-time win? They all did.
4 sacks allowed.
4 sacks.
Yeah.
This is a matter of pride. This is a chance to come back and say, you know what? Hey, we are the best offensive line. We are. And I guarantee you, Hank is talking to these guys right now about making a statement in this game.
Okay, a lot has been said about the Lions, and we've been focusing on the game, but yesterday there was details on the trade front, and it's a couple names and a couple prices that I think would make every Lions fan happy. There's been a little bit of, I don't want to give up the future, I want to get impact. We'll give you the latest next. It's 97.1.
Hey, the NBA is back. We all know that. And FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action, and here's how they're going to make it possible. FanDuel is giving all users 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off or buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA. And maybe it's you want to see Wemby. It was 5 for 5, or had the 5 of 5 yesterday. Great game. Maybe you missed it. Maybe you don't want to miss it next time. The Orlando Magic. Let's see what they do in the conference. Knicks, Thunder. Maybe you want to see if they're going to challenge the Celtics, who are going for a repeat. Whatever your reason, they're giving you a chance to watch every single moment. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm going to attempt to do something that feels impossible.
What's that?
Make everybody happy.
Good luck.
So, as we talk about the Lions, and the game is a story today. You guys can call in your mood. I'm a little nervous, how you feel about the Packer game. But as we've talked about the Lions, a lot of the talk has been about the deadline. And it feels like there's two camps. There's the all-in camp, got to make a move, go do something. And then there's the other camp that says, don't mortgage the future, stay the course, do this that way. What Adam Schefter said yesterday on Get Up feels like a scenario that makes both sides happy. He said, Adam Schefter, they don't have a deal done yet, but there are a couple pass rushers out there. Zadarius Smith, Azeez Ojulari in New York, a couple guys that make a lot of sense for the Lions. If you're this close and this good, why are you not willing to part with some mid-round picks to get some type of reinforcement to hold the fort down until Aiden could make it back? John, we heard yesterday that Zadarius Smith is about a fourth-round pick in terms of trade comp. What if they traded for both? They give up a fourth and a sixth. Brad keeps his 1, he keeps his 2. You get bookend reinforcements, situational. In the case of Ojulari is more of a speed linebacker, but a true edge in Zadarius Smith. John, is that not the solution that makes everybody happy? Multiple guys, you keep your picks, you're better, and you still have your future secured.
Get it done. I mean, that would be my response. Get it done. Just do it, because you do have, you have other picks. You're gonna have your first and second, as you mentioned. You got your fifth, and you're gonna have 2 sevenths. You're still going to be in the game. You're still going to be able to, and not only is Brad Holmes good at the draft, he's also good at maneuvering in the draft.
Yep.
We've seen it every single year of his ability to, whether it's going up to get Terrion Arnold, it's moving around to get J-Mo, moving around to get Jahmyr Gibbs. Yes, just get it done, because you are talking about day 3 picks.
Yeah, shy of getting one of the big fish, the best move is to get multiple guys, and they could achieve getting multiple guys without giving up premium picks and make everybody happy. When I heard that, I said, why fight? Just do that. Just do that. No one's unhappy. Now, I'm still open and still very much want the best players available, but if Brad Holmes is getting stonewalled on every phone call, this is the easy pivot point that achieves everything that we want them to do, win now and later.
And if you're wondering why the value of the picks, because Zadarius Smith is older, but he's got 2 years on his deal. It's the rest of this year and 1 more. For Azeez Ojulari, he's on the final year of his rookie contract. So you're not going to be giving, we saw it with Josh Uche. What was that, a 6th-round pick?
A 6th-round pick.
So you're not going to be giving up a lot of draft capital for somebody that may only be here. Now, you can re-sign him. Maybe you don't want to. But what you do is you need him. He's got 6 sacks this year. He's got 5 in the last 3 games. He's on a heater.
And the idea is once they get their D-line healthy, he becomes kind of an extra piece on a losing football team and a pending free agent. He is an attractive piece. In fact, I think his name came up the very next day after Aiden's injury from TJ Lang. Yeah, he brought him up. So he's been on the radar. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about him, but that's a guy who should be gettable for a day 3 pick. Get him and Zadarius Smith.
Both guys. We talked about Zadarius Smith. TJ brought up Azeez Ojulari as a guy that could come in here and provide you really good production from a pass rush standpoint. And you still have all the guys up front that are really good right now at defending the run.
Ticket texters coming in. The Lions will win an ugly one, 17-10. That's from Lance in Lansing.
I love the predictions.
Tennessee had the number 1 defense, and the Lions put up 52 against them. Lions beat Green Bay by double digits. Everything in that text is true. However,
not all those points came against the defense. In fact, most of them didn't come against the defense.
And 5 of those possessions started inside the 26. They were short fields. Tennessee's defense didn't exactly give up 52 points in the traditional march down the field way.
Even those short drives, I credit those points. Yes, the offense did score. Jared Goff threw 3 touchdowns. So did David Montgomery. But they were all set up because of special teams.
Yeah, it's different than walking up and down the field. Which
maybe they would have done anyway.
Maybe they would have.
We'll never know.
Doesn't defense win championships? You got to have a better defense to go anywhere in the playoffs. We are all on that same page. Upgrade this football team. Weather's the same for both teams. Packers have experience with bad weather. I believe the hunger the Lions have to win will be successful, and it will outweigh their experience. Go Lions. Okay, the mood of this game. I've said I'm nervous. I haven't really heard you define your mindset. We'll do that at 7:35. We'll get into Jared Goff a little more in the matchup. Let's get to Heather's news.
Okay, so crowds got really rowdy in LA after the Dodgers won the World Series. City buses were set on fire. Stores were broken into. People were stealing like sneakers out of a Nike store. I mean, it was crazy. Fireworks were set off. And unfortunately, you might have seen this video circulating. I didn't want to watch it, but it was captured on video. There was a fan who was lighting off a firework and ended up basically blowing off his hand.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah. He was like standing in the middle of the street holding a firework in his hand. Yeah. So he didn't like light it and run back. He had it in his hand. I think it like detonated before he thought it was going to, and off goes his fingers. Yeah. Really, really.
Winner to this point of the Darwin Award.
I know. I mean, you hear about this every 4th of July, right? About how to be careful with fireworks. But man, it sounds like he was rushed to the hospital. They say his injuries were described as debilitating, but not life-threatening. So
if you don't know what you're doing, don't mess around with explosives.
Yeah.
Things that go boom.
Yeah, I know.
Hopefully he's right-handed. Well, you'll lose left. And
he kind of has to be
well,
now.
I don't know what hand he lost.
Oh, I thought it was his left.
Was it? Did you?
I don't know.
Did you watch the video?
No. Why would I want to do that?
I'm not going to click on it.
Either way, that was pretty gross. But it sounds like there was really very few injuries besides that, and most people celebrated peacefully, according to police. Of course, they have their victory parade set for today. It's going to kick off at 11. It sounds like a lot of people are going to be there, right? This is their first parade for the Dodgers since 1988. They didn't get their parade during COVID because you weren't supposed to be around a lot of people, so they never got one. So lots of people are going to be down there having a good time. This is an interesting story. Human bones found 15 years ago by workers pouring cement near the Hoover Dam have finally been identified as a man in Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah, really crazy. So back in November of 2009, construction crews, they were on a break from pouring cement, and they found what appeared to be a human bone. So they started searching more. Several other bones were found. Then they started finding there was like a pair of sun-bleached jeans, a red shirt, a towel, a sleeping bag. And then there was a huge investigation. And despite this big investigation for years, detectives were never able to identify this guy. Then this year, there was a genetic lab in Texas that received this grant funding and was able to pay for forensic genealogy testing of these remains. Ultimately, they were able to interview several potential family members of this guy, found the guy's brother, his sister, found out who he was. They don't know how he died,
right?
But he did leave kind of this like nomadic lifestyle. Like he was like always on the go, always hitchhiking and traveling, and pretty crazy though.
It's wild, yeah. I mean, thankfully they have some answers.
Yes, for sure. Bob Costas is retiring from calling MLB games. So he started calling games since in the 80s. He's been doing this for a very long time, has a very impressive resume, but he is set to call it quits after being in the game for 44 years. So there you have it. He's also going to retire from the MLB network, calling games there. He's still going to actually be part of the network doing other things, but won't be doing what he does.
Will he still be calling the Piston Cup?
Yes, I think that one will live on.
Did you watch any? Because there's criticism of
the
him.
Piston Cup?
No. His latest work, he lost his fastball. It was time to step away.
I did in the article. It said that there was he was facing a lot of criticism as of late. Yeah. Okay, so it sounds like a little bit. There's some connection between Dan Orlovsky and myself, because apparently he eats like a child. According to his coworkers, and I feel like I eat like a child as well. So I thought maybe I would agree on this. He just released like his top 5 most overrated Halloween candy.
Okay.
And I don't agree with him on all of these, but at number 5, he says the Hershey bar.
Just your plain old Hershey bar.
And I agree with that.
Well,
it's just like those little Hershey's bar, just plain old chocolate.
Yeah, little one. Yeah,
they're fine.
You don't love chocolate?
I mean, that's like
I don't love chocolate, but they're just.
It's just average.
They're fine. I get that. Okay. I agree with this take. At number 4, he put Nerds.
I don't really like Nerds.
Yeah.
And I get it, but I like the Nerds rope.
You
Those
like
little
you like
gummies, the
too.
clusters.
Yeah.
Oh, those are good. Then Twizzlers at number 3.
I like Twizzlers.
I like Twizzlers.
I do too.
I like
But the Halloween Twizzlers taste different than Twizzlers out of a big bag.
Truth.
I don't know why. Number 2, Butterfingers. And then number 1, he says, is the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup.
He thinks it's overrated?
That's what he says.
That's from a guy that runs out of the back of the end zone.
I mean, I don't agree with that. That's like, if
I
I'm going
agree.
to eat chocolate, give me the peanut butter.
Yeah.
That's like my favorite.
He is known for having terrible food takes.
Yeah.
That's like he's famous
That's
for
what I'm
this.
saying.
This is
Maybe
on
we
brand.
have something in common.
Same with Heather.
Yes, that's why I think
Terrible
we
food
probably. I do.
Just
Because I
don't-
eat like a kid.
We have our very own Dan Orlovsky. Just don't run out of the back of the end zone. We're all good.
Yeah.
We'll get more thoughts on this matchup. Making everybody happy with the trade. Do you agree? And your mood for the matchup. It's 97-1.
Fall into family fun this season with the YMCA of Metro Detroit. From youth basketball to gymnastics and swimming, the Y's fall programs are perfect for keeping kids active, building skills, and making friends. And for the adults, there's group exercise classes, less meals, and free child watch while you work out, and a membership for less than $3 a day. Don't miss out. Visit ymcadetroit.org or your nearest YMCA to learn more and try the Y for free. Fall into family fun today at the Y.
All right, we're going to throw a lot at you. It's a football Friday. We haven't spent enough time this week talking about the Packer game. So, of course, we'll start there. I said I'm nervous. I see this could be the week the pass rush comes back to haunt you. Maybe the wind and the rain and Goff, who's been so hot, cools off just a little bit. Lions got the run game to get this done on the road, but I am nervous. We brought up a scenario that would make everybody happy on the trade front. Adam Schefter saying Zadarius Smith and Azeez Ojulari would be names for the Lions to target. Why not both? Keep your primary picks, your top 2 picks, and still get 2 bodies to help out on the edge. John, we also want to ask people about travel plans. This game last year was a Lions home game in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I don't know if people are making the trek again this year, the pilgrimage to take over Wisconsin again, but there's a lot for people to jump in and discuss. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, and you asked me what my feeling was for this game, my mindset for this game, and it's absolute domination. It is kick ass and take names. They are going to show up in Green Bay, and the train just keeps rolling down the tracks. They're in a good rhythm right now. They're confident in operating the offense. The defense has gained some confidence without Aiden Hutchinson, albeit not putting a lot of pressure. But there are guys that the challenge is there, and I think they're gonna raise up to that challenge and meet that challenge of they're not going to fill the void of Aiden Hutchinson. We're not talking about that. But they are going to do a good job of applying more pressure, which they need to, because they know, hey, they're out looking for help right now. And even if they have a historic day for one of those individuals, it's still not going to change the mindset of the front office. They're still going to be looking for edge help. But I think this offensive line coming on the heels of giving up 4 sacks last week, that's not good enough. That's not a Super Bowl winning performance. Yeah, they won the game. They dominated the game as a team, but there's probably no more pride in any room in that building than there is in the offensive line. And I think they're going to show up. They are going to attack from that very first play. They're going to come off the ball. They're going to drive them back. They're going to bury them in that Lambeau mud, and it's just going to be another win for the Lions. I'm not sitting here saying it's going to be a blowout. It's not going to be a 52-point performance.
Because you said dominate, I'm going, oh boy.
Yeah, but domination in the NFL looks like an 8-point win. That's a domination because it's more than, I know you could score 8 in a time, but it's rare that you see double-digit wins. It's even rarer that you score 52 points. Now, I do expect them to score some points. I think it's going to be, the weather may be a bit of a factor. You may have some longer drives. You may not have as many possessions because both teams are going to be ground and pound. But I still think that they score north of 30 points.
Yeah, it's like when times get tough, you want to lean on an offensive line, and you got the best in football. So maybe that is like your North Star, right? You're out on some choppy waters, and how do we get where we need to go safely? It's going to be keep your defense off the field, keep Jordan Love off the field, possess the football, keep Jared Goff from having to throw it 30 or 40 times in the rain and the wind and all of that, stay into third and manageable, avoid third down if you can, and run the ball. Detroit has the best offensive line in the game, in football, and they're all healthy. That's why ultimately I picked the Lions in our picks, but I see a lot of stuff that could go wrong in this game. Sure. I really do see this as a nervous mindset coming in, and you're much more confident. So I want to know which camp people are in. 248-539-9797.
The scared side of Costa or the very confident side of Jansen?
Are you with the Frady cat, or what are we calling you?
Ass kicker.
Okay, 248-539-9797. This is also a big spot for Jared Goff. You can't get over it, can you?
Yeah. You're going to go with the meathead?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah. Or the cat guy.
I pick things up and put them down. We're just going to pick their D-line up and put them down in the end zone.
You know what? And here's the other thing, too. I don't really care what Green Bay's mindset is. I don't care as a competitor what the mindset of the opponent is. I really don't care what you're doing because I don't remember if it was you or Tom brought up, hey, you go up to Green Bay last year and you kick their butts. And they responded at Ford Field. Well, you know what happened at Ford Field? What the Lions have to live with losing on Thanksgiving Day, losing on national TV, losing in a moment where the entire world started to question, are you really the kings of the North or is it just Green Bay? That's the mindset. So, yeah, they could be upset that we did that in their house. What means we can't be upset for what you did in our house?
Exactly, and I think we know this team keeps receipts. It starts with the GM, but the players do and the coaches do because they kept a lot of receipts against Dallas. Now, I think they're smart enough to realize that the game plan this Sunday's got to probably tone it down a little bit in terms of trickeration, harder to pull off in the elements, right? Not saying that they couldn't pull something, but to me, this is where you go back to your DNA. It is Pound Town. You run the football here. Maybe you go a little less conservative or go a little more conservative with the fourth downs, and you use your punter. He is a good punter. Yep. You know, you tone it down. You go in there thinking we're going to win an old school, whatever, slobber knocker is what they call them, right?
That's Dan Campbell's word. Yep.
To me, you're going to see that identity this week that they can rely on in these situations outdoors and down the road in the playoffs potentially.
Another thing to throw in the mix here in this conversation, Jared Goff, MVP. He's already getting love nationally. This would be a spot for him to cement himself as the front runner because it's America's game of the week. Tom Brady will probably mention it right on the call. He's the best quarterback in football right now. Playing more cerebral like Tom did. There's a chance beating a team as good as Green Bay, a team that many people think are one of the 5 or 6 best teams in football. Jared Goff would cement himself as the MVP front runner.
Well, and it's about moments. When you think about the moments that you have through the course of an NFL season, it's coming on the heels of, he didn't have to do a lot last week to win that game.
Right.
He just managed it. He scored when the opportunities were there, capitalized on those moments, but it's at the same time where Lamar Jackson is losing to the Cleveland Browns. Now you got to continue to keep the pedal down, keep the pressure on, and continue to perform. It's a long season. And you're allowed to have some down moments. And I'm not saying that Lamar Jackson was awful, but his team lost. Jared Goff's team won. When you look at, the other quarterbacks.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen's team is on a 3-game win streak, but it was the Jets, the Titans, and the Seahawks. And you can look and say, well, some of those are similar to what Jared Goff has done. So you've got to keep the pressure on. This is a division game. Weather is going to be an issue. Decision-making is going to be an issue. Taking advantage of opportunities. Maybe you're in a position where you have to go on a drive, whether it's at the end of the first half or the second half, game-ending drive to win the game. These are all moments that you got to capitalize on.
You always say, teams can get better, and I really feel like Jared Goff has embodied that over the last 3+ years of his career. So There was the knock. He wasn't very good when pressured. He's been better in the face of pressure this year than even last year or the year before. Jared Goff in the weather 2 years ago. Tiny hands, don't trust him. He was decent in the weather. Could he put that to bed in this spot too? Could he continue to kind of end these narratives of pressure and weather and I'm a cast-off? He's already put some of that to bed. This could be a big spot for him if the wind's whipping and he throws a couple really nice missiles down the field to say, hey, I don't have any holes in my game. There are no weaknesses. The Belichick thing were impossible to stop. He could cement that this week in Green Bay.
And you mentioned the missiles down the field. Sure, those are dramatic. It could just be well-organized, well-orchestrated scoring drives.
We got more to say on this. Ticket, text, phone calls. 802, we'll mix in the Wolverines and the Spartans. It's 97.1. Dive into the best pool in history. It's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can watch all the biggest games at a viewing experience that's built for sports fans. 6 pools, 3 different levels. Always a great view of that massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. You've seen the photos online. Experience it yourself. Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch all the football games with the swim-up bars, the Insta-Ready selfie walls, and a nonstop football party. Score your perfect game day spot. Plan ahead. It could be those cozy day beds, private cabanas. You can hang out in the pool or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. 365 days of sports poolside. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. That's downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today. CircaLasVegas.com. Ticket text pouring in. You want to grab a spot on the phone. You're waking up from your Halloween hangover. 248-539-9797. Great night for trick-or-treating. Heather, you said best of your
Fabulous.
life.
I think it was the best night for trick-or-treating I've ever experienced in my entire life. It was warm. It wasn't rainy. It was a little windy, but really not bad at all. Everyone was out and about. People were like tailgating at driveways. I mean, there was beer to be shared. People had Jell-O shots they were passing out in my
Jell-O
neighborhood.
shots in the neighborhood?
Yes. I mean, there's bonfires everywhere. It was great. It was fabulous.
Yeah. It was a beautiful night. It was the perfect night to be out. And because last year, it snowed.
Mm-hmm.
We've had rain. And this one, there was that threat of rain. And originally it was the threat early. And then it was going to be windy. And it was a little breezy, but we didn't have any rain. It was warm. It was easy to walk around the neighborhood. It was just the perfect night.
Yep.
We have a poll question up right now. Costa and Jansen on Twitter or X. Costa is nervous about the Lions game at Lambeau. Jansen is confident. Whose side are you on? Scaredy Cat Costa, Meathead John Jansen. You can vote. We'll track that. We'll pass along results. Some ticket texts. I don't think Green Bay is as good as their record says. Lions will expose them and win by 17 points.
Okay. I fully support that.
Says, I like the Lions' chances as long as we don't let them stun us at the beginning like on Thanksgiving. Can't have a slow start.
Oh, yeah, that first pass, the opening play for Jordan Love. What was that? Was that Jaden Reed that caught that ball? No.
Watson, I thought.
Yeah, it was Watson. Yes, that's right.
Kind of an odd thing to ponder, but I feel like I would rather face a hobbled Jordan Love this Sunday than a healthy Malik Willis. They have competent coaching. They can scheme up a heavy run play action game plan that could cause problems for a depleted defensive front.
Yeah, I mean, I was been thinking about that all week in regards to just the wild card that is Malik Willis, but I do think weather will play a factor in the effectiveness of the called runs that they put in place for Malik Willis, getting outside the pocket, throwing the ball on the run.
I also think we haven't spent any time on this point. They're an outside zone team. They're going to stretch the edges, and we focused on the pass rush that you lose from Aiden. Aiden was a really good run defender, too.
Yeah.
And it's going to force those edge guys who may be coming in trying to prove a point and get to the quarterback, and they may get swept up or run down in an outside zone. Like, those guys have to be both stout against the run and rush the passer, and they have practice squad guys trying to fill that void. It's another thing that makes me nervous. Ticket Texter says 2 huge losses on the Lions. Losing Williams and Hutch could cost them this game. Makes Green Bay even more dangerous.
Well, sure. Anytime you lose weapons offensively or you lose your number one defensive player, it makes it harder to win.
A safety or a missed 2-point will be the difference in a close, gritty game. Lions win 23-20. I don't know who that. I think I'm not taking that as a vote for me. A one-play late, nerve-wracking game. Texter says, winning by 1 touchdown and a 2-point conversion is not domination, John. What are you talking about? I'm going with the cat freak all day.
Winning by 8 points in the NFL is a big win. Maybe it's not a dominant win, but some of it has to do with how you get to that point. And here's the thing. Here's what I do like about the progression the Lions have taken. Last week, they didn't have to do a lot offensively, but every trip in the red zone, they capitalized on. That's something that you can, in a game like this, when you get an opportunity for a short field, because there's, if there's a turnover, maybe there's a big play in special teams, some issue gives you field position. You could take advantage of it.
My dad and I are headed to our first away game of the season, ready to turn Lambeau into Ford Field. Go Lions.
It was so beautiful last year.
What is your expectation? Like, did they fight back a little bit now? I'm sure there's PSAs locally. Don't sell your tickets to Lion fans. Don't embarrass us again. Do you still think Detroit takes over the stadium?
Well, so the timing of it last year. I mean, am I wrong? Well, that was a prime time. It was a Thursday night primetime game. And I just don't see why that one would have been less important than this one. And so why would all of a sudden, Packers fans say, "Oh, I'm going to this one." Maybe it's just because it's a weekend versus a weeknight. Mm-hmm. But it also makes it a little bit easier for Lions fans to travel because it is a weekend versus a weekday.
Well, there's no doubt that the dynamic in the division has changed. When the Lions fans took over Lambeau, they had not yet won the North.
It was a cute story.
Right. They're like, oh, they finished the season hot a year ago. The Lions forcibly took control of the NFC North, and that was a huge tone-setter game. It went a long way into them winning the North. Now it feels like Green Bay's in catch-up mode, and maybe a little more defensive Packer fans are about, I'm not just going to
surrender back-to-back NFC North titles.
I will never doubt Lions fans. But last year was like unheard of. I don't think it'll be to that extent this time. You guys tell us. Maybe you're making plans, and I shouldn't.
I know Arizona's not quite the rabid football fan base.
Oh, far from it.
As Lambeau or some of these other ones, but it's not easy to get there. Same with the Cowboys. And the reports that we got from Dallas, from Arizona, even from Minnesota, division rival, was that the Lions were well represented. So I think this will be no different. I don't expect it to be much different than it was last year.
Texter says, why does Goff have to prove himself every single week? When are we just going to say he's good and sometimes they might lose?
Okay, hold on a second here. We're not debating whether he's good. We're debating if he's MVP good. And that is the number one quarterback in the NFL in a given season.
He just won. It was in Heather's News.
Yeah,
the first outright.
NFC Offensive Player of the Month.
Right. It's no debate if the guy's good. He's arguably playing the best football of anybody at that position this season. But this is another one of those narratives that he can take down is a road outdoor game with some weather.
Can he ultimately have a better season this year in 1 year than Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson?
Guys, don't forget Jordan Love hasn't practiced all week. He's got a sore groin, and he's already dealing with the other injury. We might take him completely out of the game, and then we get a blowout. As he puts it, a wipeout.
Mm-hmm.
This one says, I'm very worried about the game in Green Bay. Signed Tim in Brighton. And a ticket texter says, old man Costa afraid of a team that barely beats the Jags.
Early returns.
What's the poll say?
3-1. Meathead versus Scaredy Cat.
Do I ask?
3-1.
Oh, okay.
Meathead.
Well, you didn't say which side.
Meathead 3.
Okay.
Scaredy Cat 1.
Long show. You guys can vote on Twitter. 248-539-9797. Texter, one more says, the way the Lions have been playing, they will destroy Green Bay regardless of the matchups, the weather. It doesn't matter. Lions by 2 scores. Leo in a truck. Yeah, I had a feeling Lions fans weren't going to be intimidated. I just think there's some football things you got to keep in mind for the game. We'll get to the Spartans and the Wolverines, 8 o'clock hour, the picks and more. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Talk about no shortage of storylines between the 6-1 Lions and 6-2 Packers heading into Sunday's game. No Jamison Williams or Aiden Hutchinson for Detroit. Quarterback Jordan Love, he plans on battling through a groin injury for Green Bay. And now the weather for Lambeau is calling for a 100% chance of rain. All of these storylines, with the biggest one being whoever wins will sit atop the NFC North. Kickoff is set for 4:25. Not to be outdone by the NFL, big weekend ahead for college football. Michigan brings in number 1 ranked Oregon, while the Spartans bring in 13th ranked Indiana. Both Michigan and Michigan State come into Saturday's games unranked. And the Pistons will be taking the court on Little Caesars Arena tonight in search of their second consecutive win. They host the 2-2 New York Knicks. Tip-off is at 7:10. You can catch the pregame at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or check out Odyssey.com.
So we all know what the main course is this weekend. It's that Lions-Packers game, 4:25 Sunday. It's the highlight of the football weekend. Very little juice heading into a college football weekend here, right?
Yeah, I mean, you get the number 1 team coming to town, and you think, oh, this could be a great matchup. Well, if Michigan wins, it just gets them bowl eligible. And it's the 14.5, they're a 14.5 point dog. Michigan State, on the other hand, obviously, it's the mighty Hoosiers. I don't know. There's a lot of juice in that game other than, or is Indiana for real? Yeah, but does Indiana create a lot of juice? no matter what. I know they've had some great battles in East Lansing and in Bloomington, but I'm just curious as to, what will sports fans, Michigan State fans be watching? Because they're both, I think, at the same time, at 3:30 tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Well, they'll watch their team.
Sure.
But, I mean, I don't know if it's ruined your Saturdays. Like, your team's being so bad. Like, do you look forward to college football weekends? Has Michigan and Michigan State, I'm not going to point the finger at one, it's both, have they taken away some of the joy of this college football season for you?
Well, I mean, yeah, anytime your team is not, top ranked, I think there's certainly going to be some juice lost.
Because I look around and, like, I think college football is still a great product. But I wonder if it's being clouded by the fact that Michigan is still not yet bowl eligible and Michigan State still fighting, needs 2 wins to get bowl eligible. Like, this weekend should be a great weekend, right? You would think number 1 team, undefeated Indiana, both center stage, middle of a Saturday. You can tailgate before. It's settled in perfectly in the middle of your day, and then you still have your evening to yourself. You would think it's a big college football weekend here, but I know better. And I mean, in reading ticket text in the last couple weeks, judging by reaction, I don't feel like people are excited for college football locally anymore. And I don't think it has anything to do with the direction of the sport. I think most of it is because of the fans of their teams.
I think for 6 days a week, it's lost some juice. I think when things get kicked off at 3:30, for the Spartans and for the Wolverines, everybody's still going to be tuning in. I really believe that because, and whether you say it's the sport itself, it's the transfer portal, it's NIL, it's new coaches, 6 days out of the week, yeah, it seems to be a bit of a labor to be a college football fan, no matter your team. And then your team isn't as good as you had either hoped, or you're in a rebuilding year and you're just trying to find some footing. I think 6 days out of the week, it's not going to be top of mind. But come 3:30, come kickoff, yeah, I got to see what's going to happen.
So what's your relationship with college football? As it changes, as the sport changes, has your relationship changed? 248-539-9797.
That's a tough question because there's so much going on. And if you look at the rankings in college football right now, is there a dominant team? And you could say maybe Oregon, but there's always a maybe. Is it Texas? Is it Georgia? We're talking about most of the top teams other than Oregon and Penn State and Ohio State. Ohio State has a loss. Miami, what type of juice does Miami have? But there are a list of teams that you believe could be national champions this year. But I don't know that there's anyone that you would sit there and go, that's it.
Well, this was the trade-off of the 12-team playoff in some ways, is that we have a wider net, more contenders, more teams in the mix. More fan bases should be activated, even if there isn't the one juggernaut. More fan bases should feel like they're in the thick of it right now. Our teams aren't any good, but it doesn't change the fact, John, that I think there's 20-plus teams that are staring down the month of November and December saying, we got a shot to play in the playoff.
I don't necessarily know that it's the expanded playoffs. I think it's more the parity that NIL and the transfer portal has created. There is no, Georgia right now where you're like, that's the best defense I've ever seen. There's no Nick Saban in Alabama where you just know they're going to be in the national title game. This is the year, and it's great that there's 12 teams because I think there could be a 6 seed or a 10 seed that could have a legitimate shot at winning a national title. If you had 12 teams, maybe last year would be the outlier because you left an undefeated team out. But if you go back 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, and you say, okay, you're going to have 12 teams, most people would have either said, well, it's Clemson or it's Alabama for a long time.
Yeah.
And then Georgia was in the mix.
And people were sick of it. They said they wanted this. They said they wanted there to be more parity in college football.
Right.
And I think some of it is the transfer portal. I think some of it is you're giving teams chances to earn their way in now that they did not have before in the BCS or even the 14 playoff. Like, John, it's going to be harder for someone, even if there was a Georgia, to win their conference title in the SEC. We know that's always been a tough matchup. Even when teams win the national title, they haven't necessarily won the SEC. And then you're going to have to win not one, but 2, 3, 4 big games back to back to back to win the national title. We've opened up the door for these teams who maybe were a step behind a Georgia to have a puncher's chance.
So the expanded playoffs, again, if you go back 6 or 7 years, I think you're still looking at 1 or 2 teams that are dominating college football. And now that there are 12, this is where I think the expanded college football playoff has played a role. If you're a college recruit, if you're in the transfer portal, you're not sitting there going, if I want to win a national championship, I have to go to Alabama, or I have to go to Clemson.
Now you don't.
Or I have to go to Georgia. I could choose to go to Miami and be a team that competes for a national title. I could choose to go to Texas or Tennessee or Notre Dame or BYU and have a shot at winning a national title because 12 teams are getting in. I could do something special there. Maybe I'm going to make more money at this university and still have a chance to be in the playoffs.
The drawback is supposed to be, the critics will say, one of the drawbacks is the game this weekend, Fox Big Noon Kick, top 5 showdown, Penn State, Ohio State. The critics will say this game has lost meaning because in the old system, this could have been an elimination game. Both teams, regardless of result, will still be in the playoff mix. I don't think it's a game without meaning, though, because you're still fighting to win the Big Ten title, which will come with a bye, one less game you'd have to play. You're still playing to get a home playoff game late in the season. It's created degrees of importance, but there's more importance to these games in totality because you still have to fight for your seeding, your home games, a spot in the playoffs. Yeah, in the old system, this could be a true elimination game, but in the new system, both teams are still fighting for things. I think that's good for the sport. I think that gets fan bases more invested, and I really think the sport, I think it's better. I understand we're doing a show in Michigan, and I understand the Wolverines are bad and the Spartans are bad, and I understand why that may have taken away some of the joy for you going into the weekend, but I don't think it's a reflection of the sport being a bad product.
I think we're in an adjustment period where everybody's trying to wrap their minds around 12 teams get in, and it will be interesting to see who ends up winning the national title this year. Is it a team like, okay, Penn State, Ohio State. If Ohio State loses this game, are they still going to get in? And if they get in as the 10 seed, could Ohio State ultimately win the national title?
Sure, they were within 1 point of Oregon on the road. I mean, you can't rule them out. They have a $20 million roster, sure.
So that's my point is we're right now trying to wrap our minds around the parity in college football. Do we like it? Do we not? I think ultimately it's going to be really good because more fan bases will feel like they have a seat at the table. Ultimately, I don't know if they will or not, but it's just having a bite at the apple, a chance at the ultimate prize.
Like even Indiana is a great example. Their fan base they'd be undefeated, but they would realize if we lose to Ohio State, our season's over. And now they realize, well, we could beat Ohio State, chase a Big Ten title, but if we don't, we could still get in the playoff, and that keeps that fan base going.
But I also think for Indiana, it came at a perfect time where you're looking at it going, if they're still divisions, could they run the table of Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan State, and throw Maryland in there? Like it's a much tougher gauntlet than the schedule that they have right now.
But the good thing is we would find out
on the field. This one says, I don't give a damn about college football. Robert in a van. MSU fan here. Still looking forward to the game. Just not as much buzz as I think I should feel for an undefeated team coming to East Lansing. MSU fan, I'd argue this team has made it interesting. We may be ahead of schedule, and I'm here for it. One ticket texter calls the product mediocre, saying players leave after 1 year. They whine about being paid. It doesn't help that Michigan and Michigan State suck. Overall, it's not appealing to me these days. We appreciate the honesty. Let's get to Tony on the phones. You're on 97.1.
Gentlemen, how are we doing this morning?
Good.
Oh, hey, I got you. Hey, how are we doing, guys?
Good.
Good, Tony.
How about yourself?
For doing my first week of manual labor, not too bad, thanks to you guys. Thank you for that.
All right.
But back to the football thing. I don't think it's lost its luster for either Michigan or Michigan State. I mean, personally, I'm a Michigan fan. Yeah, we're not going to make the playoff. Did win a national championship. But we still are fighting for a bowl game, much as Michigan State is. And that in-state rivalry, I think, never dies, despite how good the teams are. Let's say State makes a bowl game and we don't. All of a sudden, State's got, hey, we can talk a little crap now because we made a bowl game and you didn't. And then just kind of focusing into next year. But no, I don't think it's died at all. Maybe I'm a crazy diehard Michigan fan, but no, still got a lot to play for. And, hey, make it look like a program that kids want to come to. So so we don't have to do this again.
How about the juice, Tony, of the Ducks coming to town? Number one team in the country. You think Michigan's got a shot?
Yeah, I'm drinking that Honolulu Kool-Aid. Yeah, after seeing we got a big win, I got some momentum. I am delusional Michigan fan, but crazier things have happened. I don't know if you guys remember that hockey game in 1980. No one said we had a chance. Worked out pretty good.
We're quoting Miracle on Ice. Tony, I'm happy you called yourself a delusional Michigan fan. I love it. I love the self-awareness. Appreciate the phone call.
Yeah.
Let's get a quick call in with Brad in Northville. Brad, you're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. I recently moved here from Illinois, and being a college football fan in Michigan is infinitely better. I just want everybody to know that the traditions, the rivalry, the state pride here, it's so much better. I think locally we take for granted the state pride and the programs and how much you guys talk about college football on the radio, how much attention it's given. I've always been a huge college football fan, and being a Michigander is significantly better. I just want everybody to know that as a former Illinois resident.
All right.
We'll take the win, Brad. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. We do talk more college football here than they do in a lot of other markets and a lot of other states.
And it's one of the things I love because I do appreciate college football. It's changing. I don't think the product is bad. I think the teams locally are bad. We'll get to Brian Baldinger. We've got picks, all that and more. It's 97.1. When
it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and understand you and work with you to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
part of our Friday check-in. Brian Baldinger. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're doing great. Yeah. Let's talk about Thursday Night Football. Who did that say more about, the Jets or the Texans?
Oh, the Jets. I mean, it says more about them. They still made the same, ridiculous mistakes that they make, whether it's Malachi Corley dropping the ball at the goal line or, roughing the kick, the center on an extra point that got missed. I mean, they still made a lot of the same mistakes and penalties, but they overcame it with some phenomenal plays by Garrett Wilson, some throws by Aaron Rodgers. And though they lost 5 in a row and they got off the losing streak right here, stopped the bleeding. And for every Jet fan and every Jet player after that win, they feel like if you could beat Houston, you could beat anybody. So maybe they'll go off on their run right now and put a little streak together. It can happen in an instant, and maybe that's last night with the pressure they put on C.J. Stroud. I mean, he dropped back 38 times. He completed 11 passes. It's the worst game he's ever played. So, they did what they wanted to do, and they showed that they do have a lot of talent on that team.
So just real quick, I want to go back to the Malachi Corley play. We see it, whether it's college or the NFL, a few times every year. Why is this a thing? I don't get it.
I don't either, John. I've seen Deshaun Jackson of the Eagles do that early on in his career, like maybe first or second year against Dallas. They're just too big of a hurry to celebrate, I guess, and they're not paying any attention. It happens every year. You can warn them, you can tell them, and it's not just rookies. It's veteran guys do the same thing, John, and it's just one of those things that's inexcusable. You can talk to them, you can sit them down, you can do all this stuff, and maybe it happens only once in their careers. But if I was a coach right now, college or pro, to your point, John, I would show that play to every single player that has a chance to touch the ball and score, and just remind them that score first, celebrate second.
Talking to Brian Baldinger. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Let's talk Lions-Packers. What decides this game on Sunday?
Well, I think the Packers lead the league in takeaways, and the new defensive coordinator, Jeff Hafley, has been awesome. And, Xavier McKinney leads the league in interceptions with 6. And I know Jared Goff is on a ridiculous tear where he just doesn't miss throws right now and doesn't make mistakes. But that's probably what it's going to decide it, is any kind of mistakes right now, whether it's fumbles, interceptions on either side. Both teams are very, very good. It's for, Detroit goes up there and wins the game. They got a 2-game lead on everybody else in that division, and it's going to come down to mistakes, I believe.
In this game, I mean, we all know that the weather would be a factor. How much and who do you think the advantage goes to in regards to the weather?
Well, I haven't seen the weather report, John. What's it supposed to be?
It's supposed to 98. Now we're getting reports at 100% of rain and high winds.
Okay, there you go. All right, so you got like some sort of front coming through there, and we know that could be like that at any time at Lambeau. I mean, ball security is so important. The kicking game always is affected, John. If the winds are blowing crazy, do you go for the field goal? Do you go for the extra point? Do you just stay on the field and go for it on 4th down? Some of those decisions are made pregame with how the winds are affecting it, and the winds and the conditions on the turf. And if it's going to rain like that, it's going to get worse as the game goes on. So those are all head coaching decisions that have to be made as the game goes on.
Yeah, Dan Campbell talked about the priority of the cleats, the shoes that they're wearing, all the details that go into games like this. Brian, then the question we've been wondering is, hey, lack of pass rush from Detroit, does it come back to bite them this week against a team that can sling it down the field, even in some choppy conditions?
Well, yes, because, even last week, Tennessee put up over 300 yards of offense in the first half. Now, the turnovers led to, easy scores for Detroit. But, defensively, I thought, Mason Rudolph, look, he didn't play great, but, they got the ball to the wide. Ridley had a big game. They ran the ball effectively. I thought it showed up last week. Now, nobody pays attention to it because they put up a 50-burger on Tennessee and blew them out. But I think the seeds of some concern are there, and it showed up last week.
He's Brian Baldinger. We appreciate the check-ins every Friday. Enjoy your football weekend.
I plan on you too, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Brian.
Here's a story about a Florida man who must have experienced a little bit of deja vu while he was surfing last week. So back in 2013, this guy was 16 years old and he was bitten by a shark while he was surfing at Bathtub Beach.
Oh.
Well, 11 years later, while surfing at that exact same spot, he was bit again. And it sounds like this time a whole lot worse. Last time his hand was bit, but it sounds like he was okay. This time a shark came up from behind him while he was paddling out, bit his foot, tore 3 tendons completely, 1 partially torn tendon. He had to have 2 surgeries. He's got a potential 3rd surgery on the horizon, 93 stitches and 10 to 15 staples.
If I'm bit by a shark once, chances are I'm not going swimming in the salt water again. I'm certainly not in the same spot.
I agree with you, but, you know.
The waves, they call to him.
Exactly. Exactly. He's got to go back. Niecy Nash has made it clear that she was not a fan of Travis Kelce's mustache. So the actress actually stars along Kelce in that that Grotesquerie or whatever this show is. I've never even heard of it, but either way, they star together. So she joined the Kelce brothers on their New Heights podcast, and that's when she shared basically her thoughts on the stash. Yeah, now she did give him a little compliment afterward because he no longer has that mustache, right? He's kind of got the beard going. Mm-hmm. She says, you're finally back to looking decent.
Sure, he's glad to have her approval.
Yeah, for sure. A Westland man accused of robbing multiple businesses at gunpoint, all while wearing basically a Halloween costume, a clown mask, and a skeleton costume, has been arrested. The robberies all happened throughout the night on Sunday. He robbed a lingerie store. Got some money from there. Then he went to a McDonald's. He changed his costume for that robbery. Couldn't get in the McDonald's, so then he went to a gas station, got a bunch of money there, and then took off. Well, he was eventually tracked down. Police found him along with the gun and the mask and the costume. And like I said, he was arrested.
What were the costumes?
A clown mask and then like a skeleton costume.
This is part of why I don't like Halloween. I don't like not being able to see somebody's face because it just leads to something like this.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay,
I mean,
trick-or-treating,
I don't know if it leads to this. Yeah. I mean, you can disguise yourself anyway and try to rob a store anytime you want. Yeah. It was a really old school, like, creepy clown mask, though. Like, it wasn't like, it was one of the, clowns are creepy, right?
Yes.
Like, I was a clown once for Halloween. I was 3, maybe.
Okay.
And I was pretty creepy then, too.
You get a free pass at 3.
Because, you know, like, you rub your face and then all the makeup goes, like,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I look like the Joker at 3. Daylight saving time ends early Sunday morning when 2 a.m. becomes 1 a.m. So the only good news really is that you get that extra hour of sleep, unless you're a parent of little ones, because they're going to wake up.
It won't matter.
It doesn't matter at all. They're just going to wake up at their normal time, which will be an hour earlier. Either way, whatever. You can look at it positively or negatively. There's a new poll, though. 28% of people said that they're not looking forward to it, even though we are gaining an extra hour of sleep. 41% of people said they don't really care either way. And then 23% of people said that they are looking forward to it.
I don't really care.
I'm looking for... If I didn't have kids that would wake me up, I would look forward to an extra hour of sleep.
Yeah.
Do I love the time change? I'm kind of indifferent about it. It doesn't really affect me. I mean, it does, the having no daylight
Given
later on.
Everything that goes on in a given day, this is not going to reach a level of me really caring.
No.
The amount of press that daylight savings time gets versus what it used to get when I grew up, it was like just, okay, the time changes.
Just what happens.
Okay.
I know, but it's an antiquated, system in theory, and you should just keep daylight savings time.
And now there's all the research about how it actually affects our body and how bad it is for us and the lack of sleep. I mean, all the articles talk about this, how there's like more risk of heart attacks and deaths the day following because we're all sleep deprived or whatever. Anyway, I'm going to look to you, Jim, because I don't know what a lot of these means. There's a new, usually you get these at the end of the year, but this is the 10 most searched slang terms in 2024. And I don't know what half of them mean. Demure. I mean, I know what demure means.
Unless it's like a TikTok trend.
It's a TikTok trend, but doesn't it still mean kind of like reserved, modest?
Yes.
Okay, I got that one. Sigma.
Oh, that's like the Gen Z kid. No, that's like Gen Alpha. I have no idea.
Like you're cool. You're like
I think
cool
it's good. Yeah,
guy.
I think it is. Yeah.
Okay. Skippity.
Skippity.
Skippity. Is that from like a YouTube video?
Yeah,
okay. So I'm glad that you don't know. I'm looking to you because you're the young one here. I don't know what that means. Haktua. That's.
What does that mean, Heather?
Yeah.
Spitting.
Okay.
Is that fine? Yep.
That's the hockey team in Utah, the Haktua Club.
Schmaltz.
I don't know.
Sen. Cats. Preen.
Okay.
What are these? What do they mean?
I'm officially ancient.
Okay, good.
That's Heather with the news. Picks are next. Football ahead. 97-1.
All right, 96-19, FanDuel Jansen. The NFL continues on, and there's no better place to get in on the action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You're going to get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And take a look at this weekend's matchup because you get the Lions traveling to Houston to take on the Texans. Check out this same game parlay, SGP. C.J. Stroud over passing yards. Goff over passing yards, but let's go with Jahmyr Gibbs anytime touchdown. You can choose from this one. Create your own. There's others that are pre-picked for you in the app. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this season. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. $96-18, FanDuel Jansen. Cap off NFL Week 9 with a chance to win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's games. And tonight's game is Monday Night Football. Check out this SGP game. Built for the Bucks at the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes over 1.5 passing touchdowns. Travis Kelce over receiving yards. Kate Otten anytime touchdown. It's one you could choose from. You could build your own. There's more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Let's see here. 96-20. Get ready to tackle the NFL action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. If you're a new customer, you heard it right. You can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And take a look at this SGP for the Thursday night game. Bengals at the Ravens. Derrick Henry having a hell of a season. Let's go over rushing yards. Joe Burrow over 1.5 passing touchdowns. And Deontay Johnson over receiving yards. So one option. There's many more in the app, so check it out. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this season. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now a trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. And the last one, 96-15, Jansen. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off or buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA, and you're going to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. That's a $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. And maybe you don't want to miss Wemby's second season. Ja Morant's back and in action and flying down the court. Maybe it's the Celtics. You want to see if they repeat. Maybe you don't want to see if they don't, but you can catch all the action around the NBA, whether it's your local market or beyond. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this season. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Every Friday night, FanDuel is giving all customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. First bets lets you get in on the action from the opening tip. You could bet on things like who's going to make the first basket, which team will be the first to 15 points. Honestly, if you can come up with just about anything, you'll find it there on FanDuel. The best of all, you don't have to wait the entire game to see if you won. Just look for Friday First in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to claim your Friday First profit boost and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Going strong on a Friday. We've got a lot coming up. 9:35, the Cookie Jar. 9:18, Mike Valeni in studio, Underdog of the Week. Your chance to talk Lions football right now. As we set the scene for this matchup, it's a huge football game. Control of the North at stake. Chance for the Lions, kick up their feet a little bit and build a nice little lead. They got to go on the road. It's going to rain. It's going to be windy. It's their first outdoor game of the season. It feels ridiculous, but it is. Finally into November, and they're going to deal with some elements. We have two different camps on this show. We have Camp Meathead, and we have Camp Frady Cat.
How's it going?
Greg, poll results.
Yes. 144 votes are in. You have just about over an hour left. Meathead Jansen leading with 72.2% of the votes. Scaredy Cat Costa, 27.8% of the votes. However, I will point out, because it is election season, that Scaredy Cat Costa is still leading the Electoral College.
Yes. But probably not within the margin for error.
John, let me just make my case that is unpopular. Nobody wants to say, oh, I'm nervous about the game. Everybody wants to walk in there and expect a victory.
Don't apologize for your position. I'm not going to apologize because I think we're really good. You shouldn't apologize for being nervous, being scared.
Frady Cat is going a little much, but let me make the case for why this is a nerve-wracking experience. This is a game where Jared Goff will play outdoors in the element with rain, with wind. That will cut down what has been a great run for him. Like, if he's ever going to come back to earth, is it not in a tough spot like this? The last time they played outdoors in Green Bay in the second half of the season, the Lions offense won, but they only scored 20 points. Where I get concerned is, could this be the week that Detroit's lack of a pass rush comes back to haunt them? That Jordan Love, they'll throw it even in the rain, even in the wind, and they'll have time to execute down the field because the Lions don't have a pass rush. I also feel like the way LaFleur and company want to run the ball outside zone, they'll really test practice squad pass rushers. They'll test those guys who aren't going to hold up well on the outside zone runs, may command a little extra from the safety level, the linebacker level, and then they've got you right where they want you with the play action, vertical, deep shots down the field. I am nervous for this spot. I am nervous about the Lions' chances in this matchup. I think Green Bay does a lot of what you talked about this week in the Thursday touchdown, the type of things you need to do to slow down a Lions offense. They have a four-man front. They've switched to a four-man, one-gap front where they don't have to go with extra blitzing to get pressure. They'll play one high safety, and that one high is Xavier McKinney, who's having a hell of a season, which means the other safety's in the box, which means they have an extra run support player. Like, on paper, they really are a tough matchup for Detroit. Then you throw in the weather, and I am nervous about this game. But go ahead and tell people they're going to roll them, and there's going to be no problems at all.
They're going to roll them. And I'm not going to sit here and say there's not going to be any problems at all. Come on. This is a football game. There's going to be some weather. There might be a turnover, which the Lions will overcome. There might be a big play in any of the three phases. But there's going to be more big plays for our Detroit Lions than those pesky Green Bay Packers. This is a game, especially coming on the heels of, yes, a dominant performance as a team last week. Maybe a little bit of an underperformance by the offensive line. Defense has been challenged. Can they continue to produce and be good defensively that will help this team produce wins in the absence of Aiden Hutchinson? Everybody keeps telling them they can't. You can't possibly pressure Jordan Love or Malik Willis. You can't possibly win a game two division games on the road in the span of 3 weeks. No. You can't do that. And they're going to stand up and show that they are a good team defensively. Offensively, the challenge has been out there. You give up 4 sacks against the Tennessee Titans, and yeah, they've got some good pass rushers, and they're a good defense, number 1 scoring defense in the NFL. But this offensive line is supposed to be above and better than that. They're supposed to be dominant. They are dominant. Now they want to go out there and show it on the road in severe weather. that they can go out there and pound someone into submission. We will make you quit. By the fourth quarter, you're going to wish you never showed up. Lions fans are going to show up at Lambeau Field just like they did the last couple of years because the expectation is that they're going to go in there, drop the hammer, celebrate, enjoy the moment in Lambeau Field, in Green Bay, in Appleton, Wisconsin, and take down the Green Bay Packers yet again.
248-539-9797. He's all wound up. We want to know where you guys are at. And I think this is a huge critical weekend. They win this game. They add a pass rusher, and I'll be running behind the 14-3 bus. But I need to see it, right? This is a tough spot for the Lions, and I do want to see them make a move before Tuesday's deadline. All of it kind of coalesces here in the next 3 or 4 days.
Was going to Minneapolis, was that a tough spot for the Lions?
Oh, yeah, incredibly tough.
They passed that test.
They did.
Yeah.
Now you throw in the added element, though, that I think this quarterback is better. So your pass rush is going to be more of a concern.
No quarterback's better.
And there are weather elements in this game. Minnesota plays indoors.
Mm-hmm.
So those two things do make me even more nervous.
Did Jared Goff go to Lambeau at the end of the 22 season when it was really cold?
Didn't throw a touchdown, and they only scored 20 points.
But did they win?
They did win.
That's the whole goal.
They only gave up 16.
Did they go to Lambeau last year? Week 3, Thursday night football.
Not the same weather.
Not the same thing. Hammer.
John, not the same thing.
Just saying.
And
There's a track record.
And I'm curious about the crowd. Like, I don't want to discount Lion fans. They've been incredible. They travel everywhere. I wonder if Green Bay says we're not going to surrender. We got caught off guard last time. Green Bay fans may have thought the Lions were a cute story. They weren't ready for what happened. Are they going to hold their tickets? Are they going to hold their water a little bit and keep that place from being taken over? If you're a Lions fan making the trip, you can help fill in the blank there too. 248-539-9797. We'll get phone calls. We'll get ticket text. 9 o'clock hour. I want to mix in something.
Oh, yeah?
With the Lions. And it's a trade rumor that would do the unthinkable. It's a Lions trade rumor that would make everybody happy.
Oh.
We'll get to that after the phone calls and text. Gina and Wyandotte, you're on 97.1.
Hey, can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we got you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Good. So I want to just say that we keep talking about Jared Goff in the rain and throwing the ball and, what about our running backs? I mean, isn't that what we do? We run the ball. So in the rain, running is great. But what are we doing to help them not fumble the ball? Are we watering that ball down, John, in practice? Are we... I don't think we have to be scared of Jared throwing the ball if we can just run it and not fumble it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, there are going to be certain drills that they do throughout the course of the week to prepare for whatever that weather might be. We heard Dan Campbell talk about shoes when he talked to us on Tuesday. They're going to have wet ball drills all week long, so they have no problem handling wet balls.
Heather, make sure that you have that as a drop.
You were walking me right into it. I think you called up to make me say that.
Yeah, but seriously, I don't think we really are going to have to throw the ball much, and if we do, our guys just have to catch it and not drop it, and run it and not drop it.
Yeah, so, Gina, I think you're 100% correct. It's going to be all about ball security.
Yeah, there you go. There's another one for you, Heather. And as good as we are at punching the ball out, we should be able to create a couple of turnovers because of the rain, even in Lambeau. We're strong. Our defense will punch that ball out, especially if it's slippery.
Yeah, I know. You got to keep an eye on those slippery ones.
Thanks, Gina,
okay.
And we will turn that around.
I really did not mean for this to...
No, I'm happy you did.
I'll let you guys go and talk about this now, but thank you for taking my call. And I think we have this as long as we make the right play calls, and I believe that our coaching staff is going to do that.
I agree. Yep. Thank you, Gina.
Thanks, Gina. It's 97.1.
Always excitement in its divisional game in the NFL, but something about Lions and Packers just rings different. These two teams slated for a 4:25 kickoff on Sunday from Lambeau. Currently, the forecast is calling for a 100% chance of rain, so there is a good chance for some wet balls, footballs that is. It will be the first climate test for the Lions this season, who are currently the top-rated offense in the NFL in terms of points scored per game. They've put up over 30 points in their last 4 games, over 40 in 3 of them. It's all Big Ten action tomorrow as Michigan and Michigan State take the field. Wolverines hosting number 1 Oregon, while Spartan Stadium opens its doors to number 13 Indiana. As of now, the Wolverines are 14.5-point underdogs. Michigan State sits at 7.5. And the ratings are in. Clearly, Game 5 of the World Series was a success from a viewership standpoint. That game brought in over 18 million viewers, the highest for a Game 5 in the last 7 years. After defeating the Yankees for the championship, the Dodgers will hold their World Series parade today in L.A., and a separate celebration will also be held at Dodger Stadium. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, stay tuned to 97.1 The Ticket or check out Odyssey.com.
It's a factor.
I know it's hard
Definitely
it's hard to work in these conditions.
248-539-9797. Ticket text coming in. Phone calls if you want to jump on the conversation today. Are you confident? Are you with Meathead John Jansen? The Lions are going to take care of business. You're not worried. Or are you with, I don't know if I like the labeling of this, Frady Cat Costa, Scared Cat Costa, whatever we're doing. I am nervous about this matchup. We'll get those ticket texts. We'll get those phone calls. But I did promise something. I promised a Lions trade rumor that would do the unthinkable. It would make everybody happy. Feels impossible these days. It's from Adam Schefter, so credible. It was on Get Up yesterday, ESPN, big deal. He brought up not one name for the Lions, but 2. Zadarius Smith of the Cleveland Browns and New York Giants edge player Azeez Ojulari, who's having a good year rushing the passer, and they have extra pass rushers. They're not going anywhere. Both names are attainable. Both names could be had for day 3 picks. I feel like when we talk about the Lions trading and we start talking about giving up a first and mortgaging the future, people get nervous because they like Brad Holmes keeping those picks. Doesn't this make everybody happy? You get 2 pass rushers. You trade a 4th and a 6th, let's say, and you beef up that front while keeping the train on the tracks, keeping your 1st and your 2nd. You'll still have a 5th, a couple 7ths, and we know Brad can manipulate throughout the draft. Isn't this the move? Especially if you can't get those big name guys. If you're getting stonewalled, if they're not taking your phone calls on the high-level guys, is the pivot point not both Zadarius Smith and Azeez Ojulari? Everybody's happy. 2 pass rushers, and you keep most of your good picks.
Done. Get it done now.
Great.
It's. I would love for that to happen. I would love for either one of those to happen by themselves, but then you throw both of them in together. I mean, who wouldn't? Day 3 picks for one, Zadarius Smith, who'd be here for 2 years, at least under contract for 2 years. And Azeez Ojulari, who is in the final year of his rookie contract, has 6 sacks on the season, and 5 of those have come in the last 3 games. So he is, he's finding his stride. He also knows that he's in a contract year. So you're going to get his best performance. And who wouldn't love the opportunity, not that he has a choice, but if he is traded to Detroit, to be able to show off, not just in the regular season, for a team that everybody is watching, be the guy that comes in and provides some production that is left by Aiden Hutchinson, but to be able to do it in the playoffs, possibly do it in the Super Bowl, possibly come away with a Super Bowl ring. Wouldn't you love to be in a contract year with that on your resume? So I think you're going to get the best version of him. And you're also going to get a great version of Zadarius Smith. He's an experienced player, very experienced in the division. And I would give up 2 day 3 picks if we were able to add both of those guys to the roster.
And again, Zadarius, the ask was a 4th from ESPN. That was the report. Ojulari, contract year. We saw Uche go for a 6th, so I think a 4th and a 6th could be right around what it's going to take to get both these players. The quote from Adam Schefter, I do think you're going to see that. You saw Dan Campbell get all fired up. He looked like the cat who ate the canary. They don't have a deal done yet, but there are a couple pass rushers out there. Zadarius Smith, Azeez Ojulari, New York. A couple guys that make a lot of sense for the Lions. If you're this close and this good, why are you not willing to part with some mid-round picks to get the type of reinforcements to hold down the fort until Aiden Hutchinson can make it back for the Super Bowl, if you make it that far.
I mean, if he's able to be back, it's a long shot.
You don't like when this comes up because you almost feel like it paints this like impossibility and makes it a possibility.
Oh no,
You think it's unfair that
it's unfair to set those expectations that he'll be back. I would love to have him back, and if anybody has the ability to do that, or I'm not going to bet against Aiden to do it. I want to make sure we set the expectations of the injury that he had to be able to come back and be at the level that he was. It's a long shot.
Ticket text on the matchup this weekend. Can't take Meathead serious because he stands for the national anthem inside his own home. There's a reset. This one says...
Oh, really? That's a negative?
It's odd.
It's odd?
It is odd, John.
Huh. Is it odd to be a patriot?
Sure, John.
God bless America.
Didn't Green Bay come into our house and beat us last season? We can't take them lightly on the ticket text.
I don't think... Is anybody saying taking them lightly?
I think Meathead might be taking them lightly.
Oh, no. No, I just talked about kicking ass. That's not taking them lightly.
John is a slappy. Goodness, period. Oh, don't worry. They're coming at me too, John. I can read those.
Yeah.
This one says, Cookies sound scared. Oh, my God, what if we lose? What if they just win the game and toughen up, Jim? Some of you live in a universe where only good things can happen, and I understand their Lions are a great football team.
That's the world I want to live in.
Right, but just because you want only good things doesn't mean only good things happen. Even you think they're going to lose a couple games this season still. Why can't this be one of them?
Maximum of 2 more.
Why wouldn't this be one of them? This is one of the toughest games remaining on the schedule. It's arguably the toughest road game they're going to play the rest of the way.
Could be. That's why you play the game. That's why you find out. That's why you show up. Show out. Don't get me going.
Cookies is the type to wear a North Face coat in the first week of September.
Puffy vest.
Bad weather helps the Lions more because it comes down to running the football. So as much as we panic about the weather, this ticket texter says it's a nod to the Lions that it's going to be rainy and windy.
Well, I believe it is too. But anytime you have that extra element, I mean, weird things can happen. It's going to be a factor in the game.
Did that lady call in to talk footballs or just balls?
I know. It felt like Gino was calling in just to make me say that. Like she was egging me on. I feel like that.
She claimed she wasn't setting you up for a drop, but I want to give her credit because she did it so well.
She did it well. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Can't help myself sometimes. She knows it.
On the subject of will the Lions fans take over again, Ticket Texter says, heading to Lambeau with 8 other friends for our buddy's 30th birthday. We're sitting in the Monty Leap Zone, 4 rows up in the end zone. Go Lions.
Okay.
It does feel like their path is Monty, Gibbs, Monty, Sonic, Knuckles, Sonic. Run the ball 30-plus times and win this football game. Get out of there. Get out of there however you got to do it. And this week it feels like especially. I know they lean on the run. Do it even more so this week.
I'll add another player in there. Yeah, running the ball is going to be a big part if the weather holds out the way it's projected to. Sam Laporta, Brock Wright. I also think both of those guys could have big games, big moments. Now, maybe yardage might not be down the field as much, but to be able to dump the ball off to those guys and it's not just Jahmyr Gibbs in the run game. It's being able to be creative in how you get the ball in his hands because you can run some of those flare routes. You can do some unique things to still get the ball in his hands in space and then let him work his magic.
Ticket texter, voting team meathead, hashtag wet balls, hashtag slippery balls. Why is everyone at this station enamored with male genitalia? Fair question.
Is that everyone?
This one says, is it cold enough in Lambeau for shrinkage with the football?
Depends how much air is in there.
Right. Jansen stands for the national anthem in his own home. What a moron. Another one says, I'm with John. I stand for the national anthem in my house. What's wrong with that?
America.
I stand for the national anthem in my home too, John. We're different. We're proud Americans. Scott in Belleville.
Hey, you could hey, do you. Just you do you. I'm going to be me.
I know you will.
Yeah.
And I'll be me.
And very confident in myself.
I'm proud of you, John.
Thank you. You too. Right back at you.
248-539-9797. What is the consensus behind the glass? If you guys voted in our poll question today, are you confident or are you nervous?
Well, I'm on the scaredy cat bandwagon because I picked against the Lions in the
Right.
picks.
But you're a Packer fan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You just can't get away from it. It's okay.
He wanted to try to be a Lion fan last year.
I know.
remember?
Yeah,
And we
but
didn't let
that's
him
okay.
in.
Just like I stand for the anthem, you do you. We respect that.
I'm confident. Maybe not as boldish as John, but this team's identity is to run the football, and it fits these conditions. And I think the Lions are the best team in the NFC, and then I think there's a bunch of other teams with maybe Philly lurking. Philly's playing better and better. I no reason to think that they won't win this game. Is it going to be pretty? No. Is it going to be as flashy as maybe the last? It's not going to be like the Dallas game or the Titan game. It's going to be, I think, more like the Viking game. But I trust this team at this point. I have no reason not to trust them.
Will you pick against them at all this season?
Yeah. I don't know when yet.
Okay.
I think it depends on situations and spots. That Buffalo game has gotten significantly harder in my mind.
Because the way this show goes, and I know Lions fans are confident, I don't know that you guys will pick against them at any point this season.
There's a lot of variables that will play into that. I mean, we don't know.
I feel like we have a lot of variables this week, more than will be for any other game. This is pre-trade deadline. You guys are saying they're going to lose 0 of these games.
We said 3.
Without Aiden Hutchinson. No, without Aiden Hutchinson. My point is, the sample before the deadline, they're going to go through the entire thing unscathed.
The way they're playing?
That's what I'm saying. You're not going to pick against them all year.
Certainly looks
that's
like
not. No. See, this is where we're headed. And I think we were on to something before the season, that we thought the Eagles were going to be the threat. I still maintain that. They went through a lot. They didn't look good early, had some injuries, lost their top 2 receivers. That's significant. This is how this thing's playing out in my mind. The Lions are going to be able to beat the teams that have good quarterbacks. Are they going to be able to beat the teams that have great ones? You're going to have to face either Lamar or Mahomes in the Super Bowl, looks like right now.
Mm-hmm. Or Allen.
Yeah, or Allen. You got that Allen game later, and that's
So
going to be
the only game they play the rest of the way against the great quarterback,
I believe
right?
the elite, when they go up against elite quarterbacks, I don't know if they can beat them yet. And that's where the Hutch thing's going to play.
Yeah.
And we may get our first sample of that in the playoffs if they have to play Philly.
Okay. Well, and here's the other thing. At the Texans, I'll tell you my concerns about what it looks like going into next week, and I'm not always just going to pick the Lions.
All right, we've got more to do. We've got Cookie Jar at 9:35. Mike Valeni in studio next. Get some of his thoughts on this matchup and his underdog pick of the week. It's 97.1.
You've heard me talk about injury attorney David Femininio for quite some time now. Just listen to some of the results that David and his team have been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for an individual client. You need a team and an attorney that's going to fight relentlessly for you. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
It's a factor this weekend.
Greg, I'm going to need that.
Yeah.
Just if you want to put that in a folder for David, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's fantastic.
Caller prodded him and led him into it. It was beautiful.
Well, I heard you reading. I had a quick phone call, and then
Yeah.
I heard texters were like, "Why are you guys obsessed with genitalia?" And I'm like, "What the hell did I miss? I've been gone for 3 minutes."
Yeah, well, Gina called up and she was talking about the benefit of the Lions having a running game because it's supposed to rain. It's going to be a little windy. And she asked if during the week they were preparing appropriately for these situations. And I just let her know, yeah, there are a lot of drills that they'll be doing throughout the course of the week that they do on a regular basis. And it led to that drop. I'm not going to give you it twice.
No, I don't need it.
Oh, we already had once is plenty.
Yeah. John, we're good. John, even if you said something close to it, we have the AI equivalent out there. I can just punch it in the machine.
Yeah.
We're good. We're fine.
We'll get to your underdog in a second. You had Boston College last Friday night. Another win.
9-1.
Okay.
Not bad.
I want to know where you're at for Lions-Packers. John is very confident, broad shoulders, chest stuck out. I am nervous about this game. Where are you at?
Oh, boy. So what? This is where I get painted one way or the other. This is exciting.
Yeah.
Look, okay. I have a different approach to the NFL, and this is not an insult. It's just Lion fans are experiencing something they've never experienced. So they're in euphoria, invincibility mode. They think they're the Avengers. That's not the NFL. John, you played. I know you played on a lot of bad teams. Not your fault. The point is, whether you're good or bad, I just bake in 4 or 5 losses. Now, could the Lions, I got on the bus last week. I said, okay, you know what? Maybe they can get to this 14-3. Let's have some fun.
Yeah.
But on the road, division game, Lambeau, and it's the most comprehensive passing game you will have faced. Now, the Titans, I will never knock what the Lions did, but I think we can all look at each other and go, that was a flaming dumpster. That team is atrocious. The Cowboys are atrocious.
And here's the other thing. We know the Cowboys are atrocious now, and we knew it at the time going into that game. But you play at Dallas, you play at Minnesota, at Green Bay, at the Houston Texans, and those are 4 times in 5 games.
Yes. And if they sweep the board, you're going 14-3.
Right,
no
correct.
doubt.
Right.
But
and
you're
most
asking,
likely you're dropping one of those games.
That's my point. You just bake it in.
And is this not a likely, if you're going to lose a couple games a season, is that it's not one of the more likely spots?
Yes.
Right.
Look, I just viewed it that if I could beat Dallas, which I thought they would, beat Tennessee, obviously, duh. You split Green Bay, Houston, and you're able to sit back and go, that quarter of the season, those games, we went 3-1. Yeah, you sign up for that all day. I mean, John, give the player perspective. You view it. I know it's a week-by-week league, but the quadrants, coaches often will say, hey, first season, second season, third season. You take 3-1 each season, you're 12-4. Like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing with house money at that point.
Now, again, maybe Love is compromised. Maybe Sunday we turn on the TV, he blows his knee out. I don't know. And then, it's a cakewalk. But if you're asking me, like I heard the picks, and I'm Stoney, I guess. It's a home divisional dog that really needs the game getting 3.5. I'm going to take the points.
Where the weather, I think, makes a bigger difference, and this may take a little bit of their playbook away. Jordan Love, groin.
Yep.
They don't necessarily even part of his superpower is mobility.
What if they do the Michigan? What if they go 2 QB system, huh?
Oh, baby.
Malik Willis, their version. Woo!
Yeah. No. But if they are concerned about getting him outside the pocket because they don't want him to slip, I mean, it's a legitimate possibility.
You realize if you had your starting defensive line, there's no scenario I would take the Packers.
Right.
But this is my problem. You don't have pass rush at all.
And
you're facing a team that doesn't have one wide receiver to take away. They use everybody. They put the janitor in on third downs in these 5 wide sets. They got guys I don't even know who the hell they are. So I look, I'm just different. It's not even like a thought process or a personal thing. It's not a knock. I think the Lions are fabulous. I'm always going to look at a home divisional dog that is a playoff team getting 3.5. I got to take it. Maybe you're right, John. Maybe they line up and they hit Green Bay with a garbage can. They run for 2.25. And Jordan Love can't take a snap. But I just don't approach it like that.
Not to send you into a frenzy here. The line has moved. It's 2.5.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That only makes me like the Packers more.
Yeah, well,
what's
anyway,
going on with that?
I don't know. Maybe it's the idea that Love is actually going to play, and that was maybe more of a question during the week. We'll get into it with Cash a Ticket later.
Oh, I can't wait.
Dog of the week.
All right, you and I did this yesterday. I'm not going to do the stinkiest one of the week, but let's do a classic Big Ten matchup. USC Washington. I mean, nothing screams Big Ten like those two. Give me Washington at home, getting 2.5. USC has no pass rush. Will Rogers, when not pressured, is actually really good. And at a certain point, USC, when you can make the losing play, you do. It's who you are. Lincoln Riley, 2-8 as a road favorite at USC against the number. UW, Purple Rain, to go 10-1.
John, you in? I'm in.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, that's not bad, right?
You've watched
I'll
both these
take it.
teams?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't going to do the other one.
What's the other
We
one?
were going to see if John wanted to do a little bet on Purdue this week.
Oh, it's so gross.
Come on, buddy.
Purdue's playing Northwestern, right?
But hold on. Oh, work with me now. 15 days to prepare for this game. You're at home. Northwestern's in a death spiral. Woo! We got Ryan Walters calling plays. Boiler up. Toot, toot.
Hammer down.
Come on, man. You got a kid at Purdue.
I know. I would take Purdue. As this is why I don't do this.
No,
it's emotional. Like I can't remove emotion. I can always find something.
John, the bottom line is we're all just guessing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's if doctors are guessing, newsflash, picking a game you're guessing.
Yeah.
Some of us are guessing. Others of us are winning. Let's get to Heather's
That's
news.
true. Dominating could be the word.
Dominating. Yes.
Well,
no, I'm
can you deny it?
I'm not arguing. No.
Good.
But she's 11 games above 500.
I've heard because he complains about it all the time.
Which is exactly
You're living
what I
rent
like.
free in his head.
Exactly. A man is facing felony charges after punching a sleeping passenger basically over and over in the face and the head on a recent United Airlines flight.
I gotta go, guys.
Yeah.
I just, what are we doing
I know.
here?
About 2 hours into this flight, this guy, Everett Nelson, got up from his seat. He walked to the bathroom. I'm guessing used the bathroom.
Right, yeah.
Walked back to his seat, and on his way back to his seat, just decided to start physically attacking this guy who was sleeping in the window seat.
In the window seat,
Yes.
so he had to go
Climb
across
over?
too?
Yes. The victim sustained bruising on his eyes. He had a gash on his nose. There was blood splattered on the seats and on the suspect. So obviously somebody intervened, got this guy. They moved his seat, kind of restrained him until they landed. He was met by law enforcement and
Did he ever
charged.
explain what set him off?
No,
Yeah.
I have no
Okay.
idea.
Just a well-adjusted
we may
person.
never know.
All right.
Yes.
I mean, like, what am I supposed to say to this?
Nothing.
How do you guys do this?
You don't need to say anything.
Break out the duct tape.
Yeah. The Warren Police Department is being sued by an innocent bystander who was injured in this fiery crash. So it happened back in June. Warren police were pursuing a car at really high speeds. They went through like a residential area, got onto the main roads, and this big crash occurred. Brittany Turner, she's the one that is suing the police department, was pulled from a burning car. She suffered broken bones, burns when she was slammed into by the car police were chasing. And now she's suing for $60 million. And the police department says, hold up. How are we responsible for this? This is not our fault. We're not the ones who crashed into you. In fact, the Warren police lieutenant has said, quote, the bad guy strikes an innocent motorist and yet we're blamed. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So they're basically taking no responsibility for it at all.
Time out. Do me a favor. Can we fast forward to one thing that doesn't make me want to throw myself off a bridge?
Okay.
Give me one bit of good news on a Friday.
Listen to this.
I'm begging you.
Okay. Jared Goff has accomplished something that no other quarterback in Lions history has ever done.
Let's hear it.
Okay. He was named NFC Offensive Player of the Month, becoming just the third player in franchise history to receive the designation. That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
That's good stuff on
It
a
is
Friday.
good news, right?
Up next, Priest shot out of cannon, launched to the Canadian border. Oh my God!
You have the one about the Detroit River?
No.
yes.
They will be swimming. He won't.
Yes.
He won't be launched out of a cannon. He will decide to swim across.
and then need to be rescued because
Again.
authorities and Coast Guard spent hours searching for someone in the Detroit River, but they're still not sure if somebody actually was in there or not because they never rescued anybody called off the search because people keep deciding to swim across the river and then they need assistance.
Isn't that why they put up nets under the Golden Gate Bridge? They had too many people jumping, and then it cost like $100,000 to go recover the body. So,
really?
Yeah, Heather. Every time somebody would decide that, because you're not going to fall off the Golden Gate, they would have to get like 18 boats involved and get them before they go out to the Pacific. So they put this secret net underneath the thing.
Well, Guess we're going to need it on the Detroit River.
Unfortunately.
Or
People
my
stop
answer
swimming.
is
Let 'em go.
let them float away.
Yes, I know. Yes, exactly. Yeah, look for bubbles.
Finally, Starbucks is discontinuing its line of olive oil infused coffee drinks after customers joked that it was a legit laxative.
Oh,
And it sounds absolutely
gotta
awful.
go.
Why would
Get
you
outta
get a
here.
coffee
I'm
with
done.
olive oil?
I would never order that. John, you're a coffee drinker. You ever thought, hey, let's
It's their Oleato line. Debuted last year, went nationwide 9 months ago. The creator of the drinks was the former CEO, and he thought that this was going to like transform the coffee industry because he went to Italy, and apparently people in Italy drink spoonfuls of olive oil every day. Anyway, didn't work.
come back. Is that true?
People complained about stomach issues, bowel issues, and
Sure.
needing to get to the bathroom quite quickly.
It's Heather with the news. You want some fun on a Friday? We got the cookie jar next. It's 97.1. All right, this week's cookie jar has some election questions.
Oh, we're going political again?
And
my goodness.
And some Lions-Packers questions. Buckle up, John.
All right.
The first one, eliminate one forever. Election ads or election phone calls and texts?
This is easy.
Super
Get rid of
easy.
the ads.
Yeah, get rid of those ads. They're awful. And you know what? You can block those text messages. Like, I think I've only actually seen 2, 3 come through my phone because all of them go to the blocked. Like, I get a notification that like spam or something's coming through, but I don't have to click on it.
But Heather, did you know you can check your voting score?
Oh, can you?
Yeah, it's just
Are you
at this link,
shame
right?
me? Are you going to go online and shame me?
It's the first
But
time
you
I've
can't
seen
see
that.
who I voted
Yeah.
for, so
Yeah,
Right.
that's private.
Well,
I hate those ads. I
Yeah.
hate all of the ads.
I know. The problem is it doesn't matter what channel or even what app you're on. They show up and
They'll
you can't
find
change
you.
you change the channel and all of a sudden, oh, there's another one.
Yes. Or like you just want to watch one little thing. I click on a video and it's like, I've got to sit through this
Ad first.
awful
Yeah.
ad.
Oh, I would get rid of the ads. There is a defense against the calls and the texts. Like you're saying, John, the ads are far more intrusive. I can't watch the Bob Ross channel without these things showing up.
That's right. She's still alive? Just kidding.
It's the ads, and it's because the way they're presented. I just think that the way they are presented, both sides, whichever side you're on, are so creating fear and hate. Get rid of the ads.
I'm with you guys. The ads, you can't avoid them. They find you. No matter where you're streaming, no matter what you're doing, they'll find you. The next question. Posting about voting on Election Day, is it attention-seeking behavior or good encouragement for others?
So this one, I don't really care because I don't have to see your posts if I don't want to. And how many wear the sticker after you leave? I voted.
It's attention seeking. I saw
Do you
yours.
wear the sticker?
I posted.
And I thought you were posting it for attention.
I was encouraging people. We have the new early voting. Get out and vote. We need more people
But it
to
does.
vote.
Like, we all know there's early voting. We
I
don't
don't
need
know
to see
they
your
do.
post.
How
I don't
dare
need to see
you.
you post your selfie at
Then go
your
ahead and block
poll
me.
station. And
Do you wear the sticker? I voted.
no, I don't.
Okay. Oh, so okay, you have ground to stand on. People that wear the voting sticker, I'm fine with that. I'll wear my vote.
I'll give it to my daughter. She'll wear it.
Okay. Well, we know she
likes
doesn't
voted
vote.
for
stickers.
us. She can't be voting.
Right. But it's again, if that's something you want to do, fine. I don't care.
Attention seeking.
Thank
Easy.
I think anything you post online is for attention. Anything. It doesn't need to be about voting. It can be about your cat. Or something else. But
Yeah.
Which
Not sure which attention you're seeking there.
Which ticket host / producer is the hardest to guess who they're voting for?
I think this one for me was pretty easy, and it's a guy that we work with. It's Greg Hargrave. And the reason I say that is, one, he keeps his opinions to himself. And I see him as a guy that is not going to vote straight ticket, that is going to be very diligent at researching the topics, the candidates, and he will vote for, in that moment, who he believes is best for that position.
Yeah, Greg is the answer here. We still don't know who he voted for in 2016. I mean, he just doesn't. At some point, don't you just say, "Hey, I did it. It's been long enough." But he won't. He's old school. My mom always said, "Don't tell people who you vote for.
Yeah.
Don't talk politics." I will say this. On the show, I'm pretty confident I know who John's voting for, and I'm pretty confident I know who
don't
Jim's
say.
voting for.
Complete mystery.
I do think there is some mystery and intrigue to Heather.
Sure.
oh,
I
I'll take
think
it.
I know, but I think I could make a case for the other.
sure.
No.
I went with Gator. I don't have a good read on Gator. I don't mean that in a slight. I mean, I think he's hard to read politically.
Gator?
Yeah.
You know what? When we have the would you eat this? I listen to him,
Yeah.
in that one. And occasionally we ask him some questions. And every time I think I know where he's going to go with it, he surprises me. And it's not what I thought.
Did we get one from Heather?
You know what? I don't know. I was going to pick you, Greg, because that's kind of like the running thing we talk about that we don't know. But
Yep.
I don't think we need to know.
No, we don't.
that's
That's
important.
not the question.
And that should be
No.
said. It is your right to keep that private.
I will say this. So my guess is Evan. I would say Evan.
Oh, that's a good
Okay.
guess. Yes.
Secondly, I'm not going to tell you, but who do you guys think I'm voting for? I'm curious about that.
I don't want to answer that.
Not answering that one.
No.
I'm not going to tell you.
It's then I'm not going to guess.
All right. Yeah, so I'm not going to guess. If I'm never going to know the answer, why guess?
The next question, it's the last one about the election. Would you want to be president?
No.
Yes. Why not?
I would hate to be president.
Oh,
Absolutely hate it. There's no way. I am not political at all. I would not want to be in the spotlight like that. Heck no. Pass.
John, why would you want to be president?
Well,
Go ahead, campaign.
You would have the opportunity to make the changes that you wanted to make. And, whether or not you're able to reach across the aisle, that's not the point. The point is you would get to influence how you live and for those around you.
John doesn't sleep. I sleep too much. No.
Have you seen how these people age, all of them, from when
very
they're
fast.
It's the stress of the position, and I don't think you can get as much done as you would think you could get done. Gridlock in Congress, political BS.
So
I say no.
What would be on John's agenda? Like his 27th Amendment. You must stand in your living room for the national anthem.
Yes. Make it an amendment. Yes.
I wouldn't be because, unfortunately, I feel this thing's so far down the toilet with lobbyists that what I would try to do, I'd probably be assassinated, which would actually be try to unite this country and maybe start with what starts with this country. It's supposed to be we the people. There's no we anymore. It's supposed to be all of us together. Right. I sound like I'm running.
Yeah.
All right. The Lions play the Cheeseheads this week. Give me the best cheese, but no repeats.
Oh, well, I know nobody's going to repeat mine, so go for it.
I'm going to go Munster cheese.
Spiced Gouda. By the way, my guess, well, I shouldn't say guess because I don't want anybody to take John's guess.
Go ahead.
You're a spicy Gouda guy? I like feta.
Okay.
Feta.
I didn't peg you
I
for
know
a
you're
feta
not going
guy.
to pick mine.
No, because I don't like cheese. I was going to say cream cheese.
That counts.
Okay.
Sure. I'd take that. Yeah. Cream cheese by the spoonful.
Right. Yeah.
John?
Would you like to guess?
Greg, what did you think?
Mr. stands in his living room for the national anthem. I'm going to guess American cheese.
No, not American cheese. No, American cheese is not actual. I mean, it is cheese, but it's not real
Cheese product?
Yeah, it's cheese product. Blue cheese.
Oh.
Blue cheese is
Stinky cheese.
Oh man, blue cheese is
Gross.
so good. A creamy blue cheese.
Yeah.
It goes on everything. It's in fact the best is when you have a Detroit style pizza with bacon and blue cheese. Sprinkle a little sausage on there. It's amazing.
At least you're self-aware to know nobody else is going to take that. Nobody else wants your stinky blue cheese. This last one. Are the Packers the biggest rival in all of Detroit sports right now? And if not, who is?
Oh, I think it's clear it is. You might be starting to see one, depending on what the Tigers do this year, getting knocked out by a division opponent, the Cleveland Guardians. That might be a developing one, but the Tigers aren't where the Lions are. And I don't think there's any rivalries with the Red Wings or the Pistons because who are they beating?
I do think it's the Packers.
Yeah.
I think they're the biggest threat right now in this division. The Lions are the kings of this city. It's right in front of them right now.
Some may argue Minnesota.
Heather's people?
Yeah, Heather's people.
Yes.
The Vikings.
The Vikings.
But
thank you. The actual Packers as opposed to
the Green Bay Packers.
I don't think that's been played on the air in 10 years, and it's still in the system.
That's awesome.
All right, it is the Packers right now. I will say, I think about 10 years ago, maybe a little bit more, I would have said potentially Wings Blackhawks, and it was ruined by realignment.
Yep. Well, there you have it. There's the cookie jar. It's 97.1. Busy Friday show. If you missed any of it, Odyssey app. Use the Odyssey Rewind. Go back. We had the picks. We had the cookie jar. We had the latest Lions trade rumors. Talked a lot of Lions, Packers. John, it's also college football season. You have the number one team in the country headed to Ann Arbor. You have the undefeated Indiana Hoosiers headed to East Lansing. This should be a fun college football weekend, but our teams haven't held up their end of the bargain here. And I wonder if it's taken away from college football for people. Like, to me, just my opinion, I know some people are getting disillusioned with the sport. I love that we've spread out a little more of the talent with the transfer portal, with NIL, that we have a 12-team playoff to keep not just 4 or 5 teams in the thick of this, but 15 to 20 teams down the stretch run fighting for seeding, a spot, a bye week. I love what we're seeing with the sport right now. I don't love that Michigan and Michigan State are not participants in all of it.
Sure, yeah, they're both out of it. But you look at the big dogs, Georgia, they already have a loss. Clemson, they already have a loss. In fact, that was Georgia at the beginning of the year.
Sure.
Alabama's got 2 losses. They're not even in the top 12 anymore. So you look at all of the teams that have dominated the headlines for the past decade of college football, and it doesn't feel – I know Georgia's 2, Oregon's 1, Penn State's in there, Ohio State's in there. I don't think there's anybody that you would sit there and say, I am 100% confident that team, let alone is going to win a national championship, but will be playing in the national championship game. I think
that's
there's
good.
a number. I do too. It's going to be, and I think a lot of college football fans are going to have to get used to the age of the college football dynasty. I think is over. I don't know that we're going to have another undefeated national champ, and some of it may be luck of the draw in regards to the schedule. All right, Penn State's schedule hasn't been very difficult, but they are going to have that game. They're hosting Ohio State.
Massive game. Now, some people will say it doesn't mean as much because of the 12-team playoff. Fine, but I think the trade-off is it still does matter, right? In the sense that if Ohio State loses, they don't have control of their destiny to get to a Big Ten title game. A Big Ten title game will serve as a chance to be the 1 or the 2 seed with a bye week.
Yeah.
That matters. It could decide a home game in the college football playoff. And I think that matters quite a bit when we talk about teams from the SEC potentially having to come up here in December and January to play college football games. This stuff matters. I know it doesn't mean the same as a true elimination game, John, but the trade-off is, in addition to Ohio State and Penn State fans having something to root for this week, so does Indiana, right? I mean, you could start looking at the teams that are suddenly in the title picture that never were before. Boise can play themselves in, right? Iowa State's undefeated. BYU's undefeated. They could collision course, and one of them will likely get in. There's more teams playing for something this time of year.
Well, and okay, Oregon has set itself up to run the table in the regular season because they're obviously going to be in Ann Arbor this week. They're heavily favored.
Yep.
They're playing Maryland, Wisconsin, and Washington. All teams that they're going to be very heavily favored against. So they may be the answer to this question. But of the undefeated teams that are in the top 15, you've got Oregon, you've got Penn State, you've got Miami, BYU, Iowa State, and Indiana. Do any of those resonate as, I think they're going to end the season undefeated?
No, the Oregon may be the only exception.
Oregon may be the only one. And now Oregon, okay, they get the 1 seed or 2 seed, whatever.
Yeah.
And they get the bye. But there's going to be pitfalls when you start playing tougher opponents in the college football playoffs.
Right.
You never know what can happen.
Even if you're the best team, you're right. Instead of playing 1 or 2 big games at the end of the year, you're going to have to win a conference title game to get that bye,
Right.
and then you're going to have to face a couple, 2, 3 in a row of teams that are battle-tested that have had to win their way to get there too.
And I don't really think there's anybody that sits there and says, Penn State, are they going to run the table? I mean, they may lose this weekend.
Yeah, they're underdogs.
Ohio State's already lost. Miami. Yep. I mean, okay, Cam Ward and the ACC's not great,
and they
may have to play Clemson in the ACC championship game, who's playing really good, but they already have a loss.
Right.
BYU out of the Big 12. Like, what do you trust about them? They've been playing with fire. Indiana. I don't know if anybody can imagine Indiana being an undefeated college football team.
That's Windiana to you.
They can look. You can still have a huge collection of 1-loss teams and even 2-loss teams. I mean, I don't think we're going to have the 3-loss team make the college football playoff like we thought we were going to have at the beginning of the year.
A possibility. But I think down the road we will have some 3-loss teams make it in. This year, I don't think it happens.
And I think a big culprit of that, I think these conferences have been thinned out so that there are a lot of major pitfalls that are avoided naturally.
Yes. Yeah, Indiana's avoided, and it's going to come down to there could be a team that is a dominant football team. If we believe that Penn State was built as a dominant football team this year, their big challenge is Ohio State. Other than that, they don't really play anyone else.
I will say, John, just because there might not be a 15-0 or 16-0 national champion does not mean that it's a down year in college football necessarily.
That's not, I apologize to everyone if that's what you're taking away from what I'm talking about. It's a down year in regards to, I don't think there is a dominant team, but I don't think it's a down year in regards to, I love the competition for that top spot. And you could come up with any number of combinations right now in regards to who's going to be playing for the national championship. And I don't know that anybody really knows or thinks they know who that's going to be.
Gator is in the studio. On Fridays, he typically points out something ridiculous Heather said during the cookie jar. I don't know if anything stood out. Gator, how are you?
Well, I don't think I heard anything outrageous.
I don't think I said anything outrageous.
Not this week.
No, I did, but I did hear something in the cookie jar that gave me kind of goosebumps, maybe proud to hear.
Yeah.
And it was from Tom. It was from Tom.
What did Tom say?
Normally, Tom is a little unhinged, with some of the takes.
Yeah.
He grips the club a little bit too tightly sometimes.
Sure.
But when you guys asked the question about being president, and then he said absolutely not, which I agree with.
Yeah.
But his reason, but then he started going into like kind of a political speech.
Yeah.
And it starts with "we the people," and I'm like, it does.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
This guy, okay, go man, go, because it was an awesome start, and he could have kept going. And by the end of it, I would have been voting for Tom.
Gator's going to be my
bring
VP.
people together instead of having to divide it apart. I thought it was awesome.
He said you will be his VP.
I don't know if I want that job.
Take some time. Take some time to consider it.
You don't have to do anything.
I think I'd rather be a senator, than a president.
Okay, fair enough.
Because I feel like senators have more of an influence on things that can happen.
Yeah. What do you guys get coming up on a Friday?
Oh, I guess we'll talk some football. There's a game Sunday. It's kind of big.
A little bit.
We got a couple of college games tomorrow at 3:30 that we care about.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be some football discussion.
Some football?
Yeah, there's some football. Look, Major League Baseball, we got free agency can begin. You can start negotiating. So I like that. There's a lot happening, right, Doug?
Yeah, we got. Are you going to eat that in the noon hour? This is what people.
I was just talking about that. You kind of keep me on my toes, Gator, as to what you choose to eat and not eat. So I'm excited about this.
Do my best.
I'm going to be intrigued. We got a couple interesting ones. Throw some curveballs.
What time is that again?
12:30.
12:30. Let's listen.
And for people who wanted to know, Meathead Jansen won the Twitter poll question today.
Of course.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. As expected, lots of big storylines in play as the 6-1 Lions make the trip to Green Bay to take on the 6-2 Packers. Jamison Williams will be out serving his second of a 2-game suspension. Packer quarterback Jordan Love intends to play through an injured groin, and a new layer could be added as weather is now expected to be a factor. Weather reports forecasting a 100% chance of rain. The winner of this game will sit atop the NFC North. Couple of uphill battles to climb for our local college teams. Wolverines are 14.5-point home underdogs to number 1 ranked Oregon. While cut in half, MSU is still a 7.5-point dog to number 13 Indiana. Both of those kickoffs scheduled to take place at 3:30 tomorrow. And it's a party in Los Angeles today as the Dodgers celebrate their World Series victory. A parade is scheduled for today, as well as a celebration to be held at Dodger Stadium. Game 5 of the World Series, the most viewed in the last 7 years, as over 18 million viewers tuned in to see the Dodgers win the pennant. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or check out Odyssey.com.
That's a sweater.
What, Dustin's sweater?
That's a
Michael Myers Christmas sweater?
Yeah. I spent some time watching some Halloween movies
yesterday. Did you?
Yeah. They were just on. They were the remakes, the Rob Zombie remakes, the Halloween and Halloween 2.
Yeah, and?
There's good and bad about those remakes. I think that it's creative and inventive, some of the stuff in the movie and the retelling of the story. And then there's some stuff that I didn't like. I thought that the new Dr. Loomis was not very good.
Yeah, Dr. Loomis.
But they kind of go into the origins of how Michael was, what Michael was when he was a kid.
Yeah.
So it's
the Venn diagram of shows that we've watched together, the crossover, there's not much. But correct me if I'm wrong, Yellowstone comes back this month.
It does, a couple weeks, I think.
Let's go.
LFG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With, I think, my all-time favorite supporting character ever in any TV show, Rip Wheeler.
I mean, he's definitely supportive to John Dutton, I guess.
Yeah, he's probably become more of a mainstream guy than a supporting character, but Rip Wheeler's awesome.
Oh, Rip is amazing. Rip, I mean, every guy who watches Yellowstone comes away and says, I want to be more like Rip.
How do I get a cowboy? Where do I get that coat? Come rolling in here with that.
Can I change my life to become more like Rip?
Yeah.
You can try.
I want to see the world through Rip's prism. Yep. I want to walk into a room and have it all figured out the way Rip has it
exactly,
all
right?
out. God, this guy.
Like, know that you can beat the hell out of anybody that's in that room.
Yeah, I don't watch much. I mean, I'm starting to watch a little bit more. Like, I'm making my way through Breaking Bad, which, I'm into season 2 now. And I don't know if people know, it's pretty good.
Yeah. You still cranking through it? You still enjoying it?
There are some delays. Like, I'll see a new documentary on Netflix, and I just watched This is the Zodiac Speaking, which is a documentary about
the Zodiac Killer.
Yeah, no, that's pretty fascinating. So I get sidetracked a little bit, but I keep coming back, circling back.
I saw the movie Zodiac. I got creeped out by it.
Well, for good reason.
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, it was enough where I don't want
to. Did
to
it surprise you that?
No, I mean, but it's a true story, whatever. So it's like I don't really want to go further into that. I was creeped out enough by by the fake stuff.
Yeah. Well,
it was
based on, right?
Yeah.
Based on is a dangerous thing, but
it is.
Yeah, because you can confuse it when you see based on. You go, okay, this is a documentary. No, it's not. But anyway, yeah. So I get sidetracked by that, but I'm making my way through Breaking Bad. Love me some Yellowstone, and I cannot wait for the return of Severance. Which you didn't watch season 1 of
no,
Severance,
I haven't watched Severance.
Kang, did you ever? You never did you? Know, Kang's got kids. He doesn't watch television anymore, except for football.
Yeah, and that's a struggle sometimes.
Yeah, I understand. Of course, those night games, kids go to bed, and you're all good, and you got to watch last night's thriller.
That's the only good thing. Like, I used to hate the when they started doing all these Thursday night games. I think a lot of us were like, "Man, we don't need another day," right? And now I'm like, I need that night. Yep. I need that. All right, kids are in bed. I can watch something. Oh, football, professional football.
Yeah, and there was nothing more exciting and enjoyable than watching Aaron Rodgers get his act together in the second.
I feel like I hate that team more and more every day.
Yep.
Is that just me or is it everybody?
No, that's not you.
And does Aaron Rodgers look tired all the time? I don't know if I've ever seen a player whose default resting face is exhausted like Aaron Rodgers.
Is there anybody that's more satisfied than Aaron Rodgers at the end of that game with the touchdown pass to Devontae Adams? Like the both of those guys together, like you could see so much.
I was right all along.
Yeah, all the pressure just come off of him, at least in his eyes. Like, and I'm like, it's one play, dude. It's one play. Congratulations, he was wide open. Nice throw. What you really should do is buy your younger receiver, Garrett Wilson, buy him a car, buy him a house, buy him whatever he wants because he's the guy that bails you out. But
another interpretation of what's inbounds and what's out.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, didn't like it.
No, I didn't like it initially. First of all, when you're watching it, it's a fantastic effort.
One-handed catch, and it was foot, then shin, and then the knee comes down out of bounds, and they call it a catch.
Because they say apparently the shin is good enough.
The shin established.
Which we knew this. We knew this going back to the Michigan State game when it was Aiden Hutchinson who was tackling the quarterback from Michigan State, but his shin got down and the ball came loose and they ruled him down. We know that that's part of the rule. What we also know here in Detroit as part of the rule is you have to complete the process. So to me, it feels like they completely forgot about it. Like you're watching this in this acrobatic effort. Garrett Wilson going up in the air, the one arm, it brings it in and comes down. And oh my God, did he get 2 feet in? He didn't get 2. But look at that. That's a shin. That's amazing. Oh, what a catch. That's a catch. Yay. And everybody forgets to watch the rest of it, which is, did he survive the ground? And if you watch the rest of that play, I'm not sure he did. The ball is moving around considerably. And not the announcers didn't make mention of it. Al Michaels didn't say anything. Herb Street didn't say anything about it. You know, the rules official comes in. He doesn't say anything about it. It's just, I think they said, oh, he secured the catch and went to the ground. But you had to survive the ground. And I didn't think he survived the ground. So I was upset with that, obviously, because, of course, it leads to the tremendous return of Aaron Rodgers in the one game against a banged-up Houston team. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. Kane, did you think that, did he survive the ground, or did you not even pay attention to that?
No, here's my thing about it, too. And I understand the rule, so I guess it's a catch. But how come the shin knee is treated differently than the toe heel? Do you know what I'm saying? Like when you go toe and then it's inbounds, then your heel goes out, they call that out of bounds. But how come shin knee isn't the same thing?
It's heel discrimination is what it is.
I like where your head's at. You're right.
It's one motion, right?
If I keep my tippy toes up there, it's a catch. But if I have my tippy toes and then the heel comes down out of bounds, it's out of bounds. You're right.
I mean, we're just trying to figure out ways for the Jets to lose the game, right?
100%.
Exactly, yeah.
100%.
Okay, the thing, though, you know, we always try and tie local. How about the fan with the bag over his head with the message written on the bag, "Save us, Ben Johnson"?
Well, there too. You had the same old Jets, which I thought was hilarious.
Yep.
You go ahead. You take that. Take it and run.
Yep.
SOJ. But yeah, save us, Ben Johnson, when all Princess Leia. Mm-hmm. Your only hope.
Yep. Again, with the
Ben Kenobi, Ben Johnson
reference. Yeah.
Well, people know Star Wars.
Yeah, okay.
I hope.
Anyway, yeah. So save us, Ben Johnson. And I'm thinking to myself, if you got random fans in other towns writing our offensive coordinator's name on the bag of shame you're wearing over your head, other teams will want him too. What would it take to take the Jets job? I can't imagine Ben Johnson going, this is the gig I want. This is what I've been waiting for.
Well, I mean, that there's stuff to work with there. That's the thing. Like, obviously, you got a good defense. You've got some pieces on the offense. You need to improve the offensive line for sure. But it's the quarterback.
The quarterback is the issue. And you know what happens to the quarterback each and every year? He doesn't get better.
No,
he already looks like an old man.
What are you going to do on him next year, Doug?
Hang another year.
Hang another one out.
Yeah. Save us, Ben Johnson, on the bag of shame worn by the Jets fan last night. Everybody see that? And I'm just thinking to myself, it's kind of awesome. Also a little scary that he is that much of a commodity that shames fans are writing his name on the outside of the paper bag they're wearing over their head.
It's getting bad with the Ben Johnson thing. Like, I don't remember a coordinator, maybe it's because it's recency bias and we're local, but a coordinator that was this much kind of like sought after at this point by other fan bases. Because I bring this up because yesterday or 2 days ago, I was screening calls, and we had a Chicago fan call in, and he said, "Hey man, I just want to say, I love what you guys are doing with the Lions. I know we're supposed to be division rivals, but I can't help but respect how you guys done it. Love Dan Campbell." And then he said, "Is there any truth to the rumor that Ben Johnson wanted the Bears job?" Because he wants, as a Bears fan, he wants Ben Johnson too. So you got Jets fan doing it. I know Bears fan that called up and wants Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
I mean,
I hear what you're saying. Because it's local, we're going to look at it differently. But I want to say that when Robert Saleh was the hot defensive coordinator with the Niners, I thought that was the name that everybody wanted. And of course, that came up with the Lions, right? The Lions go after Saleh, and that's when they ended up hiring Dan Campbell. But Robert Saleh was a name I thought that was kind of like that for a coordinator. Was the hot coordinator everybody had to have.
Yeah, look, it's cool. We got the guy. I'm with you, Kang. I don't remember, and I'm sure there are examples.
Josh
of
McDaniels the first time around,
maybe.
Until people realized, no, it's all Brady and Belichick.
Yeah. Could be.
It's not you. Sit down.
We've got the guy that everybody wants. And I want to say you can't have him. I do feel like there's truth to, and I've kind of got a little bit of affirmation on this. I wouldn't go ahead and say, I am reporting, multiple sources have indicated to me, but I have a little bit of affirmation that Ben Johnson is so freaking happy here that he may be the kind of guy that's willing to turn down head coaching jobs. He already has. He's turned down head coaching jobs, and I'm told, hey, man, dude loves his job here, loves his gig, wants to finish the job to a degree, but also knows he's really good at this and isn't afraid to just keep doing this. He's not afraid to just say, I'm going to just be a coordinator and be happy. So let's roll.
Yeah, well,
I'm not counting on it. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
I hear you. And I would love to think that, Sheila Ford Hamp would say, hey, before you go accepting any head coaching job, talk to me first.
Let's
and see if we can work out something.
Yeah.
Probably won't give you that kind of money, but I can give you money.
Give you some cash.
Cars, prestige.
Yep. What do you want? Frankincense mirror?
Right, yeah, all of it.
Give me whatever you need. All right, Carson Anderson on a Friday. We got a big game, Lions in Green Bay, that we will discuss coming up. Whew. This is one of those games, man. It's one of those games. Both teams have some guys banged up. It's going to be interesting to see who plays, specifically for the Packers. And, I mean, if the Lions go to Green Bay and win this one, it really sets them up. Really sets them up. And they are favored. It's interesting listening to talk coming out of Green Bay, what they're saying about this one. We will get to that coming up today at 10:20 here on Carson Anderson on a Friday. Are you going to eat that at 12:30? Our picks at 1:40 here on 97.1. The Ticket. Is your home's brickwork or chimney in need of repair? Call Brickworks Property Restoration. These experts specialize in brick repair, chimney restoration, and tuck pointing. Look for cracked bricks or crumbling mortar. These are signs that your home may need some TLC. Whether you're restoring your brick walls or making your chimney safe again, Brickworks has you covered with 0% interest financing for 12 months. Brickworks makes it easy to get the job done without breaking the bank. Plus, they're locally owned, supporting our community. Visit brickworksmi.com today for a free quote. Call Brickworks, your trusted choice for brick and chimney care, because nobody works like Brickworks.
you get overrun by little people last night?
Yeah, it was awesome. Actually, we had a ton of kids come to our house, and we usually get with a bunch of leftover candy. Not this time. We were down to 4 pieces of candy left in the cauldron, and I was pretty happy because that's kind of threading the needle, right? You don't want to run out.
No, you don't want to run out.
We don't want a lot of extra candy. What was
your difference
scenario?
between you and I?
You
I
had
didn't
extra?
have many. No, I had I think there were 7 or 8 total trick-or-treaters.
Yeah.
And they were all little girls.
Yeah.
And they were cute, all cute little dresses, outfits and stuff. Costumes is the word I'm looking for. Yeah. Otherwise, it sounds creepy.
Uniforms.
No. Some were dressed as trash cans, which was kind of cute.
Yeah.
But it was great. You know, when they come to the door, I enjoy when they come to the door, and then the dog runs up, and the dog's all excited. So she's, sitting at the door with the glass door and looking through it, and with a smile on her face, looking at the kids, and the kids are looking at look at the doggy. I'm like, yeah. It's a nice dog. Here you go. And then their parents are always by them. They say, trick or treat, trick or treat. Here you go. Yeah. Which I appreciate because that's part of the bargain,
Well, it's better than just showing up.
Yeah.
So,
but the first one that came, the first one that came to the house though she was probably like 4 years old.
Okay.
And there with her mom, and they're both dressed up. And I look at the end of my driveway, and there is this adult that's dressed as like an apparition. I don't want to say ghost because then you'll think it's just like a white sheet like Casper the Ghost. This was like an apparition. It was a little creepy, because it's just before it gets totally dark. And I'm looking at the end of the drive. I'm like, and I say to the girl, I go, watch out for that ghost at the end of the driveway. And she's like, oh, that's just my dad. I'm like, okay, all right. I hope so.
Kang, how was your night?
We had a really good night. A bunch of trick-or-treaters apparently. My wife went on our neighborhood Facebook page or whatever it was, and people said they had over 400 kids.
Wow.
So would you have 7, you said, Gator?
I think
7 or 8 that came to my house.
I think we were probably in the 50 range.
Really?
Yeah. That was good.
Man.
It was good. We did,
I kind of feel bad for, I guess it depends if you like kids or not, but you just turn off your light if you didn't, but I love
my light
seeing...
was on, by the way.
Yeah.
Until 8 o'clock, and
for
I turned it
15 minutes.
It was on from the time it got dark out.
But I love seeing the neighborhood alive like that. Kids everywhere. The weather was good, except for a little windy at times. But other than that, it was so warm. It was nice.
It was almost 70. Yeah.
Is this how they trick or treat in Florida or California? To get weather like this is kind of crazy.
Well, suffice to say.
Oh, my little one was great, Doug.
Dude, the story you told me. Yeah, go. Tell the people what.
She's 3.5, and now this is it was a good trick-or-treating year for her. Because, the years before, a little bit too young. But she's walking around in her outfit, and she would literally call out everyone's costumes. Out loud to everyone, no. Another ghost spider? Oh, look, Tinkerbell? Another banana? It was hilarious, man.
She's just excited to see all the costumes. Yeah, it's fun.
Mickey Mouse?
That's right.
It was nonstop. Good
all
times.
right. So, Lions and Green Bay coming up on Sunday. We'll start with this. It's going to be a weather game. Rain is expected. Winds, not too bad, but 10-mile-per-hour winds. Temperatures might get into the 30s. This is the first game on grass for the Lions. It's the first game outdoors. And this stuff matters. So, look, you want to be able to pass every test. The regular season is become this exercise in establishing a degree of certainty that the Lions are perfect and are going to win the Super Bowl, which they're not. They're not perfect. They could win the Super Bowl, but we strive to win under all conditions, no matter who's playing, no matter who's hurt, who's in the lineup, who's out of lineup, whether it's indoors, whether it's outdoors, whether it's sunny, whether it's rainy, whether the opponent's great or the opponent stinks. We want them to pass every test in the regular season and have us headed into the playoffs confident that this team is winning the Super Bowl. You can't win the Super Bowl in the regular season, and yet I feel like we all collectively do this. We try and achieve that feeling that we're winning the Super Bowl.
That's right.
And that goes right down to this trade deadline discussion that's been so hot and heavy leading up to next Tuesday, which is trade deadline day. So this is that outdoor bad weather if they have to go to San Francisco in January, or I don't know, San Francisco may be a bad example. Maybe Green Bay is a place they might have to go in the postseason.
Well, they had to go to San Francisco last year.
Yes, but winning, that's the last time they played on grass. It's the last time they played outdoors. So this is part of the storyline in this game is weather and conditions on the road. Can they get it done?
Well, trust that the equipment crew hands them the right shoes, the right length cleats, or whatever it is, and get out there, have your footing underneath you. I think this is a game because of Jared Goff's health with the ankle. It's going to be a little tender. Maybe he's not going to feel it on Sunday as much because of the rehab and the tape job and perhaps medication. But I can't imagine he's going to be as spry as he has been. With all that knowledge, I really hope this is a game that they're able to run the football, because if I were the Packers, I would expect more of that. But to utilize the short passing game and the run game and just go ahead and be methodical about it and put it down their throat, 5-6 yards a play every time. It's okay to throw it to Amon-Ra St. Brown for a short pickup. Just keep moving forward.
Yeah.
Keep the clock going. Keep moving down the field, and make sure that you finish in the end zone for touchdowns as opposed to field goals, and take care of the football. They should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, taking care of the football is a big deal. The last couple of weeks, there's been pressure on Goff, and you kind of forget about the times he
fumbled twice.
He's fumbled the football because the Lions have recovered all of them.
When I say twice, I meant on Sunday he fumbled twice.
Yeah, the last couple of weeks, the ball's come out with Jared Goff, and yesterday, addressing the media, Ben Johnson talked about, it hasn't. We've gotten away with it, but it's something that's been stressed and emphasized early this week in practice. Green Bay was disruptive last year up front on Thanksgiving against the Lions. A lot of pressure, and so bottom line here is, taking care of the football is a massive part of this game. And defensively, Green Bay takes it away. Now, they have 19 takeaways, which is actually a pretty astronomical total for 8 games. Last year, the league leader had 31. So for the season, Green Bay is on pace to pass that, just as far, not plus minus, not turnover margin, but just straight takeaways. Now, a lot of those are interceptions, but that's kind of what they've done. They've got playmaking guys on defense. And so you have to be able to secure the football. Huge point of emphasis this week against this defense. And Goff's decision-making through the air has been pretty much great. I mean,
it's been off the charts great. He hasn't, really put the ball at risk. And if he has found a tight window, he's thrown the ball perfectly. I mean, his accuracy of almost 80% here over the last 4 weeks, it's amazing. And when you look at a quarterback rating, it's a passer efficiency rating. So how efficient has he been? More efficient than any quarterback in NFL history, apparently, over the last 4 games.
Yeah. We've given you that stat the last couple of days, but 83.5% completion percentage. That's the best for a 4-game stretch. 43 points a game, 10 touchdowns, no picks. One of those touchdowns, by the way, was thrown by David Montgomery. And the quarterback rating for Goff is 155. He is on they're on an absolute heater offensively.
Does that also count the touchdown pass from Amon-Ra St. Brown to him?
It might. Was that within the last 4 games? What game was that?
Doesn't matter. I just thought it'd make that.
Then
I don't ever want to shortchange Amon-Ra for the touchdown pass.
Yeah, what game was that? Was that the Seahawk game? That would be included, right? I think it was the Seahawk game. Let me give me a second here. Yeah, that would be included in that. So I don't know if it's a Goff stat. Hold on, let me look up and see if Goff has 10 touchdowns or if it's the team has 10 touchdowns in the last. Nope, it's Goff. Goff alone. So there's 2 more touchdown passes, one by Amon-Ra and one by David Montgomery. So here's the other thing. Well, actually, we're up against it. We'll get to the other thing next.
Ooh. The other thing. Door number 2. Coming up on 97.1 The Ticket.
Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program. Doug Karsch with the congenial Scott Anderson. 248-539-9797.
What?
All right.
I've been called a lot of things, Doug.
Yeah?
A lot of things.
Congenial, not one of them?
Not in a long time.
With the grumpy Scott Anderson. Actually, it's a Friday. You're not grumpy on Fridays.
Not typically.
No, you. This is where he's peak teenage Gator. Like it's a Friday, and he's it just like next level excited.
You want to skip 6th and 7th hour?
It's been a rough school week for him, Doug.
What do you want to do? I don't know. Let's go play hoops somewhere.
Let's go to 7-Eleven, get Slurpees.
Yeah. We just had lunch. So?
Yeah.
We're good. Conies.
Did you hear there's a kegger at Bowers tonight?
I did.
Yeah. All right, so I said the other thing. The other thing I thought was going to be a factor in this game, and I'm not sure it's going to be a factor in this game, is this might be the game when you're going up against a really pretty active defense. I was worried that JMO not being there could hurt him because he has to be accounted for. Safeties roll over to his side. The teams don't want to give up the big play. And so there's a lot of attention goes on trying to eliminate the threat of Jamison Williams, who has now been self-eliminated with the suspension. And this is the last game he'll sit out. And I thought this would be a factor in the game that makes me not excited. But if it's a weather game anyway, and we'll see how bad the weather is, but if it's a weather game anyway, even if JMO was there, would it have mattered as much? I mean, it's harder to complete some of that stuff if it's particularly windy.
It is, but he's involved in the run game too. And he's just a threat out there in the field. So his presence is felt with that offense, whether the ball's in his hands or not.
To be clear, I'd rather have him than not have him. But
yeah, I mean, you're talking about his impact on the game if he's there in a weather game, and I get it, right? You don't expect to be able to have the time to throw the football downfield and him, with footing and all that. But what he does is he keeps them honest.
Yeah.
So they do miss him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to hope that the weather mitigates the loss of him, but I'm not sure that that's necessarily going to be the case.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if it's, let's say the weather it would affect JMO's efficiency. Yep. Does it not do the same thing to
all their receivers?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a menu of guys to choose from. And the belief out of Green Bay is that Jordan Love's going to play in this game.
Well, he's practicing, yeah.
And they do love their backup. They do love him. And I think that's really interesting that the 3 games that he's played a bunch of snaps have all been against AFC South teams, which he saw and scouted and prepared for when he was at Tennessee, Houston, Indy, and who else is in that? Jacksonville. Those are the 3 teams he beaten, and those are the 3 teams that he was in the same division with. And this one clearly is not in the same division. But, I mean, Tucker Kraft, the tight end, legit. Romeo Doubs, legit. Jaden Reed out of the slot, a problem. Christian Watson, a problem. I mean, that's
and then Josh Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs is now he sat out practice. I think yesterday I might have said Aaron Jones, which is just, forgive me, old school Green Bay running back. Josh Jacobs did practice yesterday. He was limited, but he did practice. He's been nursing an injury as well. So, but the Lions have a playmaking secondary. Like, as much as we talk about and praise Green Bay, the Lions have 10 interceptions this year. Now, 5 are from Kirby Joseph and 4 from Brian Branch. And in case you're wondering, the franchise record for interceptions in a season is 12. But they haven't had anybody with 10 interceptions since the late 60s when Lem Barney did it.
I was going to say, Lem did that?
Yeah, he wasn't the record holder. The record holder was some cat I'd never heard of. I can look it up. But yeah, we got a playmaking secondary in Detroit too. And it's cool. When we went through, I remember when we desperately wanted DeAndre Levy on the field because we're like, there's a guy that disrupts the football.
He was so good for a short period of time.
And he couldn't stay on the field, but we were like, that's a defensive playmaker.
Well, he could no longer make love properly.
It's a whole nother story, but yes, thank you for derailing the topic. No, so now we've got multiple defensive playmakers, and the two safeties are chief amongst them. Obviously, Hutch was one of them, but they disrupt the football. They make plays on the football. They come up with turnovers. So they have to be accounted for too. I mean, the pressure thing is what it is. It's all a product of the pass defense, and I'm still reasonably optimistic that the pass defense isn't pathetic because the secondary's better. But I mean, is this one of those games where Jordan Love steps to the line of scrimmage, looks over the defense, and goes, all right, who's Terrion Arnold covering? Not because he's bad, but because he might be the one to pick on for now.
Well, maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, it's kind of like I feel like the corners on this team are all pretty good for the Lions. I like Terrion Arnold maybe the most. I think he's the one who gives you the best chance to defend a pass. Carlton Davis has been very good. Meek Robertson has been picked on a little bit, but he's also come up with some big plays. Everything's going to start up front, though. And to me, it's got to start with DJ Reader and Aleem McNeil. They're going to have to get pressure up the middle because the guys in the ends aren't going to do it. But here's what's going to have to happen. The guys in the ends are going to have to do what they do, and that's keep the integrity of the edge. Because whether it's Jordan Love or Malik Willis, they can both run. And Willis does it way better than Jordan Love. But Jordan Love in college was dynamic as a runner. And in the pros, he hasn't really had to do that too much. But against the Lions, we've seen quarterbacks that can go. They go for big yards. Everybody's in coverage. They trust the front four to go get the pressure, and everybody else goes into coverage. And if they're dropping back, if you get past that defensive line, all of a sudden you've got 15, 20 yards in front of you. So it's going to be imperative that the guys on the edge maintain the edge while they get pressure up the middle. Because I don't see the guys on the outside getting any pressure.
Probably the thing about the Lions that jumps off the page is a league best plus 100 point differential through 7 games.
It's crazy.
It is.
And a lot of it has come in 2 games.
Yeah.
With Tennessee and the Cowboys. Those 2 games alone give you probably close to 100 points.
Yep. And they've been really gaudy offensively, and it's quite a test.
They've been really fun offensively.
They've been fun offensively. And one Packer thinks they're having too much fun. You'll hear what he had to say today at 10:48. 248-539-9797. What's your thought on this game? What's your gut on this game? What is the key to this game, Lions fans?
Well, when you talk about it being a weather game and being outdoors, and I think that, and people like to point out Jared Goff's record on natural grass and how it may not be as good as numbers drop considerably and this and that. Have we not learned over the last couple of years, though, that some of that doesn't matter? Like, it's been... He's had really good games there, too, when it's outside. I will never forget the game at Green Bay, the end of the season from a couple of years ago.
Yep. That means everything to them, nothing to us game.
Yeah, it was just fantastic what they did as a team. And I'm not sure if this is something that needs to be pointed out, because Jared Goff looks like a different quarterback now than what he was 5 years ago. He's just totally different. He's ultra confident. He knows this offense backwards and forwards, and he's got a great team working with him. It's just a different set of circumstances, and it works all in his favor.
It's funny because we've talked about the quarterback reclamation projects and how that might become the new hotness with Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold, and go get a guy and put him in the right situation, and you could find your quarterback that way as opposed to finding your quarterback has to be in the draft. And all that time and all that talk, and we've kind of glossed over that this was a quarterback reclamation project. The second act of Jared Goff's career, I mean, I don't think he was ever a disaster. He didn't bounce around a team to team to team like Darnold and Mayfield. But he was, let's face it, professionally, he was given up for dead. And what have we done with him here? It's one of the greatest repurposings of a player of all time. All right, what's your gut? What's your feel? What's the key to this one? Detroit, 248-539-9797. And we'll get to that soundbite. Are the Lions having too much fun? Well, one player from the Packers seemed to think so. That today at 10:48. Hey, the NBA season. You can make every play, pass, or point mean more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Check out newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. It doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before a game starts or after it's already tipped off. Now, there's a couple things you should be aware of. One is right now, FanDuel. If you go to FanDuel.com/Doug, you have a chance to score $300 in bonus bets with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. I also like the profit boosts, where you can get 30% more on your winnings, like the over last night on rushing yards for C.J. Stroud. That was good, plus 30% more. Worked well for, asking for a friend. And they also have the same game parlay insurance. So if your parlay doesn't come through, hey, guess what? You get your money back in bonus bets to do with it whatever you want. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Friday, everybody. Previewing the Lions and the Packers. College football, we'll get to that a little bit later on. Got some picks. Got Are You Going to Eat That scheduled for 12:30. But, all right, so look, this was sent to us via Twitter, and we looked it up and verified that Xavier McKinney, we have discussed how the Lions like to run trick plays. Ben Johnson likes to run trick plays. He gets asked about them on a regular basis, and he says things like, what do you say? The well is deep. That was his term. The well is deep, right? So now everybody thinks it's all wholesome football fun. Like at the end of the day, people call this offense fun to watch, but to me, it's just about scoring points. You hand it off 60 times and throw it 4 and score, 42 points, 49 points. I'm happy. Not everybody, some people want creativity and reverses and double reverse flea flickers and all
triple
that.
Lindy's.
Yeah, exactly. And we get that. We get our share of triple Lindy's, right?
We do.
All right, this is Xavier McKinney. He was asked about all the trick plays the Lions run, and this is the safety of the Packers. Here's what he said. Detroit tries to embarrass people?
I think you can look at that, and if you were just watching the Cowboys game, do I think the Lions are trying to embarrass the Cowboys? Yes, by way of embarrassing the officiating, I think is what they tried to do. They were trying to make a statement in that game with all the plays involved with offensive linemen. They were trying to. It was a concerted effort, and I don't have a problem with it. Go ahead and do that. You're clowning on the Cowboys anyway. They didn't show up to play, so good. Take them out, and if you can throw it to an extra offensive tackle during the process, go ahead. The rest of the season, we've seen trick plays drawn up. We've seen them all. Now, are those trying to make fun of teams?
Embarrass them?
Embarrass teams? Or are those simply they're plays to try to catch the defense off guard so you have an easy score? Like, it's up to the defense to go ahead and stop that, because what's embarrassing? Calling one of those plays and it not even coming close to working.
Right.
Like, you call this double reverse and it gets hit for a 7-yard loss. That's embarrassing. Now, is it embarrassing as well if some safety sprints all the way up to the line of scrimmage and then leaves somebody that's wide open by 15, 20 yards? Yeah, it's embarrassing too. It's a risky run. But I don't think they go out there to try to embarrass. I think the plan is to try to score. And if it happens to embarrass you along the way, so be it. But that would be on you, not on the line.
As far as the Dallas game plan and trying to get the ball into the end zone in an offensive lineman's hands, I'm not convinced that wasn't just as much of an effort to embarrass the officials for bring attention to how ridiculous what happened last year was in Dallas. But what would be an example of something you think you're trying to embarrass somebody? I guess it's taking deep shots up 4 touchdowns with a minute to go. And now, are they running the entire menu when a game is decided? Maybe they did that in the Dallas game, but I also don't think this is a repeated pattern. I feel like that might have been a one-off.
Well, the Dallas game was, but they're running trick plays in every game, so it's not. Again, I don't think you're trying to embarrass. I think you're trying to find a way to get an edge over a defense that might be showing tendencies where that trick play is going to work. You're trying to score. You're trying to win the game. But to your point, what is embarrassing, or what's deliberately trying to embarrass somebody, is exactly that. Being up by an insurmountable lead. You have an insurmountable lead. There's a minute left, and you're still, if you're running a trick play at that point, then yes. Now maybe if we were to go back in time and look at some of the trick plays that were called, look at them when they were called. Did the Lions run a trick play when they were up by 30 points? Well, then maybe you can make the argument they're trying to embarrass somebody.
Well,
or they're trying to have fun with it. Well, either way, it's not. It could be construed as not a good look, but I don't know if that was the case.
A little bit of this goes back to, so you're the defense. Your job is to stop it.
Yes.
And if you have a vulnerability that gets repeatedly exploited, is that on Ben Johnson to stop calling that play?
Well, is it like, at what point do you call off the dogs, right? In baseball, you bring in a position player to pitch late in the game because your bullpen's exhausted and you need to get unfortunately, if you need to get more than just 3 outs, it can be really a problem because teams don't want to concede the game's over with. And then you've got a mismatch at the plate. Guy mashes the ball off of somebody who's throwing it 60 miles an hour over the heart of the plate because he's just trying to get outs. Some teams get upset by that, but other people just know it's the situation.
Yeah, and then the other thing I'll say, somewhat in defense of Xavier McKinney, who again said that the Lions try and embarrass people, is if I'm in that locker room and I'm looking to well up some sort of extra motivation by making the Lions the bad guy, I guess go for it. You know what? It's not as if, he's in trouble now. He said the Lions trying to embarrass people. It's not. I don't think it's going to end up in the Lions locker room. Now, if Ben Johnson, if they do get up multiple touchdowns this weekend and Ben Johnson calls like 3 straight trick plays, all intended to burn Xavier McKinney.
Well, I would say that's the other side of it, right? What if is Xavier McKinney just trying to goad the Lions into doing this?
I don't know.
I don't know if I want to be running trick plays when it's if it's a quagmire out there.
I doubt he's trying to goad him because I think that's one more thing you have to worry about as a defense. If the offensive play caller likes to do a bunch of different stuff, so it's more things on your plate as a defensive back, as a defensive end, whatever. You just got to keep your eyes peeled for anything, right? And I think that the embarrassing stuff is it's time and place. When Montgomery threw that touchdown pass last week against the Titans, it was the second quarter. So that's, I don't care. At that point, you score 100 in the first half if you can, because there's time left, a whole half left after that. Now, if Ben Johnson calls that, they're up 49-14, and he calls a halfback pass, in the fourth quarter, then, that's kind of like, hey, you're running up the score here. No need for that.
But there'd be obvious plays that if something like that happens, we'd talk about that the following Monday, and we would say, I don't know, but that was kind of, do you do that? I feel like we would have said something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like
I agree with you, Gator. I think that Ben Johnson is just calling plays to score touchdowns. It's hard to score touchdowns in this league. So every time the offense has the ball, their goal is to go down there and score a touchdown by any means necessary. Whether that's a fullback dive, or you have the fullback throw at the Penei Sewell. If it works, if the defense allows you to do it, they call it. I feel they do the same thing with the fourth down and the fake punts and fake field goals. They're just letting the defense dictate what we want to do. Hey, they're giving us the look. I'm going to take it.
Yep.
So
Amen.
That's the same thing with the offense, I think.
And if you look at like the best teams in the NFL, many of them are at the top of the touchdown percentage, red zone scoring touchdown percentage, which, once you're in the red zone, getting points is imperative. And you want to be 100% in terms of getting points, but you really want touchdowns. And the Lions are top 5, I think, in the league in touchdown percentage once they're in the red zone. I looked it up earlier this week. And a lot of really good teams are in the top at the top of the league in touchdown percentage. And some of that stuff has happened. The pass to Goff, the David Montgomery pass, is completing drives.
And I think Dan Campbell and Ben Johnson are kind of ahead of their time a little bit here. Everyone sees these and like, that's a trick play. We don't see that. If you watch around the league, man, the last couple of years, more and more teams are running quote-unquote trick plays. Last night, Joe Mixon threw a pass. He tried to throw a dart, too. It's not like he was trying to a wide-open guy. He's hitting. They're having position players
quarterback,
throw back shoulder throws. You don't do that. So I think it's actually not as uncommon as it used to be, and I think you're going to see the Lions just do it more than others. But I think it's around the league. This is part of the offense now. It's part of the offense.
We have seen more flea flickers in the last month than I think we've seen the last couple of years combined. It just feels that way. I'm sure that's not the case, but
I think it is the case.
Games Scott's watched.
Games I've watched through Red Zone, it seems an awful lot like teams are just trying it. They're dialing it up, and nobody runs it with the success of the Lions.
And more teams are going for it on fourth down, too.
That's for damn sure.
Let's go to Nolan in Rochester. You're on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Nolan.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
The one thing that bothered me the most, and going back to the Dallas game, is when the guy came out and said that the Lions were classless. To me, I understand if there's 2 minutes, a minute left in the game, obviously knee it out if you have touchdowns or whatever. It's not close. But when there's 7 minutes left in the game, 10 minutes left in the game, I don't care if you're still running trick plays and running up the score. This is the NFL. If you can't stop the plays or stop the team, that's on you. Sucks to be you. This isn't 8U baseball or, high school baseball, where if you're up a few runs or touchdowns, you're just going to stop and kind of put in your backups, all that stuff. I totally look at it, run up the score. I don't care if you're up 80 points, 14 points, whatever it is. Run it up until they stop you. And once they start stopping you and, you're comfortable with the lead, then albeit put in your backups. But, it just frustrates me when, people are saying that they're classless or trying to embarrass people. Stop them.
Thank you for the phone call, Nolan. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. Xavier McKinney says the Lions call plays to embarrass people. Do you see that as the case? Also, next hour, former GM said something that got quite a reaction. You will hear it as it pertains to our Lions. That's next hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We go to Dave at Allen Park. What's up, Dave?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All right, Dave. Doing good.
Yeah, I think it's pretty amazing that we've made it to a point in the NFL that teams are talking about us embarrassing them instead of us being embarrassed in the NFL.
Yep. Dave,
we go out there. Go ahead.
Well, you're 100% right. This is all part of still trying to get used to this. And I don't know if I'm ever going to get used to it. Probably after if Detroit, the Lions compete for the Super Bowl the next 3-4 years, I might get used to it. But we're talking about a lifetime of being mocked. Not even sometimes mocked, sometimes so irrelevant that everybody was apathetic towards us. So I hear you, Dave. It's weird to get used to this.
Yeah, I agree. And another thing, I think maybe all these trick plays that we're rolling out there, it's something that they can put in their cap, and the other teams are going to have to think twice before we've seen them do this before. And then it's like, there's just too much for them to comprehend, I think. I think Ben Johnson's on another level with his play calling.
I think he is, and I think Dave Phipp, the special teams guy, is brilliant because that stat that they threw up during the Minnesota game, I think it was, that since Dan Campbell got to Detroit, at the time the Lions were 9 of 11 on fake punts, and the rest of the league was 21 of 39, meaning the Lions ran fake punts way more than everybody else, and their success rate was way better than the league average. And then, of course, they failed the fake punt, and so they're 9 of 12. But is that trying to embarrass you, or would every team on the planet love to extend a drive with a fake punt that works?
Right, exactly. Yeah. That's all I had. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a great day.
You too. Thanks for listening. Whitmer writes in, there is no mercy in the NFL. This isn't college. There is no mercy in the NFL. Is this Little League? Writes an unnamed texter.
Oh, boy.
This is your job. Are we joking? I'm glad we're the embarrasser, not the embarrassed. Keith writes in, there's no running up the score in the NFL. It's not like it's Ohio State against Youngstown State with a huge talent differential. Score as much as you can. Christoph in Fenton writes in, these are, quote, we're really good at football, end quote, problems.
We are really good at football. It's fun to say that. It's fun to be proud of the team that plays professional football in this town again.
Yep.
It's been a long time since we've been like that. I think they made the playoffs in the 90s with the Barry years. It was something like 6 out of 9 years they made the playoffs. And that was a real fun run. Unfortunately, it was only one postseason where they really went anywhere. The other ones ended with each game because they, as we know, they had only won one playoff game since 1957 up until last year. But this team is so much fun. Like, we haven't had back-to-back confident years like we're having right now.
Wow.
We knew last year was going to be a good football team, and then this year they're just backing up. We know they're a good football team, and now we're kind of chesty about it. They're doing the right things. They're signing players to extensions that are coming up. We feel like there is a definite foundation for this team for years to come, that this window isn't just open for the next 30 minutes. Like, this could be open for a while, and hopefully it is. This is exciting times to be a Lions fan.
Well, you know what the other thing this might be a sign of, too? And it's only a matter of time before it becomes a prevailing thought. Let's face it. Right now, like, we had that guy called the Lions fan call from New York earlier this week. And obviously the New York teams aren't very good. And I said to him, the guy's a lifelong Lions fan living in New York. I said, what do your New York friends say about it? And the New York friends, his New York friend said, you guys deserve this. You're a fun team to watch. We got a call from D.C. the other day. Same thing. We get people around the country that right now the Lions to the rest of the country has been a fun story. I don't know if just one player saying it means this. It also could be the sign that worm is starting to turn. If a team has a ton of success, there's almost no way that you keep that status as a fun story that actually everybody isn't against. Like if the Lions won a Super Bowl, it would be, I think there's still people around the league to be like, well, good for them. Let's face it, that fan base. But that McKinney soundbite saying the Lions trying to embarrass people, it might be infectious in Green Bay, where we are no longer like the cute story that people can get behind and root for. Kind of the way I feel about the Washington Commanders right now. Like the Commanders, even though they might become a real rival in the NFC here this year, but it might be a sign that storyline where we're a team that people don't hate might be coming to an end.
I think you have to win it though. Like I think they haven't gotten there yet.
No,
I think with the Chiefs, I think you see people are starting to turn on the Chiefs a little bit. They've won a lot. Now they find certain things annoying. The Mahomes family or whatever, or Kelsey, the whole Taylor Swift issue.
What do you mean?
Yeah, she's some kind of singer. I don't know. But the Lions, I think that until they actually win it, I don't think we're gonna people are still like that. You said it. The fan base has been through so much. The country knows we've been beaten down, and Dan Campbell's such a likable guy right now.
Yep.
I think we're still lovable.
It has a shelf life.
Yes, of course.
And I don't, like I said, I don't know that just because McKinney has come out and said they try to embarrass people means that worm might be starting to turn here a little bit. But
yeah, I hear what you're saying, King, and I think you do have to win, and I think you have to win a lot to be that way, and it's winning championships. Because even though so many people are starting to turn on the Chiefs, and there's reason to because the things you mentioned. But then when you're talking with Campbell and that, Andy Reid is still fun. Like Andy Reid, I think we're all still going to remember Andy Reid in the punt, pass, and kick, looking like he's 10 feet tall against 2-year-olds.
That was funny.
Or Andy Reid reaching across to grab the nuggies and have them in a restaurant with Patrick Mahomes. But it is starting to slowly erode the other way for the Chiefs. I hope it's a long way from the Lions, but the Lions need to do their share in order to get people to hate them.
Kang's right though. The Lions haven't accomplished squat yet. I mean, it's cool. It's cool some of the stuff that they're doing, but if the Lions do happen to get to the Super Bowl and face the Chiefs, I feel like the country will be on our side for now. Now, maybe not in Green Bay. Maybe if the Lions go out and have the audacity to run a few trick plays on Sunday and they work. Heaven forbid we stoop to that low.
I mean, we all want to see Penei Sewell one-on-one with McKinney, right? In the open field.
The open field?
Yes.
Toss sweep, Penei Sewell.
Flatten them.
Student body.
Sorry,
right.
not sorry.
Yeah. Taylor Decker out on front. Sewell with the ball in his hands. I mean, there's no doubt that right now, it's 100% certainty that Sewell will be a part of a trick play.
Well, Ben Johnson said it again this week. We have a lot of guys that can throw the ball.
When he made that comment, I started to laugh. He said it with this wry smile. It was funny.
There was a while when John L. Smith took over at Michigan State. They were like, I don't know how many games in a row or how many games in the season. It felt like there was a different guy each week, a different wide receiver that was throwing passes because they all had a background of being high school quarterbacks. But there were literally like 4 guys, the 4 different wide receivers that threw passes in games. And it was like, how much more are you going to do this? How many more guys can throw? But with the Lions, isn't it like, okay, let's see Penei Sewell throw it once and then let's move on. Like, I kind of want to see it.
Yeah. Well, I don't want him to start creating an offense around it.
Well, no. And you want to see it at the right time, too. But it's like, it's one of those things, it's such a guilty pleasure. And do you unveil that a couple of years from now, or is this something you want to see now? Everyone wants to see the big guy throw a football.
Yep. All right, so an NFL GM talked about a trade proposal for the Lions. It's a go big or go home move that many of you have called for. Make them an offer they can't refuse. We'll play it for you today at 11:18 because I think it would fetch. If they did this, I absolutely think that they would get the player they want. You'll hear it coming up at 11:20. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, when you and your friends are talking about where to watch the big game, there's no better place than 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. They've got the best food, it's an amazing atmosphere, and they have great specials. Plus, the best wings in town. How about drink specials like this? $3.75, 20-ounce drafts and Miller Lite for all Detroit football games and all Sunday games for that matter, all day, every day. They bring in the Sunday tickets. You want to go watch all the games on Sunday? They've got them all on different TVs out there, and the TVs are fantastic. Flat screen, high-definition TVs all over the place. And for Detroit versus Green Bay on Sunday at 4:25, they also have $4 Honolulu Blue shots, $5 hot dog combo, a $6 brat combo, and new Monday Night Football game specials, only $10 for a burger and a beer. Specials during the Michigan and Michigan State football games. Those are great as well. And look, they got you covered for hockey and for basketball too. For hockey, you get $4 drafts of, or should say $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light. And Friday, November 15th, you can watch the Tyson and Paul fight at 24 seconds. There's no cover for that. What? That's right. And if you want to save the hassle of parking and driving to the Detroit football games and when they're at home, hop on the 24-second shuttle. You can have a drink on the way to the game, and it's only $40 round trip, and you save all the hassles and the nightmares of having to find parking and all the timing and all that. 24 Seconds is also open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays, and if you're having a party, book yours right now. And if you're looking for a great place to work, 24 is hiring cooks as well. Every seat's a great seat. Service is amazing. Food's great. Check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Got the Birchie Kid today at 12:30 inside Allen Park. The latest of what's being said before this huge matchup between the Lions and the Packers. We'll move around the. Are you going to eat that sometime in the second half of the show? All right. So look, we get calls that all the time about trades, and I think that probably the two extremes we get are the people that want an elite player for, Hendon Hooker and a second-round pick. Oh, the Raiders need a quarterback. Give them Hendon Hooker and a second-round pick for Max Crosby. So this is people that want to buy a Range Rover, a brand new Range Rover for the price of a used Chrysler Pacifica right there. That's what I want to underpay and get the elite player. I think we get those calls. And then we get these calls. The calls that people say, just get them. Make them an offer they can't refuse, right?
Get them at all costs.
Yep. And we've probably got quite, I would say, more of those lately. Get Max Crosby at all costs. Make them an offer they can't refuse. Get Myles Garrett. Make them an offer they can't refuse. So this morning on Get Up, Mike Tannenbaum, former Jet GM, was talking about, and he's been on this. We had the soundbite of him saying, call up the Browns, say, I want Myles Garrett. Here's a blank sheet of paper. Write down what you want. Today, basically, he wrote down what Cleveland would want.
Okay.
Yep. So here we go. This is this morning. Mike Tannenbaum. There's a cast on there, and you'll hear the reaction.
Well, the segment's called. Can you tell me what the segment's called? What the question was?
Is the segment called Who Says No?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So here's his Who Says No offer from Detroit to Cleveland for an elite edge guy, Myles Garrett.
I'm sorry, say that again.
3 first-round picks, Jahmyr Gibbs, and a second-round pick. Okay. That would get it done. There's your make him an offer you can't refuse.
That would be an offer Cleveland wouldn't be able to refuse. Yes.
So
I would think.
When the people have called up and said, make them an offer you can't refuse, that's what you'd be willing to do. Let's be right. Isn't that
that crowd?
3 first-round picks, Jahmyr Gibbs, and a second-round pick. I don't think Cleveland could refuse that. And there you go. So if you have had in your head, you make them an offer they can't refuse, you're cool with this.
Right?
Right?
Or are you going to back off your stance?
And that's where
you got to be honest with yourself.
You got to be honest with yourself. We've taken these calls because
we fielded a bunch of these calls.
I feel like
texts.
I feel like the make an offer you can't refuse people think that this is easy. Think that's the easy part. You're trying to win a Super Bowl now. And of course they're trying to win a Super Bowl now. And yes, Myles Garrett would help. But there it is on paper. Now we have an offer they can't refuse as proposed by Mike Tannenbaum.
I think that crowd is kind of like,
well, not that.
They're like, oh, 3 first-round pick. Yep, a second-round pick. Okay, yeah, I got it. And Jahmyr Gibbs, nope. Well, that's too much. Well, wait a minute. You said at all costs.
You said an offer they can't refuse.
Now, would you make that trade, Doug?
No.
Kang, would you make that trade?
Absolutely not.
I would not make that trade. But none of us are in that group of do it at all costs.
Do it at all costs. We
Because
never have been.
There you go. How's that cost? How you like them apples? Not so much.
So I'm intrigued. If you are still a make them an offer they can't refuse guy.
I mean, that is one where if you were to pull off a trade like that, you better be damn sure you're winning the Super Bowl. Because you would have disrupted your offense and a major part of your offense, and mortgaging the future for the team as well with the 3 first-round picks and the second-round pick.
Well, look, I mean, some of the guys on the desk were giggling because
they know that's ridiculous.
They know it's ridiculous, but we talk about the guardrails of reality, and sometimes we probably do crash. We cross the yellow line and crash through the guardrails. But in trying to keep this as realistic as possible, I always say put yourself as a fan of the other team. As a fan of the other team, some of the trade proposals people have offered, I'd say no to that if I were a Cleveland fan. I'd say no to that if I were a Cleveland fan. It's hard to do because you don't know their team as well, and you don't know a lot. But most of the time, there's a lot of under offer, like people don't offer enough. And then, the Tannenbaum, give him a blank sheet yesterday. Some of the reaction we saw out of Cleveland was, no, we're not doing anything for Myles Garrett. But this, and maybe that's why he went over the top, is because he said blank sheet and Cleveland people were still giving him feedback that said no. So he said, all right, screw you. Here, say no to this. Say no to this.
Well, I think we as Lions fans, when it comes to the trade deadline, and when it comes to Sunday specifically, I think we're rooting for the AFC West. Because the Chargers take on the Browns at Cleveland. And if you want any shot at if Myles Garrett is if he's gettable or not, that if they lose that game, then that makes him more gettable.
Well, and it's Zadarius Smith too,
Smith
right? Yeah.
Seems like that's the realistic guy that they could part with, and that's why you want the Browns to lose. The downside of that is if the Chargers win that game, then Khalil Mack is probably no way. It's not going to happen. The other AFC West team you're rooting for is one that makes you a little uncomfortable with the Raiders. They're not trading Max Crosby. They've gone out on record several times and say that it's the owner that has gone out there twice and said he's not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
They're taking on the Bengals. If the Bengals drop to 3-6 after this week, then you'd have to imagine that Trey Hendrickson is up to the highest bidder on the trade market because of his stance going into the season. It's kind of like a Hassan. It's not the exact same situation with Hassan Reddick because he's been playing the entire year, where Reddick just returned 2 weeks ago. But that's the type of player that you're going to want. So it's the AFC West you're rooting for. You're rooting for the Raiders and you're rooting for the Chargers, both teams to beat Ohio, which may not be all that tough for Lions fans to root for anyway.
Yeah.
Root against Ohio.
Well, look, as it stands right now, on paper, there's an offer they can't refuse. Would you do it? Would you do it? It's basically saying David Montgomery can handle the load at running back. We'd see more of I'm assuming
Vaki and
Reynolds.
Hang out your guy.
Yeah, the truth's gonna have to wait till next year. Doesn't work good right now, but he keeps performing on special teams. He'll be fine.
Yeah. You don't need the picks, right? F them picks. F them picks.
Yeah, but not them players.
And now you've got
were the Rams
Myles
getting rid
Garrett
of players while they were doing their trades?
So I mean, seriously, would anybody do that? 248-539-9797 and text to the same number if you just want to say no. Because you always want to test the boundaries of what that means.
Well, this is
testing the boundaries of what that means. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. Also, coming up next hour, Inside Allen Park, the latest. Dan Campbell meeting with the media right now. There's some practice walkthrough stuff. Big game this weekend, Lions and Packers. It's Carson Anderson. Just a reminder that you can stream the show using the Odyssey app anywhere in the United States. AUDACY. You're going to be out of town when if you're going to be out of town when the Lions make that big move, you're going to wish you had it, so you may as well download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Listen to this show and all the shows. Same thing through our website, 971theticket.com. Stream with video by going to twitch.tv, sign up there, log in. You can participate in the streaming chat, or you can just watch the show without signing up. Same thing, youtube.com. There we are. Watch the program, and they got a streaming chat as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket, responding to the Mike Tannenbaum trade proposal he had this morning on Get Up, that the Lions moved 3 first-round picks, a second-round pick, and Jahmyr Gibbs for Myles Garrett. And look, we sit here and we take calls and people say, make an offer they can't refuse. There's an offer they can't refuse. Would you do it? 248-539-9797. Let's go to John. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, John.
Hello, fellas. How are you?
What's up?
All right, John.
Hey, I can only say this. I mean, to the Mike Tannenbaums of the world. I mean, I guess the goal of Get Up and people like Tannenbaum is to just put something so ludicrous out in the atmosphere that people are compelled to respond. Which I guess it worked, because I would bet, as a lifelong 60-year-old Detroit Lions fan, that most of us would balk at even a straight-up Jahmyr Gibbs for Myles Garrett trade, let alone 3 additional picks. This has turned into an offensive league over the last 5 to 10 years. And Jahmyr Gibbs is one of the most dynamic offensive players in the league, and he's very young. As a fan, I would not trade Jahmyr Gibbs straight up for Myles Garrett. I wouldn't trade, if you took Garrett out of it or took Gibbs out of it, I wouldn't trade 3 firsts for Garrett, especially when there are other difference makers out there. But to contemplate a trade which includes Jahmyr Gibbs, I think is completely off the table.
Can I ask you a question, John? Were you ever in the make them an offer they can't refuse camp?
No. I mean,
okay.
It's silly.
Well, then yeah. It's
silly.
It sounds bold when you say it. Right? It sounds
Make
bold.
a statement like at all costs.
Yeah, and there's the guys, we've never been to a Super Bowl. And this is what I talked about yesterday. You don't want your GM acting with the desperation of 60 years. You want them acting with the motivation of year 4. Because it's desperation of 60 years, you start doing really desperate things. And this feels like an example of it. Like, God bless Tannenbaum, but no, I don't know anybody would do this.
I think if you polled, your listeners, what would be interesting is to say, okay, if a trade included Jahmyr Gibbs, how far would you go in addition to that in terms of picks? And I don't think you would even get to Jahmyr and a single first-round pick. You might get to Jahmyr and a second or a third or something. But even that, I think, would be outrageous because, again, this is an offensive league, and he is one of the most dynamic players in the league. And I just can't imagine giving him up for just about anybody.
I hear you, and it's an offensive league, like you said. I've changed my mind on that 4 or 5 years ago and have stuck with it. And yeah, I mean, now. If anybody would say, yeah, like we got a feedback here, let me read it. I would 100% make this trade. Garrett is one of the 5 best players in the league and is a necessity. Gibbs is okay and a luxury, but you don't need 2 running backs.
Wow. I think the Tannenbaum proposal is too much, and I would also disagree with John the caller. If they wanted just Jahmyr Gibbs straight up for Myles Garrett, I would trade that straight up 10 times out of 10. I love Jahmyr Gibbs.
He's making me think, though. I would have thought the same thing, but he is making me think. Like, it is an offensive league. Yep. You don't want to give away from the core. You're 1 injury away from having, a backfield of Reynolds and Vaki.
Yeah, well, I think you're thinking short term for this year as opposed to longer term. With what it looks like years down the road, and because if you had, look, I don't know if he's even worth mentioning because it was just a comment that he said, but suffice it to say, I would do it if it was straight up 1 for 1, but that's not at all what he proposed. No, that's 3 first to second, and Jahmyr Gibbs is a far cry for just Jahmyr Gibbs for Myles Garrett. Matt, you're next. Hi, Matt.
Hey guys, got a question for you.
Sure.
I'm thinking we'd do just about anything, right? We'd make that trade if we could be guaranteed to win the Super Bowl, right? Everybody agrees on that.
If you were guaranteed to win a Super Bowl, yeah. If you got the impossible guarantee, yes.
Would you still make that? Would you make that trade if you could be guaranteed to get there to that game?
No.
Yep.
I would not. And here's why. I think the team last year was good enough to get there, and some extreme and unlikely circumstance contributed to them not getting there. And I think this year's team is better. So I don't want to make that trade when I already think they're good enough just to get there.
What if you could sweeten it up a little bit more and guarantee Hutch would be there too?
What do you mean, guarantee?
That Hutchinson would be healthy enough to
Knowing
play
that
in the
he'd
Super
be
Bowl.
back with you. So you're making that trade almost putting yourself in the best possible situation that you're probably going to win that game.
So you make the trade
Making
and
history.
you think that the timeline medically has Hutch playing in the Super Bowl. I still probably wouldn't do it because I think as much as the Hutch thing playing in the Super Bowl, which is a great problem to have if we are worried about who is healthy for the Super Bowl, I don't know that you get peak Hutch. You get just off injury Hutch.
I don't know if we want to do the hypothetical thing. I mean, that gets a little crazy down the road. Let's just kind of stay within the restraints of what we're working with here.
Yeah, which is a Tannenbaum proposal.
Yeah.
From Will, there's a difference between making an offer you can't refuse and pure stupidity. Unnamed texter said, everyone said F them picks. No one said give them part of our core, but you go ahead and spin your narrative. Ooh, that's some hostility. No, we got more calls that said make them an offer they can't refuse. We had some that said F them picks, but most calls said make them an offer they can't refuse, and that's what we're going with. But hey, thanks for listening. Let's go to Nate in Dearborn. Hi, Nate.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
I'm in the same camp of that's a wild trade. I would never do that. That's almost as crazy as Mike Greenberg saying in the offseason that the Lions missed their Super Bowl window and Green Bay's coming. That's a horrible trade. I understand what it's a trade they can't refuse, but no. I mean, take St. Brown while you're at it, too.
Right, yeah, and Scooble.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I hear you. No, I hear you. It's, but again, this is neither Gator or I have ever been in an offer they can't refuse camp.
No.
In part because there's been a lot of Brad Holmes. They haven't all hit. That's why I kind of hope he does two things here, gets a couple of guys, because he's made understated moves that have over-delivered. Josh Reynolds over-delivered. When you get a guy off the street who becomes an important player for you, I think you're doing a hell of a job. I think Tim Patrick's on his way to over-delivering. And over-delivers are Kirby Joseph. Like, they're players that the resource used, their production far exceeds the resource used to get them.
Malcolm Rodriguez.
Yeah, that's why I imagine that they're going to make a move, maybe even two, that help them with players that will over-deliver. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike in Detroit. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mike.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
We're good, thank you.
Man, listen, I never thought I would wake up and turn on my favorite channel and hear anything as ridiculous as making an offer they can't refuse. I mean, come on, fellas. This is not The Godfather, man. We're not talking about Al Pacino or Marlon Brando, even James Caan. We talking about one of the most dynamic running backs, young running backs in the league right now. We're trying to get to the Super Bowl. What are we doing here? I mean, you lead a gun and you take the cannolis. Let's go.
A man likes The Godfather.
Yeah, you do. You got a lot of Godfather. Even I got those.
Look how they messed with my boy.
Yeah, Mike.
I mean, what is this, man? Come on now.
Well, this is something we've heard for the last couple of weeks,
yeah.
and now we have somebody actually
are you
doing
guys
it.
on the same page with this, or
no, God, no. We never were.
Okay.
But when Tannenbaum threw this out there this morning, I started to laugh out loud because I'm like, okay, first of all, I think this is ridiculous, but secondly, this is an offer that Cleveland wouldn't be able to refuse. 248-539-9797. Keith is next on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Keith.
Hey, guys. How you going?
All right,
Keith.
So I wanted to play off your scenario that you threw out there, Doug, about looking at it from the other fan base's viewpoint.
Yeah.
So say you flip the records with the Lions and the Raiders, and Crosby is the one who went down with a broken leg, and they were calling us for Hutch. Would you give up Hutchinson for 3 first rounds and say Adams was still on the Raiders because, they wouldn't have moved him yet? Or would you give up Hutch for Nick Chubb and 3 first-round picks?
So we're saying the Lions suck, and
say the Lions
somebody
are 2
comes calling for
2-5.
Hutch.
Right. And Crosby or Garrett go down with a broken leg, and they're calling
And they're
us for
calling and
Hutch.
asking for 3 firsts, a second, and
So would you give up Hutchinson for 3 first rounds and Nick Chubb
and a second?
and a second?
Yeah, I would.
Well, that changes my mind.
Well, that's what the offer was. Yeah, I'd do it.
Right.
Yeah.
So you give up Hutch?
Yeah, if we sucked, yeah. Would you not?
Yeah. I don't know if I would.
Gator, would you do it?
Well, I mean, that would tell me that the Lions are in dire straits like Cleveland is. I mean, Cleveland doesn't have a whole lot of players in the core. Lions have a core group, so it's not apples to apples. You know, like
If we had a
Lions,
super cumbersome contract for a quarterback that's underperforming, I mean, if all things were apples to apples, yeah, I'd do it because we're rebuilding.
exactly. If they were apples to apples, I would absolutely do that, but they're not.
248-539-9797. We go inside Allen Park at 12:30 with the Birchie Kid here on 97.1 The Ticket. Every Friday, FanDuel is giving all customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. First bets let you get on the action from the opening tip. You can bet on things like who will score the first basket, which team will be the first 215 points, and so much more. And best of all, you don't have to wait the whole game to see if you won. Just look for Friday firsts in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to claim your Friday first profit boost. Make every moment mean more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Maximum wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. outside of the standard college football out-of-body experience, which can happen in the collegiate game, to win that game, Michigan needs a fast start. They did not get a fast start against Texas. Texas went right down the field, 13-play drive, missed a field goal, and then went touchdown, field goal, touchdown to wrap up the first half and led 24-3 at the half. It really kind of sucked the wind out of the building. But they also need the defensive line to be the best version of themselves. Have to play as clean as they can possibly play, and they probably need Oregon to help. Now, could the travel 2 trips to the Midwest in 3 weeks matter? It can. Is that going to be enough? Don't know. I do see a path to victory for the Wolverines, Gator. I know you don't. Indiana and Michigan State. I expect Indiana to have an adrenaline dump with all the attention on game day being there last week. I think the Spartans can keep this one close. I mean, I guess they're also prone to an adrenaline dump as well, coming off the Michigan State game. But, I think the Spartans can give people problems. And Indiana, we'll see if Rourke plays. He did practice this week, their quarterback.
They say he's starting. Signetti said he's starting.
Did he come out? Okay, he's been named the starter. So, Indiana's done some real good stuff, most of it at home.
Well, I'll start with Michigan first. Me not seeing a path for victory for them is because I don't see how they score. They don't have an offense. Michigan's offense is pathetic. And Oregon might be the best defense they've faced this year outside of Texas. Maybe they're better than Texas defensively. I don't really know. I think Oregon's a really good football team, and they can get you offensively by running the football or by passing the football. And Michigan has been a little susceptible last couple of weeks to giving up yards on the ground, whereas early in the season they were not. So I think it's really tough to see a path for them to win. So I don't see one, other than just complete self-implosion by Oregon. Like if Oregon starts throwing pick sixes and turning the ball over, then there's a path, I guess, but it would have to be complete self-destruction.
They're going to have to create some turnovers, win the turnover battle, which they hadn't done until last week. They had done it, but last week was
it was a one turnover.
I'd take any win.
And it was quite costly because it happened at the end of the first half when it looked like they were going to go into Michigan State was going to go into halftime with a 7-6 lead. But that's not how it worked out. Michigan State against Indiana. Indiana has not played anybody yet on the schedule this year. They're 8-0, and I'm not taking that away from them. And I'm actually, aside from this weekend, I'm kind of rooting for Indiana. I love the story. Brand new coach, turns the program around, and this team believes in themselves. They win the game last week with a backup quarterback. And I don't see it, the adrenaline dump that you did. I know they were honoring some people last week and having game day and all that was fun for them. But I think the adrenaline dump happens if they played at home again. They're not. They're on the road. They know they're going to hostile territory, and they know that they're taking on a Spartan team that's not happy about what happened at Michigan. I don't see Michigan State letting up. I think Michigan State's kind of galvanized this week that, okay, Michigan game's over with. We're pissed about it. We got an undefeated Indiana coming into town. We can get back to righting the ship here if they come out with a win and a good effort. But to do that, it's the same recipe each week. Don't turn the ball over, which is hard for Michigan State to do, and specifically it's the quarterback, Aiden Childs. Please don't turn the ball over. Build off of some of the things you did. They abandoned some things against Michigan early. Early in the game, Michigan State was running the ball so effectively, and Aiden Childs was also running the ball. I felt like in the second half they went away from that, at least from Childs' standpoint. He wasn't running the ball, and they tried to throw, and they just didn't have time to throw. And if he doesn't have time to throw, then it becomes inaccurate. If they can stop a pass rush from Indiana and they keep them off balance because they're able to run the ball, which Michigan State has been able to run it for 2 weeks now, which is good news. State's got a really good chance of upsetting Indiana.
Yeah, I wonder, Michigan made some adjustments, I know, in talking to their staff against Michigan State. If Indiana sees anything there that they open the game with to try and put Childs in conflict that way. But, yeah, I think both teams have a path to victory, but it should be an interesting weekend. I wish that both games weren't at the same time, although I am excited for Penn State and Ohio State at noon. That one's interesting. Let's get back to your open line calls. We're going to Tim on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you guys doing? Love the show.
Thank you.
I didn't even want to call him, but I had to because this is the stupidest thing. I just left the lady's house. I do HVAC work. I just left the lady's house who couldn't understand for the life of her why her furnace would not run and she has no power to her house. And I had to explain this to her for 20 minutes, and I still don't think she understands.
So wait a
and
sec.
She's still more intelligent than the things coming out of Mike Tannenbaum's mouth. There's a reason he's not a GM anymore, and that right there is why. That will not get him a new job anytime soon. That's the dumbest thing. This is the stupidest thing I've heard in like at least 3 months from anybody on earth.
Oh, that's a strong statement because I don't know if you've been paying attention to what's going on in the country. But I will ask you a question, Tim. Have you ever been in the make him an offer they can't refuse camp?
No.
Okay.
We're just a little bit off right now. We're not like life-changing away from the Super Bowl. Like we don't need to. I would love to get one of those guys, of course. But everybody knows we want those guys. Every team knows we want those guys. So they're going to ask us an arm and a leg. It's going to cost us too much in the long run. It sucks that Hutch went down, but we shouldn't panic and just go get somebody to try to fill Hutch's spot right now when nobody's going to fill Hutch's spot. Nobody's going to fill that guy's spot.
Tim, thank you for the phone call. Team. So wait, the woman had no power to the house and didn't understand why her furnace would.
She would not. She's like, my furnace runs off gas. I'm like, lady, I'm telling you, your furnace needs power to start. Like, I don't know how to explain this to you. And I'm telling you that right there, I got in the car, I was like, oh my God, I just heard something stupid on the radio.
Tim, thanks.
That Mike Tannenbaum trade proposal is the reason why, like, your average fan thinks he could do that job. Because if he can come up with that, I can come up with crazy trade proposals too.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, I could do that.
Sure.
This is Madden, right?
Can I come up with a little bit less crazy? Then it must seem like it's more probable, and people will appreciate that. 2 first-round picks, Jahmyr Gibbs in the second round. How's that? Is that get it done?
Let's go to Roy. You're next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Roy.
Good morning, guys. Happy All Saints Day, except for the New Orleans kind.
Is today All Saints Day? Is that day after Halloween? Okay, thank you. All right.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I call it Reese Cup Hoarding Day, but that's another thing. In regards to trading, there's a reason there's no such word as favoriter. They're still the favorite in the NFC to go to the Super Bowl, if not to win the whole thing. Should they get somebody in regards to making your next man up, whoever comes in to replace somebody, take a breath or whatever? Yes, but that entails a second tier or a really good young first tier that shows a lot of promise. Someone that's got fresh legs and big and, just got quick feet or whatever. Cleveland Browns thing is not going to happen because, unfortunately, what the Browns need, we're not getting rid of. They need a quarterback. Goff's going nowhere. They need somebody that can hold on to the ball. St. Brown and everyone else is not going anywhere. As a Raiders fan who loves the Lions as well, that Eastern Michigan tie with Max Crosby, my team is going nowhere quick, and we can always get somebody else that can pass rush, not as good as Max Crosby, but we're about 14 players away from even having an offense in Las Vegas. So I think if they're going to dig in, and don't give away a Jahmyr Gibbs, you have too many assets that you can bundle something that the Raiders need. A head coach. Oh, no, wait. No,
but the Raiders don't want to trade.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
They don't want to trade. They don't want to trade Max Crosby. The owner he said twice now that he's not trading Max Crosby.
Well, now they have somebody who has 7 Super Bowl championships that wants to make a lot of money just for that reason, that has a new perspective.
Yeah, but he's a minority owner. It's still, Mark Davis is still
he's
the guy.
referencing Tom Brady as part of the Raiders ownership now. People don't know.
Yeah, he's gonna be in charge of drafting a quarterback. So that's not a minority owner. That's a minority financial stake. He's there for his mind, not for his money. So I really think Max Crosby can be taken this season.
So would you trade Max Crosby for 3 first-round picks, a second, and Jahmyr Gibbs?
I wouldn't trade Jahmyr Gibbs.
I'm talking about, would you do it if you were the Raiders? And you said you're a Raiders fan.
right now, an extra value meal with fresh legs sounds good in Vegas. There's so many things they need that they would accept just about anything of quality.
All right, thank you.
I think the answer is yes. He would take
the reason this came up is because Mike Tannenbaum suggested to get Myles Garrett, Lions go 3 first, a second, and Jahmyr Gibbs, and I just. That's who says no.
So it's not a statement of fact. What they were asking. Let's make some trade proposals. Is that what the
yes?
No, it wasn't even that. It was who says no. I don't think you understood the question.
What was the question?
Who says no? And then you come up with a trade proposal where both teams would agree to it.
That's what he came up with.
Everyone from the Lions side says no.
So you think that's an everybody wins? Look, all right. If you're trying to look at this as objectively as possible. If the Lions were to give up, and because this is talking really about this year, I think, well, it's this year and next year. But if the Lions were to trade effectively Jahmyr Gibbs for Myles Garrett, and then you're giving up them picks, do the Lions have a better chance of winning the Super Bowl? I mean, you could argue yes because they need help on the defense, not on the offense. But you would be discounting how good the offense is right now. Yep. You know, how much of a hit would the offense take? Could they absorb that hit? I think it's a ridiculous trade because you're attaching 3 first-round picks and a second-round pick in addition to Jahmyr Gibbs. And I don't think this is anything the Lions will be looking at.
I think almost all offer you can't refuse is start to walk into ridiculousness. But yeah. All right, 12:30, we go inside Allen Park with the Birch Kid. Are you going to eat that? Coming up, picks at 140, 97.1 the ticket. Some interesting stuff from Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn. Coming up shortly, you'll hear what he says. If they did make a trade for a Rudgesher, as Gator once said on this show.
Thank you.
Yep. If they do get a new Rudgesher, how quickly could that Rudgesher be in a game playing for them? Hear what Aaron Glenn had to say today at 12:09. And we'll have more from the defensive coordinator in the 1 o'clock hour. Ben Johnson as well. Did we get the Fipper or was he too long, Kang? Did you cut it down?
I cut it down.
I found look, we go through and we listen to all the press conferences and we pull stuff that we think might be interesting for our audience. And I want to give the Fipper some love this week because special teams were so damn good last
Amazing.
Sunday. So I found this cut and Kang said, dude, this cut's like 4 minutes long.
Oh. Fipper got after it?
Fipper was going.
Was chatty? Nobody pulled the string? No. Or cut the string?
But good for him. I mean, the funny thing was he said at the beginning, and I understand where he's coming from. Did you see when he got presented the game ball post game?
I did.
All that locker room video. He looked uncomfortable. And then he said, yeah, I don't really like being the center of attention. I just like being over here and doing my job.
He was talking loud, though.
What, in the locker room?
Yeah.
Yes.
He was fired up, as he should have been. What a performance in special teams.
Dude. I mean, special teams they always talk about 3 phases. We don't talk about the special teams enough. Special teams have been great. Now, outdoor, grass, rain, wind, that's fight them to a neutral stance. If the special teams battle is neutral, I think I will take that. I'm used to the special teams. What do they call Jack Fox? Field position optimization specialist. But this is, no big mistakes on special teams if the conditions suck. All right, 248-539-9797. DJ in Detroit. What's up, DJ?
What's happening, dog? You all right?
Yeah, we're good. Oh, wait. This is DJ that went to Istanbul, correct?
Absolutely. It's your dog. Absolutely.
How's it coming in?
Yeah, how's it looking?
Oh man, I wake up feeling great, fantastic every morning because I wake up to a hairline. It's actually like a modern marvel. It's amazing. Like I have hair. Seriously, I have hair in places that I haven't had hair in over 20 years. Literally, it's growing. So I wake up amazing to a hairline. It's crazy.
How much longer before it's at the level, the height that you really want it to be?
So the way it works is when they first transplant the hair from your donor area to the front area, it starts to actually like grow within a week or two, but then the hair goes into shock and then it dies for like a 2-month period. And then from 3 months to a year is where it grows back fully. And that's when you start looking like Mayweather and Deion, where you got a whole head of hair again.
So you got to wait a little bit here, but you're encouraged by the whole process.
Absolutely, because I got friends and buddies and female friends. They're like, dude, we can see it. You got a hairline. Like they tell me this all the time, but you literally can see my hairline. You can see it.
So how big are you gonna go? How big are you gonna go with the fro?
Oh no! Hey dog, I ain't going no afro.
Come on, man.
No,
Isn't that
I'm
the point?
No, dog. I'm going straight low. Just real low, because I'm getting older, man. I'm 45. I'll be 46 years old. So I'm just going to wear the low cut with the straight hairline straight across.
I got you.
You know, I'm going to keep it low. But the thing is, guys, so when I was young and dumb. My mom used to always tell me, like, 'cause I was a huge Charles Barkley and Chris Webber fan because I played basketball. So I would cut my hair bald all the time as a teenager and a kid because of those two guys. My mom used to be like, you got them cowlicks like my daddy. You going to be bald. I'm like, what? I had no clue what she was talking about. Like, what? Huh? I got in my 20s and wanted to grow my hair, and then found out that now I can't even grow it, and I've been wearing the bald all them years. That's what happened.
Well, these guys are encouraging me to make the trip to Istanbul, but I asked my wife, I said, do you want me to do this? And she said, nope, so I can save a little money.
That's all that matters, dog. That's what's important. She happy. That's what's important. So, look, let's get to this real quick, man. I think it's fair to say Jahmyr Gibbs at this point in hindsight, he's worth a first or second round pick, if not more, from a team to trade for him. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think it would be.
So that makes it even more ridiculous that we will give him away plus 3 more first round picks when he's worth a first round pick itself. Like, that makes no sense.
You know what I think happened here, DJ? I think Tannenbaum went on ESPN on Tuesday and said, I give them a blank sheet of paper and tell the Browns to fill in what they want. And I bet the reaction he got out of Cleveland was, hell no, we're not trading Myles Garrett. So he came back today and said, okay, how about this? And now he's got Detroit saying, hell no, we're not doing that.
Right. So real quick before we get off, I know we're under time. I'll give you guys the side that I've been on the entire time. The entire time, I've actually been one of those guys that F them picks, but on my terms. Meaning, we're Super Bowl contenders. Our first-round pick is really going to be a second-round pick. Our second-round pick is really going to be a third-round pick. So I've been willing to trade both of those, in my mind, to oil can some team into taking those, thinking they're really getting the first and the second when they're really not. And then, because I have such a great record of drafting a future Pro Bowler and Kirby Joseph in the third round, all-pro sixth-rounder, I know what I'm doing. So my first and second round picks would have been off the table anyway in my mind. I've been said that.
Well, I'll tell you what, and the thing about Brad Holmes is I would ask in return for a lower draft pick. I'd want some draft capital back that would be easy to part with. So some team would go, yeah, we'll give you a fifth-round pick back. Because I think Brad Holmes can do work with them if you got down that road.
Oh, he's done work.
All right, do we have Aaron Glenn talking about how long it would take? Sorry. All right, good. Here we go. This is Aaron Glenn. If they made a trade for a Rudge Escher, how long would it take for said Rudge Escher to be able to play? Here's what he said. Okay, so at the beginning there, he referenced Isaiah Thomas, who they pulled off the Bengals practice squad, and he got activated pretty quickly. And El Quadim Muhammad, who actually they like some of what they saw out of him. So whoever they trade, and I'm pretty sure they're going to make a trade Monday or Tuesday, and I could announce it today, but I think there's a reason why they aren't. We talked about it yesterday. That guy will be playing at Houston.
Yeah, I would think so. I absolutely. Because you're getting a guy who doesn't need time to get into football shape. They're playing during the season, without question. But right now, for the game Sunday against the Packers, it is next man up mentality. Still, you have to operate that way, and that's the way that's a mantra for the team. I'm encouraged by what we've seen from Trevor Nowaski in limited action, but he's made big plays. Had a couple sacks. He's got the interception. Made some tackles. You got to like him on the field. He's a high energy guy, and he's making things happen when he has to. I like seeing Jerm out there, Jalen Reeves-Maben. I think he's a guy that in spot duty does a nice job at the linebacker position. Because he's athletic, he's quick, he can cover guys out of the backfield or a tight end. But you're not asking him to do too much. Both guys know that they're role players. There's a little bit of a stay in your lane type thing, and they're staying in their lane. It's the other guys that you mentioned that are the ones that are going to get the bulk load of, okay, you got to do something. Isaiah Thomas, get after the quarterback. Uku, if you're in there, get after the quarterback. James Houston, please get after the quarterback. And maybe there was a little bit of encouragement last week from James Houston because we saw a little bit of a pass rush. He had, 19 snaps in the game, and he got to the quarterback. Didn't sack, but did, I think, have a quarterback hit and had a couple tackles in the game. So maybe we're starting to see a little bit of turning the corner. Maybe that's just things finally clicking with him, getting more reps in practice, makes him feel better about it, and you can learn more once you're getting the more reps. I don't know, but hopefully he can continue to take a better path and be more of a contributor than what we've seen so far this year, because so far it hasn't been much of anything. But yes, I do expect, like you do, that come Tuesday at 5 o'clock or whenever the deadline is on Tuesday, that the Lions will have added at least one player to their defense.
97.1 The Ticket. Is your home or chimney in need of repair? Call Brickworks Property Restoration. These experts specialize in brick repair, chimney restoration, and tuck pointing. Look for cracked bricks or crumbling mortar. Those are signs that your home needs some TLC. Whether it's restoring your brick walls or making your chimney safe again, Brickworks has you covered. With 0% interest financing for 12 months, Brickworks makes it easy to get the job done without breaking the bank. Plus, they're locally owned, supporting our community. Visit brickworksmi.com today for a free quote. Call Brickworks, your trusted choice for brick and chimney care, because nobody works like Brickworks. That's fantastic. I mean, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So, Gator just told me that the guest picker on College Game Day, which will be in-state college for Ohio State, Penn State, is Keegan-Michael Key, who probably can do one heck. Has he done a James Franklin impression?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, at practice. Fantastic.
Oh. So he will be the guest picker as James Franklin.
Yeah, and he's a Penn State alumni too. So.
Oh, did he go to school there?
Yep.
Just like Brian Chapman.
That's right.
from 97 the ticket. My little guy's putting in an app there.
Penn State?
Yeah.
Yeah, out-of-state tuition. Here we come.
Doug just wants to travel there.
That's probably
it's a great. It is a great time.
I think Doug's filling out the apps to places he wants to go with his kids.
No,
it's not. Yes, it is.
No,
Stop it.
Montana's a good school. University of Montana's a great school, and
then you know he's gonna end up right here in State, Gator.
Hey, wherever he wants to go. Support the little fella.
Guess what? Hey, you might want to try
6'4".
Istanbul University.
Hey.
You know what's funny
You looked into that?
is taking the kids on college visits. It's easy to fall in love with places. And the two places my oldest got accepted to, and we visited Wisconsin. And he wasn't vibing with it at all. And I was like, oh my God, you're crazy. But then I'm like,
it's a great campus.
It's a great campus. It's a great school.
It's a great town.
I was like, this
Madison.
place is awesome. And he wasn't vibing at all. And I'm like, why are we arguing with him? This is going to save us like $50,000
Right.
a year.
Oh, is it? Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't know how parents do it these days.
Then our daughter got accepted to the University of Washington. Went out there. I mean, unbelievable. It's incredible. I would say that probably the cloudy and the rain would get to you, but the campus is beautiful. The city, there were some parts around campus that were a little sketch, but again, she didn't vibe with it at all. And we're like, oh my God, how does she not love this place? Thank God she doesn't love this place. Because when you want to support them with all, what they want to do, but
because you know what it is, Doug. A big part of it. They can talk. Kids can talk a big game. Mm-hmm. When it comes down to it, they may not really want to leave that far.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I don't know what the case was, how much that played a role. I feel like this is a conversation I'll have with them later in life. So why didn't she also liked Arizona State a lot, and then came up with one big problem with Arizona State.
Yeah, but both kids at Michigan was that's okay.
I'm not mad.
Fall back you, huh?
Yeah. Not mad. Not mad about that. But little dude, I want him to blaze his own path, do what he wants to do. And if he really wants to go out of state tuition it is. Let's go. Add a few more years, tack a few more years on the end of the career that we weren't expecting.
Whitefish, not just yet.
That dream home that you hope to retire to, the retirement plans get pushed back a few years.
Becomes a rental home for a few years.
Yeah.
And then it becomes
maybe I work a little side gig. You might see me as your Uber driver sometime in the next few years. Hope I make ends meet.
Don't forget, Gator's still buying lotto tickets.
Well, there is that.
Yeah. I've got the standing. It's not even an offer. Well, I mean, I guess it's an offer because you would have to accept it, but I think you guys both accepted. I said that if I ever won the lottery, that I would pay for your children's education.
Which Kang and I have called the greatest non-offer of all time.
Yep.
Yeah, have you even thanked Gator today?
I haven't thanked him today for his non-offer.
Right.
The thanks are unnecessary until it actually happens. Yeah.
Until
sure?
And then one day, when I present you with some giant check,
I mean, I'm not going to complain.
Yeah.
It'll probably happen my youngest last semester in school. And Gator goes swooping. I got
this.
Yep.
I got this. I figured that it'd be, but Kang's kids are young. I figured it'd be better if I just cut you a check as opposed to dealing with the paperwork, because you know me, I don't want to deal with paperwork. I just cut you a check.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, Kang, you okay with that?
How about you?
I prefer Zelle.
Would you Venmo me?
No, I'm not going to Venmo. There's not going to be any Venmo. But I mean, the other option is
no Zelle.
It's going to be literally a check, dude.
Are you going to give us one of those big checks?
It'll be a big check. A cashier's check. Something you just go right to the bank. There you go. But yes, no, I don't do that transaction thing.
Yeah, the Cash App or anything like that. No,
no, not yet. Not
I was about to say, do you think you're ever going to do that?
I hope not. I
don't know if this will be the case with you.
Well, the problem,
when you adopt that and start moving money around that way, you're like, oh my God, this is so convenient.
Oh, I understand that part of it. And that's not that's not obviously what turns me off of it. I'm a little concerned that we're too dependent on the technology part and that things can happen. And I'm a little
Well,
nervous
that's been
still.
true for a decade that we've been too dependent on.
Yeah, and hearing horror stories of people saying that their account's been compromised or whatever, or you see, hey, the grid went down, or things like that, and I get nervous.
FBG25 on Twitch just said, is Gator going to get him a money order from a liquor store?
Be a big money order.
I worked in a liquor store once. We dealt with a lot of characters and a lot of interesting ways that people tried to, I'll say, acquire.
Bargain?
Yeah, there was some
Barter?
bargaining. Yeah.
I mean, at that point, when I win the lottery, Doug, maybe I can set up an account that for Venmo specifically, just for gifting.
Dude, you can do
Maybe
whatever
I
you
can do
want.
that.
If you win the lottery and are willing to pay for our kids' tuition, yes, money order from a liquor store.
You'll
is
take
just
it in
fine.
pennies.
I will take it in pennies. You can back up the dump truck of pennies, and I'll be there at the Kroger pouring them in that thing.
Losing 10%, losing 11% or whatever.
That's right. I'll have to fill in the leftover.
But I'm here for you guys.
Thank you for your generous non-offer.
You're welcome.
But yeah, State College is a great town, fun town. Indiana's on the list.
I've spent a couple times in Indiana. Went
Yep.
there twice.
Yep.
One time when my friends were living in the dorm when they were freshmen.
Mhm.
And in fact, I was just I texted my friend who I went down there with. She went down to see her older sister at the time. We were seniors in high school. We got busted on the way down with we had a radar detector. She was driving, and got busted on the way down by going 82 and a 65.
Okay.
And the police officer was none too happy.
So did the radar detector not work?
Nope. Not when we passed through it. Nope. Did not work. And then when we drove back, it was a horrific snowstorm.
Yeah.
And she was a little hungover and did not want to drive back. I'm like, all right, I'll it's her card, so I'll drive back for a while. And then
I know that story.
And then for a while, I just don't feel like driving this car because I don't feel safe. I don't know this car at all. After some time, and then I think we switched at some point when we got closer to home. But great time. That time was a great time. And then when I went later on, my friends were living in a house just right away from the stadium. It was like right across the street from the stadium.
Yep.
That was pretty cool. Good timing.
That area around the stadium is classic cheap college housing. And I mean, every time I've been to Indiana, I've sometimes will take my bike on road trips and ride it around in the morning if it's a later game, or I'll go for a run or a walk around campus. The area right around the stadium, at any given time, you could probably pick up in the neighborhood of $50 to $60 worth of cans. Because those apartments out there, people get after it.
It was also the only place I've ever been to where I've said to myself out loud, "This is terrible pizza."
Really?
We got some pizza one night, and the guys are like, "It's not good." I'm like, "Well, it's pizza. How bad can it be?" I'm like, "It's all we have." And I'm like, "This is terrible pizza."
It was a place called Because You're Drunk.
I don't even know. It was even after the getting liquored up, the pizza was still terrible.
I'll be down there in a couple weeks, so a week from Saturday.
Avoid the pizza.
Perhaps I now want to seek out this terrible pizza. We go inside Al Park with the Birchie Kid next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best when it comes to customer service and satisfaction. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. TV's Will Birchfield, and of course from our website, 971aticket.com. He's out there each and every day covering our Detroit Lions, who are on the road at Green Bay. Birchie Kid, happy birthday to your little guy who turns 1.
Yeah, he turned 1 last weekend. A big pat on the back to me for keeping a human alive for a full year. Pretty fired up about that.
Way to go, man.
Congratulations.
Nice job.
Yeah, I mean, hey, against all odds, defied the critics.
It's hard to imagine a world where this kid is growing up with you as the mentor, teaching him how to be an adult.
Yeah, I mean, I always said my only goal in life is to have my kid call me the kid. So I think we're well on our way.
Good luck. All right, so what's the latest out there? What did Dan Campbell have to say today?
So Dan Campbell, by the way, came in fired up as you could imagine ahead of this Titanic clash at Lambeau Field. He started gushing about the opportunity to play at Lambeau, which he said is one of those venues that God created. He said it's kind of where football began, and he said, we're going to be in the all whites, we're going to be in the elements, we're going to have the grass stains on the jerseys. It's just going to be good old football the way it was meant to be played. Love the good throwback games. Then he talked about how much he loves going on the road, because he said there's nothing more special than being in an offensive huddle and you can't hear yourself think, and you look at the guy next to you and you just crack a smile. I think this guy legitimately might sneak on the field for a snap on Sunday. He was as fired up as I've ever felt him before a regular season game, and I think that extends to the whole team entering Sunday.
Well, he missed it by a week. I mean, last week was National Tight End Week. He probably should have done it then.
Yeah, that would have made more sense. But I think Sunday might be National Jack Fox Day, right? According to Jared Goff.
That's right. Well, it's funny you bring that up, because we were talking earlier about special teams and how they just were dominant last week. Weather is going to be a factor, and obviously that can affect special teams. It can affect the passing game. How much does the weather matter? The grass surface matter? First outdoor game since the San Francisco game last year. Yeah. How much does that stuff matter in the eyes of the Lions that you've gathered this week?
Well, shoes matter, right? I mean, Dan Campbell sent the message on Tuesday. That was his message to the team, as Bill Parcells once told him back in his playing days. Make sure you have the right shoes for that potentially slippery surface. He even offered to get into horticulture today, talking about how a wet playing surface can affect the way that this game unfolds. But, I think in a game between two teams that love to run the ball, we're going to see, as he referenced, just a physical fight that will kind of harken back to football's earlier days. I mean, Josh Jacobs is tied for the NFL in rush attempts with none other than Derrick Henry, and he's second to Henry in yards after contact. Just this offense is more physical and violent than it's been in a long time, and probably ever under Matt LaFleur. And that's the same way the Lions play. I mean, Josh Jacobs runs with the same demeanor as David Montgomery, and I think both teams on Sunday will lean on that ground game, especially if things turn sloppy and it's hard to move the ball in the air.
I was just going to say, if it's going to be a quagmire out there, these are two of the most explosive offenses you can throw out there on a football field, and yet it might just be a slugfest to see who can run the ball better.
An old slobber knocker, I mean, nothing better. Quagmire, by the way, great word, vocab points. I think this game really is decided in the trenches. And I think for the first time this season, and really the first time maybe in the last 2 years, I have just a slight hesitation about how this Lions offensive line will handle the challenge on Sunday. Remember, the last time the Lions saw the Packers on Thanksgiving in Detroit last year against pretty much the same defensive line, they caved. Like they crumbled beneath that Packers pressure. 26 quarterback pressures on Jared Goff that day, the most of his Lions tenure, and 3 fumbles, all of which were lost, the most of his career. And this is now a Packers defense under new coordinator Jeff Hafley from anybody?
Boston
anybody?
College.
Jeff Hafley from Boston College, that is playing more of a 4-3 defense. So it's even a more aggressive and attacking front than it was last year. And it's mostly the same pass rushers in Rashawn Gary and Preston Smith and Lucas Van Ness, and you can go right down the line. So this Lions offensive line admits that it's been unusually leaky of late, and Jared Goff, for as well as he's played, has been a little bit loose with the football. He's put it on the ground 4 times in the past 2 games, lucky to not lose any of them. But this offensive line and Jared Goff have to be ready for pressure on Sunday and to pick it up in all forms. The Packers don't blitz all that often, but they have a bunch of guys that can win one-on-one, and it's going to be also incumbent on Goff just to be aware of himself in the pocket as those pass rushers close in.
Yeah, that stuff is scary because it's not just for the football game. We've seen Hutch go down. The last thing they need is Jared Goff to take any more hits than necessary. And last week got uncomfortable at times. And, he says he's not the least bit worried about those guys. He has total faith in him, as he should. But still, it was a bit much in terms of the amount of heat he was facing.
Yeah, definitely. And I thought it was noteworthy that he told you guys on Tuesday when you asked him about the pass protection that there's things he can do, he said, to help that as well. So I actually followed up with him about that on Wednesday, and he said it just goes back to his depth in the pocket, making sure I'm stepping up and having good depth and keeping myself upright and then getting the ball out of my hands. I think it's also worth noting, though, that the way Goff is playing this year, which is so smart and so disciplined and so deliberate, does invite that pass rush in some ways. Like, he's holding on to the ball because he's so comfortable in getting through all of his reads, and he's not putting the ball at risk. He's not making dangerous throws downfield. That does give the pass rush some more time to get home. So if and when it closes in on Sunday, he just needs to be aware of that. But again, taking a sack, the Lions, they consider that better than the alternative, which is potentially Goff throwing a pick.
What's the general consensus while you're there rubbing elbows with people about what'll happen Monday or Tuesday?
I really think they'll make a move. I'd be stunned if they don't. Obviously they feel good about the way that Al-Quadin Muhammad played last week, but they don't view him as a cure-all. And I think this is a team that needs to make a move. And I think that Brad Holmes has an obligation to this locker room and this coaching staff to bring in a proven defensive end to give them the best possible chance to go the distance, because they have everything else they need. And I think, given the way he cares so deeply about his players and his coaches on an emotional level, that he'll feel that compulsion to make a move on their behalf on Tuesday. I mean, this is a guy who has teared up in the past when talking about how much guys like Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown mean to him as pillars of this rebuild. Well, this rebuild is on the precipice of completion, and that would be obviously a Super Bowl triumph. And I think Brad Holmes knows that, and I think he'll act with the team's best interest, and I mean short-term interest, in mind on Tuesday.
It's funny because people are getting uncomfortable because this is taking so long. I think the reason it's taking so long is he's still working on the biggest possible move, and that those teams have told him, we'll wait till we get to the deadline. We want to play all of our games before the deadline, before we decide if we're pulling the plug on this season and an elite player. So I think that's why it's taken so long. Do you agree or disagree with that?
No, I totally agree. I was actually making the same point this week when talking on our podcast, the Detroit Football Network podcast. You can download that, rate, listen, and subscribe on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcast.
Well done.
I think that you look at teams like Cincinnati, who might have a pass rusher of note, and dare I say Cleveland, who might have a pass rusher of note. Certainly two, if you include Zadarius Smith. And those teams might be more inclined to sell after this weekend's games. In the meantime, it's not like any pass rushers have gone elsewhere, unless you consider Josh Uche to be a great fit for this defense, which I don't particularly think he was. And in the meantime, they're still winning games. So Brad Holmes hasn't cost himself, A, player who would fit this defense by waiting, and he hasn't cost this team, B, any wins by waiting. So I agree. I think he wants to see what is potentially available on Monday after this weekend's games, and then he shops with whatever say is left on Tuesday.
Halloween comes and goes yesterday. Did you dress up the kid or the dog and or both?
Yeah, we had little man dressed as none other than a lion. that seemed fitting. We also have a literal gator costume in store, so we might have to break that one out today in solidarity with not only you, Gator, but also our golden retriever who is named Gator. So yeah, little man was making the rounds down Woodward Avenue yesterday. We even stopped into Chipotle and used him to get a $6 burrito, which was the Halloween promotion that Chipotle was running.
Good job.
Perfect. Yes. Always good to hear from you, Birchie. Thanks.
Always good to use the kids.
Yeah, the kid's really just a prop. I mean, everyone knows that, right?
Yeah, for the first year. But now things change, man. Things get serious.
The kid's about to become a money sinkhole. Just wait. Thanks, man.
The dog, too. All right, thanks, Black Guys. Talk to you next week.
There he is, the Birchie kid, who I can't imagine anywhere he goes, that man is having fun. It is Carson Anderson. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. Are you going to eat that? Coming up at 105 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Calling all Twin Peaks fans. What a weekend we have in store for you. I think we can all agree it's one of the best times of the year. Football's back. Hockey, basketball, of course, just getting started. And what better place to enjoy the action than at your favorite lodge? Why is game day so much better at Twin Peaks to start off? Nothing gets better with football than wings and beer, and nobody does it better. They have a draft beer system that chills the lines to a teeth-chattering 29 degrees that's poured into frozen mugs. It's been freezing for 6 hours. They use each mug only once a day. Perfect with this month's featured beer, New Belgium Voodoo Ranger Juicy Haze. Now pair that up with the best wings in the state, and you're in heaven. They offer hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings, bone-in, breaded, and smoked. And they have 14 sauces and dry rubs to choose from. If you prefer something other than beer and wings, they got you covered with these smoked ribs and brisket, hand-cut New York strips, smash burgers, and extensive lists of bourbons, tequilas, and amazing craft cocktails and shots priced just right. The Maize and Blue take on number 1 at 3:30 on Saturday. Circle back on Sunday. Detroit has a monster matchup against division rival Green Bay at 4:25. Come see why game day simply is better at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Hear more from Aaron Glenn coming up here in a minute. Let's go to Brandon and Shelby. You're on 97.1. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
It's going great.
So kind of like how like the Michigan-Ohio State, I live in a half Packers, half Lions household. My girlfriend loves the Packers. She grew up in a Packers family. So I've watched more Packers games than most people. And I feel like the Packers like survive. Like they just got that new kicker, but he's not that we don't know what he is yet. But I mean, I feel like we win by a bunch of points all the time, and the Packers barely beat teams.
Well, I mean, look, the Packers have had two close games. I mean, the Texans are a respectable outfit, and they won that game. And the Jaguars pushed them to the limit last weekend, and that was a close game as well. Look, style points don't really matter. I mean, I understand what you're saying. They played some close football games, but they're wins. And
well, I mean, they did beat up on the Titans. They beat up on the Cardinals. Those are two big wins. And keep in mind what's happened, too. They were without their starting quarterback for a number of games, and then and they were still able to get by. It's a damn good football team.
Yeah.
And I guess the big thing is to be able to win close games. I mean, because if you're able to win close games, that means down the stretch when, like, you're working the clock, you know what to do in certain situations. But I feel like they're surviving and not thriving, whereas we're thriving, you know. But at the same time, I don't want us to get cocky and just let loose on the gas and let the Packers beat us, you know?
I got to be honest, my man, you sound a little cocky.
Just because I'm faithful in my team. Like, even when we don't have Hutchinson, I'm faithful in the team, not just because of what they've done and not because of the plays that we've done. But, I mean, like our safeties have been good. Like, the defense has been good, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm confident, not cocky.
Well, I would say you could say the same thing about the Packers. Their safeties have been good. They've made some plays. You know, it's a hell of a matchup. I mean, I was looking at Green Bay's draft. They've drafted very well, getting Edgerrin Cooper in the second round, Evan Williams in the fourth. Now, Williams may not play. I don't know what the latest is on him.
He's a safety.
Yep. Questionable.
He didn't practice. That's not a good sign.
No.
They have injuries for the Packers this week, so I think the Lions need to capitalize. I'll take it.
Would be nice.
Yeah, just come back 7-1.
Exactly. I think earlier this week, Doug, you said something about like the Packers being at full strength, so you know where you're at with the Lions.
No, I'm saying I want them at full strength.
Yeah,
so,
why?
I don't know. Just because.
To see how you measure up when you're not at full strength against the other team.
I guess it's what I talked about at the beginning of the show. When you have a team like this, I feel like you're constantly looking for reassurances that you're going to win the Super Bowl. You want reassurances, and it's impossible, right? You can't come up with something that during the regular season where you're like, that's it, we're winning the Super Bowl. But you feel like you want to prove yourself under every possible circumstance, no matter how much the chips are down and it's rain's blowing sideways on the frozen tundra and we're shorthanded and they're full. You know, they have everybody available and the Lions go in and win anyway. Like that's kind of the perfect scenario, isn't it?
I think perfect scenario is come back 7-1,
Yeah,
like
right.
Gator said. Like, because the best way to get to the Super Bowl, and Dan Campbell says that all the time, when you get in the tournament, right?
Yeah.
You got to win your division first. After that, win the number one seed. You're trying to make the path easiest, the least resistance to get to your ultimate goal. And I think the division being so tight, they can't afford. I mean, they can afford to lose the game, but you don't want to.
This
lose
is not
these
a
games.
must win.
Yeah,
it's not a must win, but it's a helpful win. All right, Aaron Glenn, defensive coordinator, speaking with the media, talked to us yesterday about how last couple games the Lions have given up some yards on the ground, but he says he isn't that concerned about it because the yards haven't hurt them. Josh Jacobs has been very good for them. He's been back at practice after getting banged up. 4.6 yards a carry is pretty healthy. If you look at Emmanuel Wilson for them, 4.4 yards a carry. And if Malik Willis plays, he's been exceptionally good on the ground for them. I don't know if we'll see snap one if Jordan Love is ready to go. But, if it is the weather conditions that we expect, the run game could become the thing.
Yeah, and footing is delicate and you're dealing with a groin injury. I mean, you might want to be as careful as you can. But it does sound like Jordan Love is going to start.
All right, here's more from Aaron Glenn. This is on which quarterback they will face. Are they preparing for both? Look, Malik Willis is unstoppable. Let's call it what it is.
Well, the scary thing is he had the tools, he's got talent, but he just hadn't played a whole lot of quarterback in his life. And then, certainly in the NFL, you get thrown to the wolves in a situation where you're not ready for it. This is a classic example of a guy who needs to sit back and learn for a couple years before you're ready to hand it over to him, like what happened with Jordan Love. Now he goes to a situation in Green Bay where you've got a ready-made offense. It's like going to Minnesota or going to Detroit. You've got great weapons to work with, and he can showcase his skills. Malik Willis has a skill set that translates to the NFL if you give him the weapons around.
All right, one more from Aaron Glenn, Lion defensive coordinator. Look, they haven't made a big move yet. Guys up front have to step up. Can Al-Quadim Muhammad actually help you? It would be just vintage Brad Holmes if either he's got two of these wild cards now here, maybe three. Pat O'Connor, Isaiah Thomas, and Al-Quadim Muhammad. Just absolute wild cards that it shouldn't shock any of us if one of those guys step up and makes a big play on Sunday.
A big play, sure. But to be anything more than just a big play, a flash here and there, I think I would be way surprised if one of these guys ends up panning out. But to come up with a play when you need one, if one of those guys can do it once, I'll be happy with that.
Are you with Gator? You have no faith in Brad Holmes. 248-539-90.
Wow. Wow.
Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket.
QB Jordan Love still a question mark for the Packers heading into Sunday's game with the Lions. Longtime radio voice Wayne Larrivee provided us the latest on it. Josh Pascal and Malcolm Rodriguez will sit out this week for the Lions. Dan Campbell saying no long-term ramifications for Pascal. The Pistons also face the Knicks tonight on the road. Bobby Klintman and Asar Thompson are still out. Karl Anthony Towns is questionable for New York with a left wrist sprain. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tip at 7. The Red Wings are off until tomorrow. It'll be Cam Talbot who starts the net against the Sabres at LCA per Derek Lalone. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Are you going to eat that coming up in a matter of minutes? Let's go to David in Pontiac here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
David,
are you there?
You.
Is that me?
That's
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. They said David and Pontiac. I'm David in Detroit. What's going on, fellas?
David in Detroit works. What's up, man?
First, shout out to the David that took my phone call. He's awesome, David, because we both got the name David. But I called to touch on a few points. I've been listening to you all morning. You guys have a great show, by the way.
Thank you.
The first thing is that trade, all or nothing trade.
Yeah.
One of you guys said it. I don't think, especially the fans, understand how it's not an easy job to make a trade, for one. And two, what sense would it make to trade a intricate piece to the puzzle that's gotten us to where we are?
It would.
Like, with all of that draft capital, too, being that I see it from the perspective of Brad Holmes, we built this team with what we got through the draft, and it's worked. Why would we go in as, pretty much begging for an edge rusher? I believe we need one, but I don't think it's worth all of that. That's ridiculous to me. And two, to the second point, I agree. I think we should – I want to face Green Bay and any opponent at its best because, going in with injured players, you don't get a full feel of if your team is – all of that or not. And I believe the Lions are a really, really, really good team, and we built that over the last 5 years. But I like playing teams at full strength because it shows you how good we really are. And I believe that we are going to beat the crap out of Green Bay. That's how good I believe we are.
Well, if they do, then the Lions are going to be that's all anybody's going to be talking about in the NFC. And it's interesting because right now, it's weird turning on Get Up in the morning or Sports Center, and suddenly they're not talking about the Cowboy game. They're talking about the Lions and the Packers and not the Cowboys and who the Cowboys are playing or what the Cowboys are doing or who farted in the Cowboys practice facility last night. They're talking about the Lions.
Yeah, I want the answer to that, too. Who did that?
They're talking about the Lions.
How about those two guys on the radio? They done farted in the... Mike Tannenbaum, who was the former Jets GM, who
said what he said.
Said what he said. I just saw the video of the whole thing without audio to it because I can only see the video while we're on the air here.
Yep.
But the reaction that he gets from Ryan Clark, who gets up away from the desk and he has to walk off the set because this is the most ridiculous thing he's ever heard.
Yep.
And everybody else is at the desk, and you can hear it even in just the quick clip we play, everybody laughing at him. Has Tannenbaum just lost all credibility whatsoever because he makes this stupid proposal
I'm telling you what
Who
happened.
Says No segment?
I'm telling you what happened. On Tuesday or Wednesday, he did the piece on ESPN where he said, if I'm the Detroit Lions, I slide a piece of paper to Cleveland and I say, write down what you want for Myles Garrett. And I'm getting Myles Garrett. And he's, what did he say? He's a determiner, and who wins the Super Bowl if you get him in Detroit. And I think he said that, and I think, you know what I think he got back from Cleveland? Fans and media saying, there is no price. So I think he came back later in the week and said, F you, I'll give you a price. And he said 3 firsts, a second, and Jahmyr Gibbs for Myles Garrett. I think that's exactly what happened.
But in Kang's point, the question for the purposes of bringing that up was a topic that says, who says no? Meaning it's a trade that both sides would have to be like, oh, of course I would do this. Of course I would do this. And yet this is so ridiculous that would you risk your reputation to appease some fans in Cleveland?
Would I? No.
But
I'll never forget, look, Ryan Russillo used to work at ESPN. And he would come in and sit down for pre-show meetings for their TV shows. And they'd say, well, what do you think of this in the NBA last night? And Ryan would give his take and he'd go, yeah, but you think they were robbed by that call? And Ryan would go, well, no, it's a tough call. And they go, maybe you should develop that argument a little bit. Like that's what they
I get it. It's for entertainment and all that. And we try not to walk down that road.
We've said,
and we're being pretty
off
honest.
the air,
Yeah.
if we have to, we're not going to do that. And if it costs us our careers, so be it.
But when you're a former GM, and this is like, if you want to have somebody credible and like, oh, well, this guy was a former GM, but then he comes out and says something like this, I feel like he's lost all credibility. And like, I don't want to hear anything else he has to say anymore until he atones for this sin of suggesting this ridiculous trade.
I'm not going to say that, and I'll tell you why. Because we've sat in these chairs when you say one thing and you might be wrong, but you say it in the moment and you're wrong, and then everybody points it out and says to you, you know nothing about football because of one take. You can't possibly know anything about football because of one take. So I'm not going to say he lost all credibility.
Kang?
I think this is what happens when you get on one of the yelling shows. I call them yelling shows because it's either one yelling show or it's another yelling show you flip to. It's just guys yelling. And he got caught up in the moment. I think he's caught up in I'm on a yelling show. I got to say something outlandish here.
I better yell louder.
And with that being said, though, I don't think he thinks he's ever going to be in a front office again. So I can say whatever I want. I
Probably.
think he knows. I think he runs like the 33rd team now or something. You know, these guys all do something else. So, yeah.
All right, time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Now I'm listening because I haven't had lunch, and when I get home, I've got a Greek salad waiting for me at home. Or do we have something else, Doug?
Well, we start with Sonic.
Okay.
Sonic has come out with something called Sparkling Sugar Cookie Dr. Pepper. It's made with caramel sweet cream and sugar cookie syrup for an extra bit of sweetness. Does the Sonic Sugar Cookie Dr. Pepper appeal to you?
It does not. It does not. Dr. Pepper is okay with me. I'm not a big Dr. Pepper guy. But adding more sweetness to it is not the way to get to my heart.
This is like, well, sorry, Kang, you go ahead. Are you going to eat this?
Dr. Pepper's already kind of sweet as it is.
Yeah.
Someone described it to me, and I can't get away from it now, as barbecue cola. It kind of is. And now you're making it even more sweet. I don't think, I wouldn't buy it. Let's put it that way.
I got to tell you, this is as if Dr. Pepper wasn't sweet enough.
Right?
You know what Dr. Pepper needs is even more sugar. So 3 no's on the Sonic Dr. Pepper
Even
sugar.
Quinn Ewers wouldn't let the backup have it. That's a Dr. Pepper commercial.
What about the sweet one? Isn't it the little Prince?
Sweet one.
Yeah. It's the sweetest one now.
Those commercials were so weird.
They're so good.
Were they?
Yes.
All right, Gator. From Florida. Florida man is arrested for stealing $100,000 in frozen bacon heist. A 40-year-old Marcus Bernal stole a 53-foot refrigerated semi-trailer from a parking lot in Daytona Beach with 192 pounds of frozen bacon in the back. Gator, would you steal 192 pounds of frozen bacon?
No.
No?
No. I'm not me and bacon. Bacon's fine. I'm okay with bacon. I just don't need bacon in everything that people do, and it's not worth stealing in my mind.
I wonder, could one person finish off 192 pounds in a lifetime?
John
You gotta ask
Jansen would
John.
do that in a
You gotta
week.
ask John.
Kang, you steal some bacon?
No, I love bacon, but I'm not stealing it.
Yeah, either am I. Obviously, it's just a excuse to get the story on the air. Next up, Jimmy John's Gator is replacing bread with a giant pickle in its latest menu innovation.
No.
The Pickle Witches. So the Vito Pickle Witch has the same contents as the chain's regular Vito sandwich. Salami, capicola, provolone cheese, lettuce, tomato, onion, oil, and vinegar, and oregano basil, all in a giant kosher dill pickle. It's priced in line with the regular 8-inch Vito. So replace the bun with a giant dill pickle. Gator, are you going to eat that?
No, not even close. If I'm going to go to Jimmy John's for a sub,
yep,
it's for the sub. Which means you have to have bread with it. I don't need this, whatever this is. Like lettuce wrap is fine. I don't mind a lettuce wrap from time to time, but not a pickle wrap. That's not for me.
Huh. Kang, you?
No, I'm definitely out. Like a lot of times I'll eliminate the pickle altogether, and if I do that in this case, it's going to be a big mess.
It's 3 for 3.
Doug, you're not a pickle guy?
Well,
he's not the salami and capicola guy.
Would you do it just out of
turkey.
curiosity?
What about
would you do
turkey?
Turkey? No, I wouldn't do this.
No?
No.
Turkey provolone with the pickle?
No, I wouldn't do it. Yeah. It sounds pretty disgusting to me. And we are trending towards Greek salad when Gator gets home. Next up, Taco Bell is bringing back 5 discontinued menu items from the past 50 years.
Come on, please be there. Please be there.
Okay, this one, when the stores first opened in 1962, they had something called the Green Burrito, which was filled with refried beans, crunchy onions, cheddar cheese, and a spicy green sauce made from green chili tomatoes, jalapenos and spices. It was peaked in popularity in the 70s. Customers have been trying to recreate the Green Burrito with existing menu items for years, but without the special green sauce, it wasn't the same. Now the burrito is returning to restaurants, and the green sauce is coming with it.
Yep, I'd try that.
Okay.
Have you ever had it before?
I don't remember having that. No, but look, it's a burrito from Taco Bell. I'm in, and then you're going to throw the green chili sauce. Yeah. All right, what's the other? What else we got?
I tried too, Doug, but I've never even heard of this. This is before my time.
Yeah, I'm out on this one for obvious reasons. They're bringing back the Mexi Melt.
Oh boy,
dude, this no.
Oh boy,
now. Oh, now you jarred something loose. We're so back.
Are we back?
We're so back.
Is the Mexi Melt back?
We're back.
Come on.
Yeah.
LFG. They brought it back,
dude.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
Oh. Oh. Woo!
Ring that bell.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Woo! They brought it back. This is the greatest news I've ever heard.
It is.
They finally brought back the Mexi. Oh. I was going to have a Greek salad.
You foolish,
Are you kidding me?
ignorant.
I'll say that for dinner, but I can hit the bell on the way home. Are you? They got a Mexi Melt back. That's not a joke. You're not messing with me.
It says Taco Bell's Mexi Melt was an 80s icon made with pico de gallo, 3-cheese blend, and a seasoned beef in a tortilla. It was on the menu for nearly 30 years, but it hasn't been around since about 2018.
Then they put it in a steamer.
Yeah. Nice.
Seal it up.
A perfect handheld item to eat.
Oh, God.
Something in that pico, man.
It's available now, right? I can go now and get this?
So sometimes they say they're available in specific areas. I'm reading the whole story to make sure. Taco Bell tested the Decades menu in California this summer, and customers have spoken. They wanted the throwback menu to be available nationwide, and now will be beginning October 31st.
Right now,
back.
Gator.
It's back.
It's not app
Hold
only,
on.
right? Because that would hold them back. Is it app only?
Customers must order on the Taco Bell app.
No, you lying.
I wonder if anybody's been. Has anybody been to Taco Bell in Metro Detroit and found the Mexi Melt? Because it's
I need to
available
know.
today.
I
It's
need to
available
know.
starting today.
I gotta know.
People always text us when we come up with this, or this comes up that like they hack their own Mexi Melt, but that's not the same. This is
This is an actual.
This
They're going
is
back
the
to the
actual,
next one.
yeah.
All right. So text us and let us know if it's there. What are the other items real quick?
Well, I just got one left.
Okay.
Dunkin' has released a fall Halloween scented candle. The potion's called Macchiato Candle, a witch's brew. The candle smells as delicious as its wickedly good macchiato, and it's named after, featuring notes of espresso beans, marshmallow dust, roasted and smoked vanilla, and a potent macchiato candle with warmth and wizardry straight to your home for just $34.95. Gator, would you buy that?
Too expensive, but I do have a coffee scented candle at my house. Yes, I mean I would have if it was at the right price.
Can you?
But I'm not eating it.
Dude, let's just get back to the Maxi Melt.
Okay.
Gator, you getting one, right? After work?
Yeah. If it's available, yes.
It's available.
Okay. And do we have texters confirming that?
Yes.
Come on.
Gator will continue to celebrate. Please leave your pants on. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Oh, man. Plumbing is probably an appropriate thing to talk about.
Here we go.
This. I can't get enough Maximelt until I'm going to have to call the red, white, and blue trucks that are out there to help me out. Help me out!
This is like when they asked Dan Campbell if they were going to make a trade. What was his reaction?
Yeah, I'm jumping up. Oh, it's imminent. Sure. Listen, the red, white, and blue trucks are out there everywhere, and there's no turkey in the trucks, but their trained technicians can help you make sure that your party runs smoothly this November. Not only are they going to help keep you warm this fall, but they've got the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. They can also unclog a pesky drain just in time for dinner. But don't just take my word for it. Check out their A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, water filtration, just flat out pipes being clogged up, whatever the case is, you give these guys a call. They're amazing. You can schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. Let's get back to your open line calls. We're looking for people that found the Mexi Melt, which is available today, part of the throwback decades menu. They're calling it at Taco Bell. We need confirmation for the people. We go to John in Southfield. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, John.
How's it going, fellas?
Hey, John. What's up?
Beautiful fall day to be a Lions fan.
Awesome. It is.
Listen, I got a couple things I want to talk about. One being, do we make a big splash and go after a big name? Now, I've talked about this with my friend groups and all my sports guys about it, and I can't get over the fact that if, say the Browns came to us right now and said 3 first-round picks for Myles Garrett, I can't see anything else other than us doing that. And now the reason behind it is if we're supposed to be as good as we expect to be for the next, 3-4 years, those first-round picks are going to be almost second-round picks, no?
Yes, that's the way it works.
So, you're going after one of the best players in the league, and you're solidifying that spot on your defense for another 3 years for, borderline second-round picks. And I'm not saying that they're not valuable picks, but I also trust Brad Holmes enough to find those key players in those later rounds to where it would match out. Now, and, you can call me crazy all you want for that, but I just think it's a no-brainer that you get a player like that if that's the offer price.
So there's a couple things here. There's a couple things you got to keep in mind. One is the cap hit that Cleveland might have to take in if they moved him. It might be too big for them, honestly, to move him because they would have to. They had a 5-year, $125 million extension, which I believe included a $50 million bonus that would all be accelerated, and they'd have to take it on at once, and they already have cap issues. So I'm not even sure they could do it. That's one. But two is the real price might not only be the first-round picks. It might be that eventually taking on Garrett's contract, and we'll have to see the numbers. What might make it difficult is it might cost you the re-sign of a player like a Kirby Joseph or a player that you really value that now you can't afford.
Well, the problem with trading for Garrett is it's not on the Detroit end, it's on the Cleveland end. If Cleveland were to trade him, everything gets accelerated, and the amount of money that's owed to Myles Garrett immediately because of the signing bonus is massive. It's like $60 million. Yeah. So they would have to eat that right away. I think it actually might be more than that. They would have to eat that right away, and they're already eating a bunch of salary with Deshaun Watson that it would be maybe too much for them to trade away. But getting extra trade capital makes it easier to take because you're looking to replace players with, guys on the first contract being draftees. So, it's something they have to weigh. I think it'd be really hard for Cleveland to move Myles Garrett this year. Maybe it's something better suited for the future.
Right. And it's something that I've looked at too. I've looked at, what teams are in what situation, who's going to be desperate to let players go and who's going to hold on. And, I see teams like the Chiefs making a play on Josh Uche from the Patriots for, in my opinion, I feel like, what was it, a 3rd or a 4th round pick? I feel like.
No, he was a 6th round pick.
Even lower. That's something where I look at, I'm like, well, if he's only getting offered a 6th round pick, I feel like if I'm Brad Holmes, I'm making that kind of call. Or, well,
those are the kinds of trades that are more likely than Myles Garrett.
And maybe that's Arden Key is had for a 5th or 6th round pick if Tennessee is looking to move, or maybe Carl Granderson from New Orleans is had for something like that. So I'm not sure what any of that has to do with the Mexi-Melt.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. If I was just reading a story by Ben Solak at ESPN that the Browns, because of the way Garrett's contract is structured, it's cheaper for them to have him on the roster next year than to get rid of him now. It would cost them a lot more money. And so it gets very tricky. And it might be one of the reasons why most of the feedback is that a player like that is not available. They're already taking a huge cap hit. Who they just trade? They just the receiver, Amari Cooper.
Cooper, yeah.
Yeah, they're taking a big cap hit for that. You can only do so much. But 248-539-9797. Kyle on a cell. Hi, Kyle.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up,
Kyle?
Hey, so I can confirm I was at Taco Bell in Rochester a half hour ago, and I got 2 of those sweet Mexi Melts.
Come on, man. Were they just as good as you remembered?
Good. Exactly the same. They could have been $10 each. I still would have gotten them.
Yeah, what were they?
I think it was like $2.50 each.
Oh, what? Okay. All right. Okay.
So
be a pricey lunch.
It brought me right back.
How many are you
Brought
gonna
me right
get?
back to
I
high
don't
school,
know,
you
man.
know.
I don't know. They got other items on the menu too that Doug didn't even get to.
It's like a time machine.
You had Gator at Time
yeah.
Machine.
Yeah, no kidding.
So just wanted to confirm you
Kyle,
can get that at the
was
police car.
was it as good as you remembered?
Even better, he said.
It was better because
That's crazy because I like some of that stuff I had in college. You know what's not as good as I remembered? Mickey's malt liquor. Not as good as I remembered.
You remember it being good?
I remember liking it and drinking a lot of Mickey's malt liquor.
Well, you like the effect. Because you would drink that as fast as you could.
Dude, this stuff is dreadful. So just so people know, the last commercial break, I tell them about the Mexi-Melt coming back. We bounce out of the studio. I'm talking to Jimmy for 2-3 minutes. I come walking out and Gator's in studio, and I see, for people watching on Twitch and YouTube, Gator's in the studio with his back to the window, and he's just pumping his arms in the air like this. He's like celebrating in a room by himself. Then I walk into the studio where Kang sits, and Gator's hitting the talkback button. He's talking to Kang, still about the Mexi-Melt. This is like the most exciting thing that's happened to you since trouble with the snap. I mean, honest to God.
We're bringing that back? We're a week too late.
Might be trouble with the plumbing tonight.
It could be trouble all around. So those aren't the only items that are on there for the nostalgic menu.
They're hitting all the decades or what?
The tostada, the original tostada is back with the beans and the meat and the cheese and the lettuce. The Mexi-Melt, the beef gordita supreme, that hasn't been around in a long time.
That hasn't been around.
I mean, that's a solid item right there. And how about this one? The caramel apple empanada.
What decade is that from? Like, where did that originate?
I think the gordita was like 2000. Maybe?
Yeah.
The caramel apple empanada feels like it's like 2010.
Okay.
Feels like that.
Ben Johnson, Lions offensive coordinator, spoke to the media. Gator doesn't care. He's aroused. Our picks at 140.
What do you say about the Mexi-Melt?
97-1 the ticket. feedback here from Brian. Part of me hoped that this was like the Matt Niskanen fake trade just to see Gator get let down. Gator's reaction to the Mexi melt was priceless.
Why? That's mean.
It would have been pretty funny.
That's just mean.
Oh, I mean, this is a day to celebrate.
Hell yeah.
If you think he's joking, he's not. He is hitting Taco Bell on the way home.
Of course.
Of course he
Meximelt.
says.
Meximelt, man.
Yeah.
When they brought back Mexican pizza, you know who was there? Me. Not through the app.
No,
Wasn't
you had to
gonna do
wait.
that.
We had to wait for the apps thing.
Yeah,
to go
wait
away.
another
Yeah.
day.
Would you have gotten the app if the only way you could get the Meximelt was through the
Might have.
Yeah.
There you go. You found his threshold.
Yeah.
You found my Jahmyr Gibbs.
He's anti-app.
3 first-round picks, Jahmyr Gibbs, a second-round pick, and Meximelt.
Mm-hmm. All right. Ben Johnson.
I might do Venmo, for this. Kidding.
Yeah, you wouldn't go that far.
No, it's not crazy.
Ben Johnson, Lions offensive coordinator, spoke to the media yesterday. We like to bring you the best of what he had to say. On Jared Goff taking too many hits last week and the week before. What's going on up front? Here's what Ben Johnson had to say. Last year, they were in Goff's face. There were 3 fumbles in that game. They were very disruptive. And, that's why this matchup is so big. And it just feels like the first of 2 titanic showdowns between the Lions and the Green Bay Packers. And weather's not going to be great. Next one comes. Is next one Thanksgiving? No, it's not. That's when they go Thursday. They'll go Thursday for Thanksgiving, and the following Thursday's Amazon Prime game when it's back here in Detroit. So, in fact, that's like a month away. It's 2 times in a month. This is round 1. And the Lions have done better against Green Bay in their place of late. Protect the quarterback.
You got to.
For the game and for the season, please protect the quarterback.
Yeah, I think it's the mantra once you start the season is you always have to protect the quarterback. But what's happened to Jared Goff the last few weeks, he's taken a lot more hits than we feel comfortable watching our quarterback take hits. He's coughed the ball up a couple of times. Fortunately, they haven't lost those fumbles. He's been able to fall on top of it, or a teammate will. But, yeah, I mean, last week, Arden Key was the guy getting to him. And Arden Key has not shown that ability in his NFL career to a consistent rate. I mean, he's been in the league for, I think, 6 or 7 years here, and he's got his high in sacks in any season is 6.5. But he got to Jared Goff a couple times on Sunday and looked like a Pro Bowler doing it. So let's protect that side.
It's funny, Kang, as we talk our way through this, one thing's becoming abundantly clear. Gator does not like Arden Key.
I feel like that too, man.
You do not
I don't
like
know why.
or want Arden Key.
You just go at him,
because I wanted to deflect before, because I think people will overreact what happened on Sunday and think this guy's the truth.
Okay, but we were talking about him before Sunday.
Barely, did we? I don't know if we did. I don't know if we did. And frankly, he's a guy that, I mean, if you're going to add him to the team, would it be an upgrade over what we have? Yeah. But if that's all they do, I'm not going to be happy with it. I want more than Arden Key.
I'm not sure you even want Arden Key.
I would. I'd take him, but I want more than that. If that's all that it's done, it's so underwhelming.
All right, so finally, Lions haven't had a problem with turnovers, and Green Bay does attack end. They're really good with takeaways. Ben Johnson was asked about, solidifying that part of the game and making sure that you don't turn it over. What's been the key? Keep it up. Just keep it up.
Rip that dagger.
You like that, don't you?
That's fun.
Yep. So, and you got other teams asking him about it, which is crazy. And then last night during the Thursday Night Football game, Jets fans were seen in the stands wearing paper bags over their head, and written on the paper bag was, "Save us, Ben Johnson." Sorry, can't have him. It's cool. Yeah, we like him too. Can't have him. We might be able to keep him. Ready to pick some games?
Yes.
All right. Gator won't brag unless he's bragging, so I'll brag for him. Right now, Gator is 29-16 against the number. After a 4-2 week last week, this is outstanding. I am 23-22, 5-3 in my locks. Gator's 4-4 in the locks. I think you're good in everything but your locks. Your locks are nearly
5-3 in my locks.
I got you 4-4. I thought you missed last week.
I did to make me 5-3.
All right, well, my bad. There he goes. Like I said,
I have the numbers in front of me. That's all.
Texas Tech is getting 13.5. Taking on Iowa State. I like the Red Raiders plus the 13.5.
Interesting. I will go with Army minus 22 against Air Force. Army is a wrecking ball, and Air Force is just not good enough to stop them.
Do you see the helmets Army's wearing this week?
I haven't.
You got to look them up.
I'm sure they're going to be great.
Next up, Penn State versus Ohio State. The total in that game's 46.5. I see lots of offense. I'll play the over 46.5.
I like the over in that, too. I took it off my list, but I initially had it down there. I think that's a good call. I like Georgia minus 14.5 against Florida. I think Georgia's going to start showing people why they're arguably the best team in the country.
Should be good weather down there for that one. My car house lock of the week, UCLA is traveling to Nebraska. Nebraska is laying 6.5. I'm taking the homestanding Cornhuskers.
Is it because of travel, Doug?
It's always a factor, Gator.
Doug
and UCLA stinks.
And UCLA is terrible, yes. Texas A&M is giving up 3 points on the road at South Carolina. Texas A&M is starting to put things together. It's a good football team, and they're playing really well. It's my shoot the boot lock of the week, giving up just 3 at South Carolina.
Next up, we go to the NFL. Arizona's playing host to Chicago. Chicago is winless on the road this year. Arizona's only laying a point. I'll take the homestanding Cardinals.
Miami takes their show on the road at Buffalo. Miami's getting 6 points. Look, those guys are getting healthy again, and that offense, which had only been averaging 14 points a game going into last week, they more than doubled that output. I like Miami plus 6.
Next up, the Minnesota Vikings are at home taking on Indianapolis. Minnesota, coming off a long week with the game last Thursday. I'll take Minnesota to cover the 5.5 against the Colts.
Ditto.
All right. And my final pro pick, Jacksonville plus 8 at Philly. Big win for Philly last week. Jacksonville, hey, man, we had to pick a 2-6 team that's going to rally. I'm putting my money where my mouth is and taking the Jags.
Washington is at the New York Football Giants. They're giving up 4 points in this game. The Giants are just a god-awful football team, no matter how you slice it. They can't get anything going there. I like what Washington's done this year. I think they're going to build on it, and they're going to take care of the Giants, and it'll be easy, -4.
Every week, Kang loves on a pick and hates on a pick. Which one do you like the most?
Gator, I love your pick at Georgia, -14.5 against Florida. Yeah, Georgia should roll in that one. Dogs all the way.
And which one do you hate?
Stick with Gator on this one. I don't like the Washington -4 at the Giants. It seems like an easy pick, but Washington did win on a Hail Mary last week. And the last time they played the Giants, it took a walk-off kick to beat the Giants. Giants are terrible, but at some point they're going to win another game. I think it's going to be this week.
Those are our picks. Do with them what you will. If I bet it here on Carson Anderson. Speaking of which, an amazing story from last night. We'll get to that at 1:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Calling all Twin Peaks fans, what a weekend we have in store for you. We can all agree it's the best time of year. You got football, you got hockey and basketball just getting started, and what a great place to enjoy all the action. Your favorite lodge, Twin Peaks. Why is game day so much better at Twin Peaks? To start, nothing goes better with football than wings and beer, and nobody does it better. They got a draft beer system that chills the lines to a teeth-chattering 29 degrees. It's poured into a frozen mug that's been freezing for 6 hours. They take their draft beer so seriously, a mug is only used once per day. Perfect for this month's featured beer, New Belgium Voodoo Ranger Juicy Haze. Pair that up with the best wings in the state, and you're in heaven. They hand cut and breaded to order boneless wings. They also got bone-in breaded, and smoked. Plus 14 sauces and dry rubs to choose from. If you prefer something other than beer and wings, they got you covered. Smoked ribs and brisket, hand-cut New York strip smash burgers, an extensive list of bourbons, tequilas, amazing craft cocktails, and shots priced just right. The Maize and Blue hosts number 1 at 3:30 on Saturday, then circle back Sunday. Detroit has a monster matchup with a division rival Green Bay at 4:25. Come see why game day is simply better at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views. Okay, look, we haven't talked about this all day, but last night in the Thursday night football game, the Jets ran a reverse to Malachi Corley. 2015, 10, 5 touchdown. As soon as he crossed the goal line, I turned and said he dropped the ball early. I wasn't sure because that's sometimes hard to tell. Players are moving so fast. But I was like, this might get looked at. And sure enough, it did get looked at. And sure enough, he dropped the ball before he crossed the goal line. In celebration. Like he dropped it to go celebrate. And we've seen this happen before. Which begs the question, how the F does this keep happening? Honest to God. The first time I saw it might have been Deshaun Jackson. I think he might have been the first one I saw do it. But once it happened once, I can't believe it would ever happen again. It has got to be the most humiliating thing in football.
It's unbelievable that it still happens. Like, I don't understand how this could possibly happen. You see examples of it every season.
Every season.
Like, if I'm in the NFL, it's even more reprehensible, right? In college, it's just beyond stupid. But in the NFL, you're getting paid. So I would love to see, and I'm sure they won't do this because of the Players Association, but wouldn't you associate, like, in every contract, there's $100,000 fine if you do something this dumb? Like punish players by, you have to run 10 miles after practice.
You're
for the
immediately
next week.
suspended for the next 2 games without
honestly,
pay. Like, it is so careless. And obviously we're being facetious here, but I cannot believe this stuff still happens. I cannot believe it. And here's the thing. Malachi Corley was plus 15,000 on an anytime touchdown. So a $100 bet would have netted $15,000. Can you imagine having that bet?
And think you've got it? You're like, max amounts for everyone. And then 2 minutes later,
Then max amounts for just me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get some max amounts.
I mean, seriously. Is there anything more absurd than that? How does that still happen?
I don't know how it still happens. Every time it happens, you're like, what? I mean, what? Don't even come to the sideline. Just keep walking, go through the tunnel. Don't even, you know what? You're not allowed in the locker room. Just go outside and, use your thumb to get home.
It's like, I'll see myself out, right?
Yeah.
This is so embarrassing. I got to leave.
Like,
and
you
going.
can't come over.
Yeah.
Don't even walk over. Just go. I don't want to look at you.
Doug, you remember this game we used to play in the office, U2 Gator? I think it was a football. And we used to see how close we could throw it to the ceiling.
So ridiculous.
Right?
We would throw this football back and forth, and the object was to throw it as close to the ceiling as you could without touching the ceiling panel.
I feel like these football players are trying to get as close as possible to the goal line and drop it.
Like, why?
Right? Of course, there's no real good reason for it, but this is... Why would you do this otherwise? What are you doing?
Like, do that with the back of the end zone.
Yes.
Not the front of the end zone.
I know that's not what they're doing. It just seems like it's...
But is the celebration, like, you start thinking about, it's not as if the celebration is any better. The sooner you get rid of the football, the better your celebration is.
They're so excited to celebrate, though. They're so excited
They're
to
in
get
it,
it under.
yeah.
Like, they've got their own.
You might be right. That's
celebration, and they can't wait to get to it. Like, I've been waiting 6 years for this, or whatever. 6 games.
That's what it is. It's I'm here for the celebration. I've been working on the celebration. I can't wait to get. I didn't even
Come
see
on,
what he
guys,
did.
get over here. We need more for the rowboat.
So the funniest thing about it was then they had to figure out what to do because nobody from the Jets jumped on the ball. Nobody from the Texans jumped on the ball.
And it just rolled.
The ball looked like it stayed. And finally they found a replay from the other end zone where you could see the ball, I mean, just slowly rolling and rolling and rolling. And it finally rolled out of the back of the end zone. I don't know if it had much momentum for even one more rotation.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't see it live. I was watching the game, saw that the Jets were driving, and they were like in deep in Houston territory. And I'm like, I don't want to see this. I got to watch something else. I start flipping around, and then I saw it was halftime. I look at the halftime score, whatever, or looked at the score at some point, and I'm like, wait a minute, didn't the Jets score? How did they not score? And I went to my phone app and looked at it, and so there was a fumble. And I didn't know that was the fumble until much later. I'm like, oh my God. Like later in the game, they do the recap of mistakes, and Herb Street's going, yeah, this is a nightmare to start. And I'm like, that's how they fumbled? Oh my God. You can't show your face.
No.
I mean, fortunately for him, the Jets won the game.
Incredibly
if they
fortunately
had
for
not,
him. If they had not, and they lost by a score. I mean, I guess if they lost it anyway, if it was remotely close, as long as they didn't lose 56
they're lucky
to
they
nothing.
got the touchdown. Just rule that touchdown.
No, Malachi Corley is a rookie, and
Western Kentucky?
That is correct. Good for you.
Hilltoppers?
Last night I was like, he's from Eastern Kentucky, right? Nope.
No, he's from Western Kentucky.
Well, now he's from the University of Dummy.
Big dummy.
University of Dummy.
I don't know if you can like coach it, but just tell everyone on the team, listen, man, I don't care. You guys celebrate, do the rowboat, line up and do charades, whatever. But before you do it, you must hand the ball to the referee. Just hand the ball to the referee and then go do whatever. But I don't think it would not stop. It's still gonna. I feel this is gonna happen in 30-20 in the NFL. It's still gonna be happening.
It's like the teams have to practice scoring the touchdown. You have to practice getting the ball across the line. And then Barry Sanders it. Sprint to the official. Each team should have a contest. Who can get the ball to the official in the end zone the quickest? And then have some sort of prize so that everyone is trained to do it. It's funny. I remember it's a guy used to play football in Michigan named Doug Skeen. He was an offensive lineman. And he said that the offensive linemen used to sprint to the end zone to celebrate with their teammates. And everybody thought it was really cool. But the truth was that lineman knew the first guy that got in there would actually get on TV. So that's why they did it. But they should have some sort of trick like that to teach players to cross the actual goal line and get the ball to the official so you know that you've scored the touchdown play.
Want to do it one of two ways. You either do it the Barry Sanders way, they're both Lions ways, or you do it the Chris Spielman way.
Slam it to the ground.
Just fall forward, face first, and you're slamming it down.
All right.
Rico looks disgusted.
Are you disgusted, Rico?
I don't understand how that's in 2024. That's still a problem.
It's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable.
This is one where, I would probably go old school coach, and you're going to carry this ball for the next week. No matter where you go. If I stop at your house at 3 o'clock in the morning, it better be in the bed with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Seriously.
Something like that.
How in the world? Were you in a hurry?
If you were in a hurry to
He was
celebrate.
in a hurry to celebrate, I think.
That's what it is.
So you know what? Hey, 15 minutes. Do your dance in front of the entire team.
That's a good one. If you do that,
Yep.
You have to perform. You have to dance. For
Sing and
15
dance.
minutes. Yep.
Do everything that you
Get
want
all
to
your
do.
celebration out of your
let's get it all
system
out.
now.
Let's see what's so important that you didn't want to score.
He's got a evil genius mind. That Rico does.
Yeah, what if the player is looking to dance? Oh, I get to dance?
Oh, no. After 15, trust me, after 30 seconds, you realize, okay, this is stupid.
And this is a long time.
Can I go back to the Carlton? Should I stop at the Carlton?
Right. Don't stop.
Got the robot going. There's only so much voguing I can do.
You guys have a great show. Have a great weekend, everybody. I'll talk to you tomorrow in our pregame show. Again, Brother Station WWJ at 12:30. Kickoff at 3:40, Michigan and Oregon. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Stay safe and treat each other with respect.
We learned today that Josh Paschal would miss his second straight game for the Lions. They do hope he will return by next week. Lambeau Field expected to be windy and rainy Sunday as Detroit faces the Packers. Dan Campbell weighed in on the impact that could have on the outcome of the contest. The Pistons have their sixth straight game against a playoff team to start the season to begin the campaign. Up next is the Knicks. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan has the pregame at 6:35. New Michigan basketball center Vlad Golden was one of 20 preseason centers to be listed on the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Center of the Year award. Golden transferred from Florida Atlantic after his head coach, Dusty May, took the job in Ann Arbor.
Are you okay?
Why? What's wrong? Both Big Noon kickoff... Both Big Noon Kickoff and College Game Day will be at the same location this week on the campus of Penn State as they host Ohio State. Some fans are boycotting the Big Noon show, telling fans not to show up behind the set. Their argument is that a game of this magnitude should be played at night. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Friday, everybody. Great to have you aboard. We have got a jam-packed show. We have got Lions-Packers. We have TJ Lang joining us. We have the picks. We have the prop bets. And we have something that I want so badly to sell you and lend credence to, but I can't bring myself to do so. But we're going to lead with that because it's building off of what we did at 5 o'clock yesterday. It's hot stove season. You're seeing trades in baseball, options being picked up. You're seeing last year, 4 days after the World Series, the Tigers made the blockbuster move of trading for Mark Canha. The point is, lots of talk. And there is an article in The Athletic, and they canvass GMs and front office executives. I'm going to read you a quote. The simple question for you is no believability, some believability, or total believability. None, some, total. Okay?
Okay.
Quote, just a hunch, but wouldn't be surprised if Detroit got involved, said an NL executive. They should build off their 2024 and already have some very good pitching. Do you know who he's saying they need to get involved with? And he wouldn't be surprised if they did. I give you Juan Soto. No believability, some believability, or total believability. You know where I'm at on this. You can mark me down for no believability. Because Kenny is, Kenny's one step from starting a kissing booth on the corner for Christian Walker, a 34-year-old first baseman. Like, Kenny's ready to corrupt his morals for a 34-year-old first baseman. We're in the poverty bin. Like, I get made fun of because I want to go sign Tony Taters. Anthony Santander. Like, Juan Soto, no believability. But an NL executive says, I wouldn't be surprised if Detroit got involved. And that they should. Rico, none, some, total.
In the words of Randy Jackson, that's a no for me. That's a no for me, dog. No. Until you show me differently,
I can't get him to spend $100 million. This guy wants us to spend 6, 7. Are you kidding me?
No.
This franchise farted in the face of anyone who dared suggest they go get Matt Chapman with 5 opt-outs. You think they're signing an ironclad 12-year, $650? Got to throw in the Detroit tax. Guys, I would love it. Asking me what I want to happen versus what will are just two unrelated and completely different conversations. Yeah. But we talked about this briefly yesterday, and it'll be the only thing we do that's not football today. But if I ask you right now, when I read you that report, that feeling from an NL executive, just a hunch, wouldn't be surprised if Detroit got involved with Juan Soto. That's from The Athletic. Not us. We're not trolling the audience. Not us. Do you have no believability, sum, or total? I can't.
I would like to.
Do you realize Kenny is going to have one of his balls removed for Christian Walker? That's the level of desperation we're having. Kenny's donating organs to science.
I sound like Jeremy Otto during that update. I have no believability. Exactly, Jeremy. Exactly. Absolutely no. What has this front office done to show you?
Kenny, hey, here's him during that last update. He was not where he needed to be. He was not where he needed to be in that update. What was that?
That's him.
Oh, my.
I didn't think that was actually on the air when he did that.
David, no believability. Some believability. Total religious believability.
No, I can't do it. I can't have any belief here. They have not shown the ability or the want to spend the money. This is $700 million pot. No, I don't see it.
And again, reminder, the messaging that has come out of the franchise, right? By some people who work for the team, others who cover the team, the messaging has been soft pedaling this offseason. Right from the rip. I mean, the blood wasn't even dry on your loss in Cleveland. So, guys, I'm sorry. When I'm considered unrealistic because I'm like, look, how about these players? Here's Alex Bregman, maybe Christian Walker, maybe Santander. I did say yesterday, I fully admit it. I would make a play for Corbin Burns. Why? I don't know. It's awesome. And you could have him and Scooble at the top of your rotation.
But you're going bold. You're going big. That's so. If you did that, I think the city would embrace it. That's one we talked about. If you went and offered and got shot down, at least you now know anything's on the table.
1,000%.
Anything is possible. Anything's on the table, and they are trying to get better. Now they just got to convince people to come to Detroit.
Like if I read a report that they had offered Alex Bregman 5 years and $150 million, and he turned it down because he wanted 7 years at $170, I wouldn't be mad at all. I would say, you know what? You tried. Good for you. You didn't quite want to give that amount of term. You made a real play at a real player, and he opted to stay in Houston. Tip of the cap. But the problem is we never get those reports. So there is a weird sect of people in this town that defend Chris Ilitch for what reason, I have no idea. The point is, if you want to eliminate narrative, you got to do stuff you've never done. I mean, that's the truth. If you want what you've never had, do what you've never done. If Chris Ilitch and this team doesn't want to be viewed as small market, Mickey Mouse, cheap, if you don't like those narratives, well, then you've got to do things that you haven't done. Can't have Javi coming out of spring training. You can't have an offseason where your big acquisition is a paint can. Mm-hmm. Like if you showed this fan base Christian Walker and Alex Bregman, hey, we're all holding hands going, really nice job by Chris Ilitch, Scott Harrison, all involved. They're getting serious.
Mm-hmm.
But this report about Juan Soto, what am I? Look, this is a hunch of an NL executive. That's not worth the hill of beans in my world. But the fact is, somebody in baseball believes the Tigers are going to get involved. Show me. Show me a report. I don't even care if somebody from the Tiger organization who sells tickets drunk dialed Juan Soto. I'd accept that at this point. Like Kenny at the end of the night at Drunky McTipsy's.
Juan.
Hey, Juan.
Hey, Juan, what are you doing?
What you up to?
Why don't you come over to Detroit?
You've always been my boy. We should hang out together. We
don't hang out anymore.
Hey, we should hang out. Come on.
I love the name Juan. So my whole point is just we're so far from being engaged in those conversations. It would fly in the face of everything we think we know of Scott Harris. We think we know of Chris Ilitch. But if it's in The Athletic and someone who works in baseball, who's allegedly an intelligent human, says, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Tigers got involved with Juan Soto. And the fact is, here's the other laugher. The person says they should. Should and will are two different things. He said both. Mm-hmm. Of course they should. Yeah. That's why I laugh. Like already you're reading reports the Braves are going to sign Willie Adames. Oh, where's the money going to come from?
Right, I actually thought you were having a serious conversation with me.
No.
I'm like, well, Mike, they could. Oh, I get.
No, this was Tommy Boy, and I was taking a 2x4 to your face. I'm like, oh, what do you mean they're spending? They already have a big payroll.
I just don't see this happening.
I don't have any believability.
This team has never, they've gone the poverty route. They've gone the we're not a big market route. They've gone every route to kind of downplay, lower your expectations.
What are the odds the NL executive is actually Kenny? I mean, that's ticket. What did the ticket text have to say? Anything early on this?
Yeah, there's no believability. Someone says absolutely no. Absolutely none. He will command 500 on the cheaper end, likely closer to 700. It's not happening. I believe Santa Claus is more realistic than the Tigers getting Soto. That is from Cameron.
All right, hold on. More realistic. Let's have some fun with this. Right with you, David. Your two Wolverine cohorts on this station have selected Michigan to beat Oregon.
To beat?
Michigan beating Oregon tomorrow?
Not against the spread.
Or you reading a singular report that the Tigers even butt dialed Juan Soto?
No, not the spread. No.
Just
Jerome
straight
Moore
up
is leading the fight song.
No,
Hail
that's
to
not
the Victors is
happening.
being sung in the locker room as they are saying, fans rush the field.
Doug and John said that with a straight face today. Better odds, that or Kenny butt dialing Juan Soto?
What?
Juan.
Oh, my. Oh.
Juan. What's up? Hey, Juan. Is this you? Hey, man.
Kenny's across the street at the GM meetings waving. Hey, we just talked to him. He's not saying anything.
Juan, I've had a really... Oh, excuse me, sarcastic. I've had a rough week.
We need to hang out.
I feel I've taken a couple strays in this process that I'm not comfortable with.
Dude,
but
you
that's
missed,
okay.
you
I was
missed 2
screening a
days of
call.
work. 2 days of work with the poops. You don't think we've got a little bit of a leeway on statute of
Do you
limitations?
think I wanted that to happen, Mike?
Yeah, kind of. I do, actually. 248-539-9797. Guys, validity check on this report from The Athletic. NL exec says, I wouldn't be surprised if the Tigers got involved with Juan Soto. No believability, summer total. Whether you believe they should or shouldn't, separate discussion. But yeah, no believability on our end. We've talked about David Femininio for a long time. Listen to the results David and his team have gotten for injured clients. $3.5 million, $5 million, up to $11.5 million. When you are injured, obviously you need an attorney that's going to fight for you. But you need someone that you can get on the phone. Call David now. He will answer 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. All right. So we're having a little fun with you before we get to the football. We got prop bets coming up in about 10 minutes. TJ at 3. We do have questions. Obviously, Lions-Packers is going to be a main storyline. But this report from The Athletic where an NL exec says he wouldn't be surprised if the Tigers got involved with Juan Soto. Juan Soto? I'd be happy if they got involved with Juan Valdez, the guy who sells coffee on TV. I mean, just what? $600 million? I can't get him to spend 60 to buy Javier. I have no believability. But if you do, just tell me why. And look, should they? Of course they should. Soto's a generational player. And by the way, for all the business nerds, for all the people who go, well, Chris has a business to run. Okay, true or false? Signing Juan Soto is good for business. Like when Ohtani got the money he got, only the peanut brains in the world didn't realize that Ohtani would bring the Dodgers a profit of over $1 billion over the course of the deal and increase the baseline valuation of your franchise.
International dollars. Exactly.
Juan Soto is arguably the best baseball player in the sport, 25 and under. Like, yeah, you signed the guy. What, are you kidding me? Oh, we can't do that with the payroll. If I have to hear about payroll one more time, my head's going to explode. Let me go to the people. We'll go to Kent, 97.1. Kent, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going?
Excellent. What do you make of this report?
Yeah, I have zero belief. I mean, are we even sure they're talking about the real Tigers? I know that there's a Japanese MTV. I think the Hanshin Tigers. I mean,
yeah, it's actually a team in South Korea.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Hill is just not going to try to overspend like Steve Cohen or, any of the guys with the Dodgers either. I mean, once you get up at plus the $500 million range for the entire contract, there's just no way that Scott's going to do that. We haven't even seen him spend over, $40 mil? I mean, all we have right now is guaranteed contracts with Javi, who's a dead carcass, and Cole Keith.
Oh, don't forget about Maeda. Got him for next year, too.
Yeah, he's going to be really cool coming out of the pen once, we get all of our starters going and then, run it back with the whole bullpen craziness.
I can't listen. I mean, you don't have to have a payroll like the Dodgers and the Mets or the Yankees, but you got to be top 10. I mean, history proves it out. I've done multiple shows about it. You got to get to a point where the payroll's approaching that top 10 or history says you're not winning the World Series. You don't believe me? Go look at the last 25 champions. 24 of them were in the top 10.
Well, it's not like the Dodgers spent a lot of money this year.
Actually,
I completely agree.
I want to just correct myself on one thing. Hold on one second. Ken, I do apologize. It's not top 10 for the 24 out of 25. It's top 10, I think it's 9 of 10. And I think it's top 14 for the 24 out of 25. I just want to correct myself on that. Ken, go ahead. Sorry, buddy.
And I did actually have a question for Kenny. I was on hold and I was thinking, would you rather have Christian Walker, who's 34 right now, and have him for this upcoming year and just ship Torque off for another catching prospect because Dingler sucks? Or would you rather take your chances and get Vladdy during the 2026 free agency and extend him and be like a little Miggy and then, Riley Green can be your Curtis Granderson or whatever?
I think Vladdy could be a megastar, so count me on the Vladdy train for that one.
Here's the thing,
I love Vladdy.
Kent, GM meetings are the 5th through the 7th, right? Just a couple of days. Then the winter meetings are December 5th through 10th. Kent, if I don't see the Blue Jays sign Vladdy to that extension in either of these two periods, that needs to be your number 1, 2, 3, and 4 trade target. Because I got to tell you something, 25-year-old right-handed hammers who play first base, who hit for average, hit for power. Kent, you could start that deal at Max Clark plus. Go get him. Sign him. Put Vladdy at the top of that order with Parker Meadows, Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter. Go ahead and navigate that. Have fun with that. Seriously. Like, guys, at a certain point, I'm not into the prospect hoarding. If the core's here and a guy like Vlad's available, you try. I don't laugh at Kenny when he brings it up. I think laughing's the lazy thing. Actually think about it. Mm-hmm. Does Toronto know what direction they're going? It sounds like Bo Bichette's going to free agency. They have not been able to get to a deal with Vlad to the point where Vlad was answering questions about where he'd be willing to play. Their window is probably closed.
So a little bit of a sell mode. So no, it makes sense that you just kick the tires and see, hey, are you interested?
I don't think that's something you need to make fun of Kenny for. James, 97.1. What's up, James?
Hey, Mike Rico. Happy Friday. How you guys doing?
Excellent. Thank you.
Good. Well, I got to tell you, I think this report is a bunch of baloney, in my opinion. The last 2 seasons, our biggest free agent acquisition have been the scoreboard and the LED lights. So I don't buy it at all.
With you. Now, here's my question. What do you think they're actually going to do?
To be quite honest with you, I think there's going to be a move, and I'll give you guys an alternate perspective here. I think with how they have AJ and bringing Scott Harris, there had to have been a plan at some point to spend money, whether that's Christian Walker trading for Guerrero or getting Bregman. So I think there is going to be something. And I know that's not easy to say, but that's just my view.
No, and listen, my point would be, James, it can't be 3rd or 4th level free agents or trade targets. You got to add a couple of nice players here. And look, in fairness, it doesn't need to be pie in the sky stuff that has no chance of happening, like an Ohtani or a Soto. But it can't just be, guys, you're not going to believe it, we've signed Steve Balboni. One problem, he's dead. Like, come on. What, Pete Incaviglia? We just signed Dutch Dalton.
No, it would just go a long way. I think just with the fans, even though they're not going to get them. Hey, guys, we're trying to be serious here. We're going to go after some big-name players and try to see if we could attract somebody to come to Detroit. That's why, last year I'm like, you know what? Try for Ohtani. He's going to say no. It cost you what, a phone call? Go for it. Same with Soto. Whatever. Just make the call because you never know. But it at least gives the fan base the illusion. We are trying. And we are trying to go after some big boys.
David, couple of ticket texts, and then we will turn our attention to football.
No effing way. Just first extend Scooble. That's all I need this offseason.
Whoa. Say that and known as good here. What was the last part?
That's all I want this offseason.
You know what you are? You're a schmuck. Whoever wrote that. You are a complete schmuck. That's all I need? Just going to run it back? Just keep WBBT? Just keep the band together? Sign no one? Poverty payroll?
Come on. It's working for the Wings.
What a schmuck.
Oh, my. 110% no. I have no faith we even sign anyone, let alone Soto.
Having no faith is different than saying, it's okay, whatever you want, Chris.
Guys, isn't this a good sign, though? If executives out here in Detroit is involved in free agents, this should be a good sign, no?
That's why I brought it up.
I mean, in theory, this is what we said. We wanted to hear that somebody is saying, hey, Tigers are interested.
I was just hoping for guys that are at a 60% discount from Soto, like Bregman or Christian Walker or Santander. Something. Right-handed bats. Exciting.
This is a new Tiger team. It's new management. New attitude.
I have a better chance of finding my wife's. Oh,
stop.
I'm sorry. I can't read that.
Whoa,
I'm sorry.
dude.
I didn't mean to put that on my sheet. I'm so sorry.
Dude.
Wow, sorry.
Come on, man.
Just make him an offer he can't refuse. 10 for $1 billion. That ought to do it. From Sean.
All righty.
Oh, man. Not only can I guarantee the Tigers won't get Juan Soto, but I will bet my daughter's college education it will not happen. Oh, man. I give it some believability in that I believe they will offer $15 million a year so they can just claim they tried. Wow.
Honestly, if you're working in PR for a team, that's the best thing you can do. Lob a wholly insulting offer out knowing the player won't take it, but your fans get to believe you tried. That's why I never understand a lot of these teams. I'd be rifling nonsense out there left and right just for people to think we care.
There's a report. They said they tried.
I mean, what do you want? We tried. Well, how much did you offer? We don't disclose.
Yeah, we don't, but we try.
And then this one says, I'm just picturing Illich as Ray Liotta in Goodfellas cackling at the table reading this report.
Exactly.
No way it happened.
Exactly. You're exactly right. Meanwhile, forget it. It's too late. I'm not going to get in trouble. Hey, how about if you're a business owner and you need health insurance or you purchase your own? Much safer conversation. All the changes happening in the health insurance industry. Come on, guys. Just call Mike Papura. Let him sort through it for you. National benefit plans. Mike will shop every health insurance plan available He'll make sure you and your employees get the best bang for your buck. We know it because he's got 30 years of credibility. He'll check to see if your company qualifies for group coverage. He'll also get you the least expensive option possible. He is a free consultant. He'll take your time and hassle and save it. So call Mike Purpura now, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, we do it every week at this time. Prop bets are all the rage. Rico curates them. Some are real, some are fantasy. They're all interesting. Ooh, Jim, it's time for the Prop Bet Casino.
Shout out to Kenny Cott. He destroyed us all last week.
And his toilet.
Oh, Jesus.
Let's go. Let's just jump right in there. Over under Colston Loveland. Anytime touchdown, 0.5.
John and Doug promised they were winning the game, which would mean Loveland would have to score. Over.
Plus, they'd be playing from behind, so you're going to be throwing it a little bit more. I'm going to say over.
Yeah, that's the real reason he does it. Playing from behind. So, yes, over.
Over. I'm going to go under.
Oh, come on.
Smudge
Doug
Morgan.
and John promised.
Smudge Morgan. He'll score. Meaningless touchdown, but he'll celebrate.
How could it be meaningless when they win?
Oh.
Doug and John promised.
Khalil Mullins. Over under 60.5 rushing yards.
Doug and John promised they'd win the game. It has to be over.
I see what you're doing.
They promised. They told their listeners they were winning.
I already see what you're doing for this. Okay.
Over.
What did you say the number was, Rico? I'm
60.5.
Well, as I said, they're going to be playing from behind, so they're not going to be running as much, so I will say under.
Whatever. My season's done. Under.
You won the game last week.
David, John Jansen picked them. They are winning.
Turn his microphone off.
What is wrong with you?
Kenny, I'm going to go under as well because I think they're going to try to do that 2-quarterback system and put the running quarterback out there. Dylan Gabriel, over under. Dylan Gabriel, over under 2.5 passing touchdowns.
When Doug Carr says they're winning the game, it is a mortal lock.
Do not
I will
make me
select. I will select the under. Go blow.
For those taking this seriously,
I'll take the over because they will be scoring a lot of those passing touchdowns.
he's thrown for three touchdowns in a bunch of games at least. No, he's not.
Over. Over.
I'm going over.
But John Jansen said they are winning.
Okay, I'm reluctantly going to ask this question.
Go ahead.
Jaden Davis snaps in this game. The freshman quarterback for Michigan, over under 0.5.
Well, because Doug Carson and John Jansen said they are winning, there'd be an opportunity for him to take a victory formation snap. Therefore, I will say over.
I'll say under.
Under.
I hate to. I'm agreeing with him. I think that he will get out there. He's within the 4-game limit, so you're not going to burn your red shirt.
But Doug and John said.
Okay, you know what? We're going to move on from this game. No more. No more.
I can't help that.
More.
But the voices of Wolverine football said
Michigan
they're
State,
winning.
Indiana.
Okay.
Nick Marsh receiving yards, over under 40.5.
See, Doug
No.
I'm going to say over. He's proven when healthy.
Thank you for joining us.
He's an explosive receiver, and all it takes is one downfield throw to really get to that total. I'll say over.
Yeah, I agree. I'll say over as well.
Hater.
Under.
Of course.
Talking about.
I'm going over.
But Doug and John said.
Yep. Okay. Hear me out for this. Indiana has not trailed at any point this season. At any point in this game, will Michigan State have a lead? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, it's certainly possible.
John said they were going to win huge.
They've never trailed the entire season.
No, they won't. And that's not hating.
No, that's hating.
I just don't.
That's
see
hating.
it.
That's coming up at Greater Life this Sunday. How to hate on your enemies. David Hull. 8 o'clock service, and if you missed that, he'll be there at 11:15. All right. Nate Carter, rushing yards, over under 53.5.
Over. State's shown they can run the ball the last couple weeks against better fronts than Indiana. Indiana's also had the luxury of playing from ahead all year. Teams don't run a lot on them. I'll go over. Why not?
What was the number again?
53.5.
Ooh, that's a good number. I'll take the over.
David's going under.
No, I'll take the over on this one. It's going to be his week versus Adams.
Jonathan Kim field goals. Field goals made. Over under 2.5.
Under. Any chance to win, you better get 7 against IU. They don't play.
I was thinking the number would be 2, so I'll say under by half.
All right, here's what I'll do. I know I said no on the MSU lead, but the only way you get the lead is with a field goal to start the game first drive.
God almighty,
So,
the way people are talking about Indiana, you'd think we're playing 1997 Nebraska.
I'm going to go over on the 2.5.
You know what Indiana's strength of schedule is, David?
It's not good. I know that.
106th.
I'm going to go over as well.
Oh, my God. We're settling for more field goals?
No, Mike, I'm going over with the game-clinching field goal to kind of make sure you win the game. They march him out there. He kicks the field goal.
I wish.
Aiden Childs, touchdown passes, over under 1.5.
What's the total on this game? I'm sorry to ambush you guys, but it matters how I'm thinking about this. You know, if the total's artificially high, I kind of trust their algorithm, their numbers to come up with it where you'd go, all right, maybe it's an over. Then again, you know what? State could be behind. State
52.5.
Yes, that's a high total. All right, I'll go over.
Okay.
And maybe State's getting cooked. And Aiden throws a garbage TD or something. I don't know. I'll say over.
Maybe I'm reading these stats wrong, but it says he hasn't done over 1 all year yet.
That's why Rico has the prop there.
So I will say under.
Smart move. I'm going to say over, though.
What? I don't even understand you today, David. I'm going to go over. Actually, I'm going to go over.
No. Question yourself again. I like when you do that.
All right. Jared Goff, turnovers in the rain, Green Bay, over under 0.5.
Over. It's outside Goff.
Turnovers, not just interceptions.
Even John was talking about things that'd be slippery out there, but I'm not going to give you that drop.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
It's somewhere in the system.
Turnovers meaning fumbles or interceptions or passes?
Correct, if you turn the ball over.
Okay, thank you, Rico. Condescending Rico has returned. I'll take the over.
You know, John said you're taking the under?
Oh.
You're taking the under?
No, over. He says over.
Okay.
Turnovers, 0.5. This is where I was saving my hate. Over.
I'm going over as well. Jared Goff, incomplete total passes, over under 6.5.
Over. What, are you kidding me? You don't just complete 83% of your passes. It's not real life.
Well, unless you throw like 3 passes like he did last week, he went under.
Over.
Yeah, in the rain, over. They're going to be whatever John said that I'm not going to repeat. So, over.
It's going to be a lot of incomplete balls, so I'm going to go over.
I'm the only one that believes in Jared Goff. I'm going under. Jaden Reed, touchdowns, over under 0.5.
Over. He's that rat that runs all those mesh concepts around the goal line, and you can't.
He's their Amon Ra.
He's a pain in the ass. That's what he is. Over.
Or J-Mo when he plays.
Yeah, I feel like I see him in the end zone a lot. Give me the over.
I'm going to go under.
I'm going to go over because he's going to be so happy his alma mater won the game. Top 25 upsets. Over, under 1.5.
Over.
They're 15.
Just over.
Okay.
I demand chaos. Plus, we know. Cockaboose, South Carolina. Let's go.
And I think last week was the only week there was 0 upsets.
It's a bounce back week for chaos.
I was going to go under, but then Mike brought up the cockaboo, so I guess I have to go over.
You going over?
So we have South Carolina. We have Michigan.
John Jansen and Doug Carr said they're beating Oregon. So right off the top, that's 1.
And Illinois is an underdog.
Oh, we have one with Florida also. So I'm going to go over.
I'm going to go over
quickly.
Well, all right, last one. More rushing yards, Josh Jacobs or David Montgomery?
David Montgomery.
Jacobs.
Going Jacobs as well.
Hater.
Prop bet casino, 97-1. What did John have to say?
John promised. All right, NBA's back. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. They want you to catch all the action. FanDuel giving all users 3 months NBA League Pass. All you got to do, bet $5 on any NBA game, and you get 3 months of the League Pass. You watch real basketball. You're new to FanDuel, just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can get the 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. 21 and up, President Michigan. 3-month free trial, full price League Pass, automatically charged monthly, cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions apply. 1 pass per customer. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we do it every week at this time. We check in with our man in the desert. But see, this is a little different. Now he's doing a road show here. We welcome in Derek Stevens from Circa. Now, Derek, I got to say something now. When you texted me yesterday, and I started reading the text, and you go, hey, Mikey, I'm bringing a crew to ... I was ready to read, I'm going down to Del Mar for the Breeders' Cup, or I'm going to a Raiders game, and you followed it up with Boise. What the hell are you doing in Boise?
Well, we're in the blue today, man. We have a big event over here at Boise State, national TV game. We're chasing this Heisman Trophy candidate, Ashton Jeanty. So we got a crew here in Boise, but after the game, we'll be back in Vegas because we got a lot of people showing up in Vegas for the Breeders' Cup. So a lot of Detroiters coming to Vegas for the Breeders' Cup. So we're doing pari-mutuel all day. So big weekend.
Yeah, Derek, I saw you out there on social media. What's it like walking out on that blue turf?
Well, I tell you what, it's blue. Man, it is really blue. It's something. This is a pretty overwhelming facility. The decibel levels tonight are going to be over the top. We've got a little insight into that of what they're planning on doing tonight. So this game tonight's going to be something. I definitely think you're going to have a lot of people jumping on the Broncos here. It's only 24.5 right now. I think you're going to see Bronco money. And here's the other thing. I mean, think about the candidate Ashton Jenney. 2 weeks ago, he's at 2-1, the favorite. You know, he had 131 rushing yards when they played UNLV, and his odds went up to plus 550. So I think right now, you know, in Michigan, you got so many options: FanDuel, DraftKings, MGM, Caesars. I would take a look at Genty to win the Heisman because he might put on a show tonight. And if that's the case, you're never going to see plus 550 again.
You know what's interesting, and Derek, I know you don't do the props at Circa, but like when you look at the prop market, it is insane. Like last week, just to get under minus 200, you had to bet Genty to get at least 190 yards rushing. That's how insane he's priced. It's nuts. But he's on pace he's got to be near Barry Sanders' record at Okie State in 88 if he wants to win the Heisman. He's got to put up huge numbers.
I mean, you're right. I mean, just to show where expectations are in tonight's game, the total tonight at Circa Sports is 185.5 rushing yards. So that'll tell you what they're thinking. You know, there's a decent chance he goes over 200 rushing, and that's what's going to push the Heisman odds of plus 550 back down to plus 200.
Talking with Derek Stevens. Derek, I'm going to bring it back here locally. I guess Indiana said that their quarterback Rourke will be playing. Him playing or not playing, has that caused any movement on the Michigan State-Indiana game?
You know, we've seen a little bit of Michigan State money. Currently, we're hanging at 8.5. Indiana at 8.5. But we've seen Michigan State money, so I think that tells you there's a little concern if you're an Indiana backer. Because we're seeing that Michigan State money. Again, I think we're seeing a little bit of home Big Ten money across the board. You know, it's hard to believe, a lot of these Big Ten teams are going to lose at home, whether you're talking about Michigan State, Michigan, you're talking about Penn State. So I think we've seen home Big Ten money a little bit across the board this weekend.
All right, I want to ask you Lions-Pack because I know, we're up against it. Look, it's the best game of the week, and the Lions draw huge action at Circa anyways. But this line went from the Pack 3.5 to 2.5. I assume that's an indicator of love playing, not just huge Packer money.
Unfortunately, it's been a lot of Packer money this weekend. You know, often I've been telling you we've seen Lions money, but it's been Packer money. There's an element of going into Lambeau Field. There's an element of there's still risk on weather. So far this week, we've just seen Packer. We were at 3.5. We went to a 3. Now down to a 2.5. So it's been Packer money so far. I think the key thing is we got to pay attention to the weather report, and if things clear up, you might jump back up to a 3. So if you like the Lions, you may want to jump on it now. There's a decent chance it goes to 3 again, but it's going to be weather related.
All right, enjoy Boise, and then tomorrow get serious. We got Breeders' Cup. We got action. We got things to do, Derek.
Absolutely. All right, thanks a lot, guys.
You got it, Derek.
Have
a good time. We'll talk to you next week. That's Derek Stevens from Circa. David, ticket text before we welcome in the Tobacco King, TJ Lang.
Tigers are the Pirates. Pirates are the Tigers. Finkel is Einhorn.
Come on, man. No, you know what? I'm going to respect the Detroit Tigers more than that. No, they are not the Pittsburgh Pirates financially. Come on.
Sunday has 100% chance of rain at Lambeau. Golf is either going to be over 6.5 receptions based on weather or under 6.5 because they don't throw the ball.
Well, here's the other thing. You do what you want with it. Packers lead the league in forced turnovers. They got elite safety play. They got good corners. They've changed from a 3 to a 4-man front. They play single high safety, which allows them to drop another safety into the box against the run. And again, on the other side of it, you're facing the best passing attack you've seen. probably since Tampa Bay, and you don't have a pass rush. So it kind of mitigates a little bit of the issue about Love mobility. And those two factors, plus there's no one receiver to take away. The whole Packer receiver room is a collection of rats, and they all eat.
Dobbs, Reed. Yeah.
I mean, and by the way, look, Cookie said it this morning, and I agree with him. Like, I'm sorry, but like, whether it's Gov and Greg and John and Lions. All right, if you're never going to pick against the team ever, fine, they're going 16-1. I mean, guys, that's not real life. It's not how it works.
I'm thinking mini Dan Campbell's
1,000
versus
Vince Lombardi, 2. Like, you just have to, you got to leave a space where, all right, Lions might go 14-3, 13-4. Well, they got to lose a couple games somewhere.
Buffalo. I think Gov said Buffalo.
Oh, okay. We've sanctioned that as a potential loss. Right. On the road in the division at Lambeau against a Pack team that matches up well with you. I don't know.
In bad weather where, let's face it, Goff's not great in bad weather.
He's not even good in it. As great as he is, mobile golf season, as much as I think he's in the MVP conversation, despite last week not having to throw the ball, it doesn't mean he goes out and dominates every week. It's not how the NFL works. We've got to get out of this euphoria stage in this town.
No.
Everyone's popping ecstasy right now, and they're not thinking clearly.
No, I think a lot of people think that the NFL is a lot like college football where you just don't lose every week.
Well, right. Well, much like college football, you've been playing garbage lately. Well, welcome now to the real conference season. It ain't Prairie View coming into town. David.
John in Auburn Hills, breaking news. John and Doug promise Soto will be a Tiger next season.
Hey, man, all I know is both of them picked Michigan to win the game this week, okay? And when you get that kind of ironclad guarantee from the voices of Michigan football, what'd you want me to do? I had to alter my picks into Prop Bet Casino.
Someone wants to counter what you said about the Packers, Mike. The Lions are second in takeaways, and Love throws picks a lot.
Great. You win by 50. Next. Guys, I'm not doing this with you.
No,
all right?
They're not doing that either. They're just saying what you said about the Packers defense.
No, you know what I want you to do?
The Lions defense.
No, it's fine. It's fine. David, how dare I talk about the opponent? You're right. We'll all just wrap our hands around our balls and cruise to ecstasy. Whatever you want, guys. Lions 52, bum-ass Packers 6. All set.
6?
Here's a question. Outside of Minnesota, who the hell have you beaten? I'll hang up and listen. Love the show, guys.
Because you lost to Tampa Bay.
Hello? Who you beating?
Arizona Cardinals.
Who you beating? Oh, the Cowboys down 50 dudes and that team blows anyways? Oh, you mean the one-win Titans? Who? Who am I supposed to sit here and feel like, oh, you're right, going to Lambeau Field, I shouldn't be a little concerned?
They're going to say, well, two teams tie for the NFC West. You beat them both.
Wow. Yeah, because Seattle's good. Right. Both teams come to the middle of the field. Great job by me. Your mom's a whore. You guys nailed it. Rico will take you to 6. Call in. Make the noise you make when the Lions win by 50. We'll pick a winner. 248-539-9797.
Did Doug and John guarantee this?
May as well.
I know John. John is like, never. Because I heard the Cookies was like, have you ever picked against the Lions?
No, but that's my point. I can't arrive at that space. It's still the NFL. I won't be shocked if they win the game. But you're going to hand me 3.5 points. I'm sorry. I think it'll be a close divisional game. What, I'm the bad guy?
I mean, the Texans last night lose to the Jets. Jets are an awful team.
You know, they're not the Lions. Please. We're going for our 6th Super Bowl in a row. No, because we've reached a point where it's not enough to say they're a really good football team, and I do believe they're a contender for the Super Bowl. But within that, it's okay to say they're going to lose a couple games. It doesn't mean you think they're bad.
If you win 12, you still got to lose 5. There's going to come somewhere.
That's that Kaz-Tech math we've all been waiting on. Tell you about Hungry Howie's. I quit. All right, Hungry Howie's, order some pizza. When the Lions are up by 60, order a pizza. They'll give it to you for free. I'm kidding on that part. $10, you get a pepperoni duo. $20, you get the second meal deal, 2 one-topping pizzas, plus a Howie bread. The $30, you get 2 two-topping large pizzas, plus a 3-cheese Howie bread, plus a liter of Pepsi. It's all there. Do whatever you like. Hell, order the celebration meal now because no team's getting within 30 of the Lions. That's it. It's only at Hungry Howie's. You're the MVP of your household. It's Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Per NFL reporter Jordan Schultz on X, quotes, several AFC teams have paused trade talks to see where they stand after Sunday's games. With so many 2-win teams in the AFC, some aren't ready to give up on their seasons or trade players at a discount. Sunday's results will likely tip the scale one way or another before Tuesday's trade deadline, end quote. While the trick plays may be fun for people in Detroit, but Green Bay safety Xavier McKinney provides a different perspective. Dan Campbell announced today that the Lions will be without Josh Paschal and Malcolm Rodriguez this week. Packers QB Jordan Love was seen going through a full warm-up today at practice alongside his strength coach. That's all the media was able to see. The Pistons are back in action tonight against the Knicks. Asar Thompson misses his 6th consecutive game of the season to begin the year. One housekeeping note, the NBA erased Isaiah Stewart's technical foul from last game. You can hear tonight's game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tip-off at 7. Former Lion and current Viking tight end TJ Hawkinson has been scratched off the injury reports. He will play for the first time this season against the Colts this week. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two teams go to the middle of the field. Great job by us. Your mom's a hooker. All right, we welcome. That's what the hell does Dan Miller say at the end of the game again?
Job well done, job better done, and then
whatever. Your team sucks, mine doesn't. All right, so
how we doing?
Good. Are you're like overheating? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
You
I just got nervous being around Bubble Guts back there. I got to get on a plane tomorrow. I don't want him getting me sick.
That is the first thing he said when he walked in.
He's like, "How we doing, man? I got
is
a flight
that hell?
tomorrow, dude."
Is that hell on earth? Do you think? If you were
stomach issues?
If you had Kenny's issues, but you were stuck on a cross country flight, oh my God.
Oh, that'd be
Oh, that's a nightmare. Total nightmare.
You know what? You just don't eat. You just don't eat the day before.
I don't think it.
And you eat when you land.
I don't think it matters though. Sometimes you got the belly issues.
You don't
that
feel the
bad.
tank.
It doesn't
Okay.
matter, man.
Let me. I want to ask a question before we get into Lions Packers.
That'll find stuff from months ago. You got a belly.
Okay.
Well, all right.
Oh boy.
You ain't stopping some of those issues.
I want to know which teammate's ass would get a bigger ass kicking if you were still playing and these guys played on your team. You ready?
Okay.
Stevenson from the Bears for shaking his ass, taunting the fans, and not realizing the Hail Mary had started. Or Malachi Corley last night, you're about to score, and I'm going to do this stupid, oh, look at me, I'm dropping the ball at the one. I mean, both of these offenses, I would cut both players.
I thought you were going to throw Anthony Richardson in there, too, from last week. Tapping out.
Tapping out.
Okay.
That was a bad look,
Hat
too.
trick. Anthony Richardson. Anthony, you have to lie. You got to say you got kicked in the balls or something.
Right.
You
Fall
can't-
down and you're cramping.
Take your helmet off and pretend like the strap broke. Do
Can't say
anything
you're tired.
other than you're tired.
Which of those three is the biggest, most offensive thing? Because you were on the leadership council
Yeah.
of a couple of the teams you played for.
Dropping the football at the one
Is bigger
untouched.
than the Hail
No
Mary?
doubt. Yeah, absolutely. No doubt. Because, and this is going to sound funny. It is kind of funny. You kind of expect defensive backs to do dumb things. You know what I mean? Like, and the fact that it was, he was still in position to make a play. I get that. That was horrendously bad. And, yeah, his teammates should get on his ass for that one. But
What do you
dropping
say, though? When you say that, like that game ends, you've been on the wrong side of a Hail Mary. Like when that game ends, Stevenson comes into the locker room. What happens?
I'm wondering if they saw it right after the game. You obviously see the play, but then when you see the
No, I don't think the social media
standing
stuff came
around
out
and
till
stuff,
later.
Maybe, yeah, like the extended view of him like mocking the crowd and stuff. Yeah, you're upset. I mean, you understand it's a kind of a jinx, good luck, terrible luck.
You're like, why is
play,
Stevenson
but-
showering so fast and getting the hell out of here?
I mean, that wouldn't sit over right. But honestly, like what defensive backs do doesn't surprise me. These guys are just like C.J. Gardner-Johnson does that all the time, mocking, the 49ers fans in the middle of the NFC Championship game last year.
true.
That was on the sideline, not during an actual play. But, yeah, I mean.
Okay, you were an offensive lineman. Your quarterback taps out of the game because he's tired. What's
Yeah,
that conversation go like?
Inexcusable, man. We're out there, killing ourselves to try to protect you, keep you healthy. We're tired. We don't have the opportunity to go say, hey, coach, it's been 10 plays, man.
Do you say
I'm
something
gassed,
in the
dude.
huddle?
We got to do something. No.
You wait till
guys
after
know
the
you're
game.
tired. I mean, and I've talked this was a preseason game, but I remember we were on like an 18-play drive one time, and it was like power left, and I'm the right guard, and I'm gassed. And I looked up at Aaron, and I'm like, dude, do not call another power. Like, I can't pull. My legs are gassed, but I'm not coming out of the game. But like, yeah, I need a break. I need a break, dude. I need a breather.
No, I'm just saying.
Get my
like,
legs back.
but
I'm
like,
not getting out of the game, but
you guys are in the huddle. Like 10 guys are looking back at him. And he was like, yeah, I'm sorry. I was a little tired. You're like, you know what? We're going to call the play. You just do what we do this time.
And then the coach, even afterwards saying, well, we were going to hand it off anyway. So it's okay, but that goes both ways. If you're just going to hand it off, why can't he stay in the game and just turn around and hand the ball off? You know what I mean? As quarterback, you're not supposed to leave the field. That affects the rest of the team. Guys like Jared Goff that refuse to come out of a game after he rolls his ankle or takes a big hit. That's contagious to the rest of the team. You know what I mean? That lets guys know, okay, he's playing through that at the quarterback position. I got to do it too. And it's accountability. Matthew Stafford was like that. Aaron, all the quarterbacks I played with were that way where, man, they're banged up, but showing your teammates that you're going to overcome that. Showing your teammates that, hey, man, I'm strong, right? I'm mentally strong. I'm physically, right? I'm going to be a tough guy. Like that's contagious to the rest of your team. When you see the quarterback doing that, it's no different than seeing an offensive lineman do that. I mean, imagine some all-pro left tackle, tapping his
on a third down, hey, man,
happen.
I'm tired, guys, can't do it. What kind of message does that send? I don't think Indy had a choice
So let me ask you,
to sit him down.
Well, this is the
I don't know how
question
long
I'm going to
that's
ask
gonna
you.
be, but
now, if we're going a little too nerdy, call me out on it.
I know this was a long answer. Winded answer. What Malachi Corley did was the most.
Would you physically assault him in the locker room? How does this work?
They ended up winning the game, but that's a game that you lose by 3. Like that's unforgivable. You know what I mean? That is such a lazy, selfish play because you want to celebrate and look at me. And I think that was just like his first touch in the NFL too.
Yeah,
which is you better be carrying the ball to the back of the end zone, handing it to the ref. That's what these guys are taught. When you make a mistake like that, man, it honestly is unforgivable. When you win the game, it makes it a little bit smoother to go up to him and say, hey, man, I know you messed up. We don't have to have that talk. But if that game would have went the other way, that's a guy that you look at in the locker room saying, I can't trust him. I don't want him out. No, don't put that personnel out here. I'm not blocking for that guy.
Okay, so what
you know what I mean?
said.
It's a good thing they won the game.
Every team has a leadership council, if you will. I don't know if you call it the Eagle Crew or whatever it is. You got your veteran core. Yeah. Is it plausible that that's what happened in Indy? That the vets had to go to Steichen and go, here's the deal. You got to play flag. We can't do this with this kid. We can't. He's losing respect. He's also Ray Charles in the pocket. Is it plausible that the vets went to Steichen or Steichen went to them and it was a collaborative decision?
It could be, yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if he got some input from his captains or leaders on the team. And a big part of that, too, and they obviously probably feel one way being in the building for 7 days a week, seeing how they operate. But from the outside looking in, it looks like Joe Flacco gives that team a better chance to win anyway.
Way better.
So I think that probably had a part to do with it. Is Anthony Richardson as bad as his stats have been? No, I think they've dropped a lot of passes. But that team where they're at now, they can compete in that division in the AFC.
So, TJ.
So I think you had to make the move.
The councilship, leadership positions, you guys, is it only for on-the-field stuff, or does it go to off-the-field stuff as well?
Both. Yeah,
I know what you're doing. You sneaky SOB.
Go
ahead. He just set up a rake for you, and you're going to walk right into it.
Everywhere I've been, so Green Bay and then Detroit, you obviously have like these leadership councils. It's you normally 10, 12 guys, your veteran guys on the team. Doesn't necessarily have to be captains, but the guys that have been around long enough to know what it's supposed to look like, know what it takes to be a professional. A lot of those meetings you're talking with coaches, right? Okay, hey, it's a Thursday practice, coach. We got some guys that are banged up. Do you mind if we take the pads off, for the second half of practice, right? Throw us a bone. It's just, right. It's been a long couple weeks, things like that. Issues pop up, right? You talk about it in the leadership council. Okay, how do we want to address this? We don't want to embarrass anybody. We don't want to call anybody out, make anybody feel like they're not part of the team. You know what I mean? So I think it's just more of a strategic way to handle maybe some issues you're seeing. But yeah, it's definitely on the field stuff, and it's off the field stuff.
Right,
as
you
well.
got somebody who's done their third stupid thing, nothing major.
Yeah, I know what you're getting at.
Yeah, but it's just like, do you sit there and
just say it with your chest?
We're gonna call J-Mo over to the house, have a little dinner, tell him, hey, you need to clean things up, or is this something you do in the locker room? Like, how do you address this? Of, dude, you're your own worst enemy right now.
Individually. Yeah, I think individual guys will go up at times and, maybe have a little chat. You're not going to do it publicly. I think somebody asked Jared Goff, if he needs if he needs to go sit down with him, he's like, no, we're good. He'd take it. Right. Publicly, yeah, you don't want to, make it seem like it's bigger than what it is. But yeah, you handle those conversations internally. Yeah, no doubt.
So what's the conversation? Like J-Mo, like what Rico just said. It's not like he's Dante Stallworth. He didn't kill a guy with his car. But he's doing stupid stuff.
Yeah, just bad decisions.
So how do you handle it? How do you think it was handled?
Sometimes young guys, you have to, the one thing that hit with me, because when I was a young player, I made some mistakes too. And I had some teammates come up to me at times. And I think the one thing that got to the point more than anything was, dude, you're letting the team down. You know what I mean? Like, we believe in you, man. I'm still friends. I'm still going to answer your call. But, like, you're letting us down a little bit right now with some of the decisions you're making.
What did you do?
What do you mean?
What did you do wrong that people would say this to you?
Oh, I'll tell you off the air. I don't think any of that was public knowledge.
Oh, all right. Good talk. All right.
DJ tells us the story next. I think 97.1.
That's not happening. But I think if you
be curious. I'm curious.
We are curious to hear this story that TJ will give us next.
I know we're up against it. If if you make it feel like, hey, we're just you let down a little bit, a little disappointed, I think that goes a lot farther than, hey, we need you to mature. We need you to stop doing this dumb stuff. You know what I mean? But if you just subtly, hey, man, we're a lot better with you on the field, right? Sometimes that gets the message home a lot faster than some other ways.
We get Lions-Packers focus next. Here's Rico.
The beans. That's called a radio tease. Specs at LTU. You want a career in radio, TV, graphics design? Specs at LTU is here for you to get your career started. It's very simple. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. It means that you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in radio, TV, or graphics design. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, B number one isn't easy. It takes experience, dedication, determination. Best mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta, 111 years making the world's best mattresses, and they're made right here in Michigan. So get a great night's rest after your team tanks out of the World Series and do it on a Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com, find a retailer near you. Okay, I'm going to ask a public service from TJ Lang as we talk Packers-Lions.
Oh, boy.
No, this is no smarm.
Okay.
I start your segment with smarm. We get sincere at 3:15.
Oh, by the time you piss me off, then you
Exactly.
want me to
That's how the best.
Okay.
Hey,
Gotcha.
are you ready?
No, I'm used
This
to
is
it.
important because you have a player's perspective, and they won't listen to me. I think you can communicate it. We have talked about the Lions fan base being in irrational euphoria stage, meaning every game is easy. We're going to cover every spread. We're going to blow everybody's doors off. We're going to go 16-1, never lose again. And if you ever talk about, tough game this weekend, you're not playing the garbage can Titans or half of the Dallas Cowboys. Like, look, people are like, oh my God, you're a hater. Here's my point. It's the NFL. You don't go 16-1. Like, there are going to be some weeks you're going to lose. I still think the Lions are a Super Bowl team. How do we get the discourse, TJ, back to where you can be both a Super Bowl team, but every week it's hard to win in this league?
I mean, I don't want to say it, but like it's going to take a come back to earth loss at some point, which is going to happen, right? Nobody's expecting this team to go 16-1. I also don't think
John.
No, I don't think it's unfair to believe that your team is better than your opponent.
Correct.
That's fair, but we've seen games where that doesn't matter. You were the better team against Tampa Bay. You outgained them, 3-1, 2-1, whatever it was. But weird things happen in the NFL, right? So, I think in event they are going to lose. I mean, I can't guarantee this. Maybe they do go 16-1. I don't know, but the odds are they're going to lose at least one more game along the season, along the way, right? But yeah, maybe it takes something like that just to come back a little bit and say, okay, maybe we're riding a little bit high and, got to get back to fair expectations because this is the NFL and weird things do happen.
What do you think
especially
it
in
is?
division games?
Like, I don't think fans appreciate just how hard it is to win in this league.
Because the Lions haven't made it look hard. Because the Lions have been making it look easy.
TJ just nailed
That's
it.
why. If you went to Dallas and aside the Minnesota game, right? That was the one win where it's like, man, that down to the nail. Okay. Yep. Had to kick a field goal. Boom. Wipe the brow. We got away with one there. Outside of that, they've been making it look easy for the most part. So I think that's what fans, sometimes you can get tricked into. That's the new expectation instead of that's kind of the anomaly, right? We're taking care of bad teams. You're supposed to do that. But not every team is the Tennessee Titans. Not every team, like you said, is the Dallas Cowboys missing a bunch of starters.
Well, it's like I said, it almost it's that college mentality. Think of Bama in their heyday or Georgia in their heyday. They just roll through people and you're like, oh, well, you got no shot against them. It's kind of how the Lions feel where even on a bad day for the offense, they scored 52 points and they really didn't do anything, but they just dominated the Titans. So that's probably where a lot of people are figuring they're just not going to lose another game where you to realize, man, this is the NFL.
Well, and I just look at Green Bay and I go, okay, you're at their place. Automatically, any divisional road game, my antennas are up, right? Then you factor in, matchup-wise, the longer you go without Aiden and Davenport and Pascal and Kaminsky and Pecco, you don't have pass rush. And you're facing a very balanced passing attack with Green Bay. I mean, they don't have one guy I can just bracket. They've got a cruise ship of rats everyone eats.
Yeah, and they all kind of split targets, too.
Yeah, and look, defensively, no, they're not uber stout against the run, but they play single high safety, and with no J-Mo, you get away with that. If you have J-Mo on the field, you can't play single high. Well, now they're going to be able to drop safety down, and it's pretty much rent-free. And I go, bad weather, Goff outside. You know what, guys? We're in for a tough game. Oh, please, you would have think I shot someone's kid. I mean, people freak out, and it's like...
No, that's called Heather with the news.
Bro, I sat in on the news today, and
I
her
heard
first story, it was like, oh, mother's severed head used in pickleball match. I'm like, whoa.
No, it was the man who pummeled a guy on a plane.
Oh, yeah. Random assault, and then some woman got hit by a train or something and, wanted $60 million. I'm going, Heather, give me
Good way
one
to start a
positive
Friday.
thing before I walk out of here.
Well, at least Stoney's not on anymore. She did a story one time about... No, but she did a story one time about... Oh, somebody got shot at Steve's Deli and blah, blah. Oh, I love Steve's Deli. Their chicken noodle soup is great. It's like just...
Oh, by the way, rest in peace.
Look away from the entire story.
That's the point.
Somebody got killed playing pickleball. I love pickleball. I play all the time.
TJ, would you like to play pickleball with me? No, I heard.
Did the head bounce?
You were very uncomfortable when I
Was it
heard
in the
that.
pickle?
You're
Was
like,
it
all
in
right,
the-
I'm leaving. That's
I just
it.
said it. I don't need this at the start of my day. I got a lot of radio to do today. I'm out.
I'm with you. Look, and is it fair to go in there expecting you're the better team and
Yes.
expecting a win?
Yes.
Now, you also have to be prepared if it goes the other way to say, okay, you know what? We're still a 6-2 team. If it does go the other way, and not overreact to all of a sudden saying, "Oh my goodness, like we stink now," because that always happens. There's people that go in there thinking you're going to blow them out by 40, which is unrealistic expectation, I think. And then there's people, if we lose this game, man, our season's over. Blah blah blah. We'll be a game out of the NFC North. Like there's so much football left going. You know what I mean?
What do you think's going to happen?
I think it's going to be a close game. I do. I think these are the two best teams in the NFC through 8 weeks so far. I do. And I think there is a little bit of a gap from Detroit and everybody else right now. I do, just the way they've been playing football. But that being said, yeah, division games are tough, man. They're not easy. Green Bay is not a rollover team that you just look at and say, okay, as long as we do this and this and this, we'll be fine. No, they got some players over there too. And their defense can confuse you a little bit. Like you mentioned, they play a lot of zone coverage with one high safety, and that's kind of been the issues when Detroit's had trouble in the passing game, where teams just want to play that cover 3 or cover 6, whatever you want to call it, and gives you kind of issues clouding up the middle of the field. Now, if they give you man-on-man coverage, Jared Goff has been one of the best quarterbacks in the league this year against man-on-man.
And if you blitz, Jared kills you. Well, guess what Green Bay doesn't do?
Right, but they're going to have to at some point, because I just don't see their guys. How much we talk about, I've done a couple shows with Green Bay people this week. How much we talk about, stop, our pass rush, and our defensive ends and needing to go get somebody, they're maybe times 10 what we're going through. Rashawn Gary, Preston Smith, I think they got like 2 sacks each. So they're going through the same thing. But yeah, this is a game that, first of all, take care of the football. Jared Goff's doing a great job of that this year. In the Lions' record the last 12 games, I looked it up, 9-0 division games when they haven't lost the turnover battle. 1-2, obviously, when the other team's able to take it away.
If they win the turnover battle, they are going to be near impossible to beat.
Yeah, I agree with
say
you.
that.
You give them one extra possession on offense. Yeah,
Is the Goff outside, wind and rain? Am I being a bastard for being concerned about that, or is that legitimate? Because I feel like it's legit. There's enough tape and enough data that suggests he's a guy I need to keep indoors.
Yeah, but the crazy thing too is like every maybe weakness that we've thought about Jared Goff, he's like rewriting this year. You know what I mean? He's not good against the blitz. All of a sudden,
he's great.
He's one of the best. He's not mobile. He can't move. He can't get out of the pocket. Right. And now this year, like some of the subtlety, like the subtle little movements, stepping up in the pocket, rolling out.
He's got more touchdowns than Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, I mean, fair, but
I just laugh at him. He makes it sound like he's Lamar out there. I'm like,
I'm still waiting.
I'll go that far.
Okay, I'm just going to tell you factually. We are going to see a read option before the season's over at the goal line, and he's going to walk it in the end zone. Mobile Goff.
I hope so. That would be awesome. But that's why I say, like, you go. Then what's the other weakness? Okay, playing outdoors, playing in the maybe it's going to rain.
Or cold weather.
He's turned all of his weaknesses into strengths. So part of me is interested to see. Okay, is this just another weakness that he's had around his career that all of a sudden he comes out outside
if they win this game, I have no problem saying they can go 14-3.
16-1.
No, I'm not John. I'm not doing that. But TJ understands what I'm saying. If you cleared this hurdle, you will have won in Minnesota. You will have won at Green Bay. At that point, even if I said at Chicago and the Buffalo game are losses, I think you have every right to believe you go 14-3.
But then there's another hurdle that you have to, at that point, it's the Thanksgiving Day game.
Thanksgiving.
Well, you play San
years.
Fran late in the season. That's going to be a Sunday night. I'm saying by that time could be healthier team. Obviously no Ayuk, but it could pretty. Yeah, no. I mean,
yeah, we're going right for the spine.
I'm with you, man. You get this one. You got some real momentum going into the meat of the season where teams really start to either close the gap or continue to widen that gap.
Doesn't look.
Their offensive line, their pass protection is
7
atrocious.
Sacks last night.
8.
Oh my Lord,
atrocious. And they just lost one of their guards, I think, for the season.
I think you got a great pass rush here.
Well, that's the question we're going to talk to TJ about next. And there's a safe word. We are not going to bring up anything to do with a certain somebody who lives in Las Vegas. We're not doing it. We are going to have a real conversation. No. We've beaten TJ up the last couple of weeks, and I don't want to do that to him. I want to have a real conversation about when we take the air on Monday, are we going to have a Christmas present Or are we going to do this smartest guy in the room nonsense? We'll talk to TJ. He spoke with Brad Holmes last night. We're going to talk about it. Northville Lumber.
And this morning.
Oldest company in the state. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason they can move the product. It's all in their warehouse right down the road. Some as low as $1.59 a foot. And deck season is rolling on. That's the beauty of living in Michigan. Fall is a beautiful time to sit outside. Get your deck built. Do it with Northville Lumber. Call them today. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, so before we get to the picks, it is our final chance because the next time we talk to TJ, it'll be after the trade deadline, and it'll just be all about what they did or didn't do. I want to know in the here and now. And no, we are not going to say that particular name. No. My question is, by the time we get to Tuesday afternoon, are they making a move anyone cares about?
I kind of think you have to. I think you have to. And I do. Okay, I do. And I don't think I'm not going to say it's going to be a big move where you're giving up first-round picks by any means, but I do think that you need to find a little bit of help. And even coming out of last week, 52-14, you look at that and you're just like, man, like we were rolling. Everything was clicking. You can't do that. You still have to look at areas where you have to improve. And a large part of that game, I mean, you sacked Mason Rudolph one time, and Alex Anzalone was unblocked. Right?
Yeah, it was a coverage bust.
Don't get me wrong. They were able to get some pressure at times that were there pretty quick, but maybe the coverage wasn't matching up. I thought the guy that they brought up, Al-Qadim Muhammad, had some nice rushes. I think he had like 7 pressures and 28 snaps, maybe. Which, you're winning 25% of the time. That's a good rate.
Yeah, the problem is not a tape will be
is it? But you also, you look at it too, and you say, man, that Tennessee offensive line was not good. Right. The fact that we weren't really able to generate consistent pressure without blitzing, I think that's got to be a concern.
Who's the player you want?
Well, if you ask me, I mean, a dream. We're not going to mention the guy we talked about, but I still wonder if there's an opportunity to do something with Cincinnati. I do.
Trey Hendrickson?
Look. They're not having the start of their season. They got a big game against the Raiders this weekend. If that goes the wrong way for them, maybe it's time for them to say, okay, you know what? Too big of a hole to come back from. I think a problem with those teams that have a good quarterback never want to give up because you always feel like there's a run that you can make at some point in the season to get back in the
What would Hendrickson cost you?
I mean, he's only got 1 year on it. I think on his deal left. I'd probably say a 2. I don't think you're giving up a first-round pick. Plus, he's an older guy. I mean, it's not a guy that's going to be here for 4 or 5 years.
Or Zadarius Smith for a 4.
I would take Henderson. Henderson's a better player, no doubt.
He actually has 2 years left on his deal.
Well,
the rest of this
plus,
year and next year.
That's what I'm saying. He's got 1 year after this year, so it's a year and a half. Zadarius Smith would certainly, I think, be an upgrade over some of these guys, but I still think a part of me thinks that they want to see what they got for one more game against a really good team, a good offensive line, I think an underrated offensive line in Green Bay, before they make some of these decisions. Now, maybe some of these things are already lined up. You're not going to announce a trade late in the week. I mean, that's going to throw you off. That's going to throw guys off on the weekend, get you unfocused on what you're supposed to do. But my belief right now is, and I already mentioned, I think the Lions have a gap over sitting here right now, 8 weeks into the season. I think there's a gap between you and everybody else in the NFC. Now, the problem if you stand still is we know San Francisco has a track record of making moves, right? We know the Bears made a move last year. But Philadelphia. We know Green Bay is supposedly in every conversation. If you stand pat, other teams are going to start to close the gap on you a little bit. So that's what gives me a little bit of, don't call it fear, but maybe a slight concern that you got to do everything in your power to go try to improve this team because this does feel like, as we sit here week 8, a lot of football left, but as we sit here week 8, you are one of the best teams, if not the best team in the NFL. You cannot allow other teams to start closing that gap on you. If you're in a position like this, you take a chance and you say we're going to keep that gap a little wider or maybe even widen it a little bit more than it already is.
So they haven't gotten seduced by the way they've been winning games lately, is what you're saying.
I don't think so. Okay. I don't think so. I think that they know that too. I mean, I don't think anybody's going in there and saying, like I mentioned, you don't go after 52-14 win and say everybody got 100% and everybody got a passing grade because we won by, almost 40 points. You don't do that. You still look at the areas and say, man, okay, like this is still popping up. It might still be a concern when we start playing some better teams, some better quarterbacks, some better offensive lines, right? Is what we're doing right now sustainable? Offensively, obviously, I think it is. Special teams was a big part last week, and the takeaways you're getting on defenses. But when teams start to hit their stride, now that we're in week 9, we're going into November, there's a lot of teams that maybe are off the radar right now that have some young players that things start to click, right? There's some other teams that maybe they went through some adversity early in the season,
How about Green
they
Bay?
start to click a little bit.
You lost your quarterback, then he got hurt again.
And they won games without him, which was wild too. I think that everything in my mind says, man, there's a gap between you and everybody else. I'm not saying it's a huge gap,
but it's a gap.
But there is a gap, and you need to sustain that gap. You need to keep that gap.
Like
how are you going to keep that
too,
gap? You need to keep improving this roster, which is something that I think they're looking at.
People have to look at it. We didn't just lose Aiden. We lost Kaminsky and Cam.
Davenport.
We lost Marcus Davenport. We lost Pecco.
Pascal's out
missing
again.
multiple games.
Yeah.
Like, if you think you're going to win a Super Bowl with Bobby Woo Woo and Pete Muhammad or whatever his name is, you're insane.
Al-Qadim Muhammad.
Whatever it is.
You were
Naga,
close.
not going to work here much longer. The point I'm making is you have lost 4 guys in what really is an 8 to 9 man rotation in that defensive line room.
Yeah.
That's how I view it. You can afford no injuries moving forward. And
Yeah.
that's not reality.
Now,
You've got to get some insulation there.
Yeah, but on the flip side, I think the fair thing to say is I still believe this team is good enough right now to go compete with anybody. You know what I mean? Like I think it's unfair to look at guys like the way Jared Goff's playing or Amon-Ra or the secondary. I think has been playing really good football. Sam Laporte, your running backs.
Mm-hmm.
It's unfair to look at those guys and say, man, you're not good enough without another pass rusher. You know what I mean? Because I think they are. My only, and I know I'm repeating myself,
You're
but
fine.
you have a gap right now. Those guys are at the top of what they do in this league, man. They know they're one of the better teams.
So if
they don't feel like we need to go get one more guy to complete this. They feel like they're already complete. I just think it gives you even a better shot to separate yourself from all the other teams.
All right. Tier 1 would be a Hendrickson type. Tier 2 is a Zadarius Smith type or an Azeez Ojulari type. Tier 3 is paint can. What do we have Monday? Tier 3 is you trade for Bobby Woo Woo's cousin, Petey Boo Boo.
If there is anything, I would lean to tier 2.
Okay.
Only because,
and I'd be good with that.
But this is where I go back and forth too. We haven't seen Brad Holmes' MO to go out there and make that big time splash. I guess if you want to throw Carlton Davis in the offseason, well, I think he gave up a third.
Yes.
Like that, I guess that's the biggest splash he's made when it comes to trade. But go back last year and it was everybody waiting around. What are we going to get? What are we going to do? Oh, Donovan Peoples-Jones. Underwhelming. You know what I mean? But that's at the same time.
I want to see somebody not on a discounted rack because they are often injured.
Yeah, and I'm with you. But at the same time, where I think we haven't seen Brad Holmes do this in the season, the other part of me says we also haven't seen the Lions in this position.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So I think that's something that they take probably into account too. Is you also look at Ben Johnson's passed up the last couple years leaving. How much longer do we have him to roll this offense with? You know what I mean?
Especially
so
when Eberflus gets fired in Chicago.
You start to package those thoughts together, and you say, you know what? You're not guaranteed to win a Super Bowl if you go make a big trade to get a guy. But you know what? You're gonna improve your chances. Are you gonna at least at the end of the day say we tried everything, we exhausted all options, and man, we really gave it 100% and did everything possible? Then if that's the decision they go with, I think you can live with it.
And just be on the lookout. TJ's rising star, Frank Muhammad, this weekend. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. 6 pools, 3 levels. Big view with a massive screen. Lions Pack will be up on it. Right in the heart of Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, we do it every week at this time. TJ Lang is on a heater, people. It's time for the picks. TJ, an outstanding 14 games over 500, the best the big man has ever done. We see if we can continue it.
Saturday 5-0, Sunday 0-5.
I was
But
building up.
I'll take a 500 record.
We were the exact opposite almost. I was 0-5 on Saturday.
All right, number 10, Texas A&M laying 3.5. They travel to the Cockaboose, South Carolina. Rico Beard.
I don't care about anything. South Carolina, give me A&M.
Unbelievable. Let's go to Kenny Cott.
Yeah, sorry about the Cockaboos. Give me A&M.
What? Unbelievable. Over to Hatchet Man.
Yeah, you have the SEC lead, Texas A&M. Don't blow it. A&M.
TJ?
At South Carolina?
Cockaboos.
Oh, that stadium's going to be throbbing. And
Whoa. Power it down.
Okay, South Carolina keeps the games close. Close losses to Bama, close loss to LSU. I don't know if they win the game, but give me the GCs.
I'm going to win this game because Rico said it best. Cockaboos, South Carolina. Florida, Georgia. Now, they don't call this the cocktail party anymore because it's all woke and stuff.
I still do, damn it.
What is it called? The world's biggest fun gathering amongst friends?
World's largest martini.
All right, Georgia lane 14.5. Rico Beard.
Kenny, for you, orbital, ramming, speed, go Bulldogs.
Kenny.
Come on, Kirby Smart. Don't coach like a bitch. One time. Give me this one time. Go Dogs.
Jesus, David.
Yeah, Georgia's about to go on Florida, so let's go Georgia.
Over to TJ
I'm
Lang.
with you. I'll pile on. Florida stinks this year. Georgia, big, Kenny, big.
Georgia, true freshman DJ Lagway against that Georgia defense. Give me Georgia. Don't love the number, that's for sure. Let's go next game. Ohio State, Penn State. It's the whiteout. It's 8 o'clock. Just kidding. It's noon. OSU laying 3.5. Rico Beard.
It's noon, Mike. The Penn State people are angry. James Franklin is still their coach. Give me Ohio State.
Kenny Cott.
Well, exact same logic. James Franklin ruins big games. Give me Ohio State.
David.
In fact, I have those numbers for you. James Franklin 1-9 versus OSU, 2-17 versus top 10 opponents. OSU.
Hey, Ryan Day ain't no better, by the way.
I understand, but James Franklin's worse.
A lot of those were Michigan.
All right, what do you want, a Buckeye payroll? Over to TJ.
You guys have said it all. I don't trust James Franklin. I think he's a fraud. Drew Aller might play, might not play. I don't think it matters. I think Ohio State's going to kick their ass.
You should appreciate this of all people sitting in this room. What? That OSU offensive line is booty. They suck. Mm-hmm. They get dominated up front. Give me Penn State plus the 3.5.
I'm sorry.
I know, but I can't take any more Ryan Day. I hate his guts. That stupid hair-dyed idiot.
David, I wasn't the only one that picked him, Mike.
I'm angry. Indiana laying 7.5 as they travel to East Lansing. Who cares?
Mike, you've convinced me. State's breaking out the Dice Shadows jerseys. Give me MSU.
Uniforms. Over to Kenny.
Over a touchdown, and you both Spartans picked my dog, so I'm going to go with Sparty here.
David.
No, it won't be that drop. It'll be calling all. So I'm going to go Indiana.
Come on, dude. The Hoosiers just rolling people, man.
Can I offer you something?
Probably not.
Okay.
Let's see if it changes my mind, though. What do you got?
Indiana strength of schedule, 106th in America. Michigan State, 9th.
Well, I know Michigan State turns the ball over more than most teams, and I know Indiana takes it away more than most teams. So I'm going to stick with that.
If MSU played Indiana's schedule straight up, they'd be 6-2, and you'd view them differently. Just give me the 7.5. We might lose. I got a hard time believing they're going to roll in and bomb us.
It may be 8 now.
I was trying to be fair. I was just throwing it your way. It's fine. We suck. All right.
Nebraska, who almost beat Ohio State. What are you talking about?
Oh, transitive property. I love this game. Oregon laying 14.5. They travel to take on Michigan.
Hey, you know what Doug and John said, right?
They guaranteed a Michigan win.
This is orbital ramming speed part 2. Go Ducks.
Kenny.
Yeah, orbital ramming speed, indeed. Give me the Ducks.
David.
Give me the Ducks.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't you dare. TJ.
Yeah, I don't have much for you. Oregon's one of the best against the pass. Michigan really can't pass the ball. I think they're going to have to be damn near perfect just to compete with this team. And Oregon's going to be a little smarter this week. If they see Alex Orji in the game, I'm assuming they're going to put more than 6 guys in the box, like what you saw last week. So
TJ, I heard he doesn't pass
Oregon.
the ball.
I'm going to take Oregon.
I want to say something really mean to you, but you're not wrong. Look, all I know is when the voices of Wolverine football say, to hell with the points, we're winning this game, I listen. Give me the 14.5 and the Wolverines. The voices of the team spoke from their papal tower. Let's go to Sunday. Cowboys traveling to the ATL. Atlanta laying 3.
You know what, Mike? The second hottest quarterback this side of Jared Goff may be Mr. Cousins out there swag surfing. He will swag surf again. Give me the ATL.
Kenny.
I hate that this game is even on here. Would never touch it. Give me the Cowboys.
Okay, then. David.
I'm going to go with the black quarterback. And Kirk Cousins is one now. I'm going that Falcons.
Oh, gotcha. All right. He's invited to the cookout, David says. Fair enough.
Just
TJ.
don't bring the potato salad.
Dak Prescott can't stop turning the ball over. I think 3 straight games with multiple interceptions. That's just terrible football. Sounds like Micah Parsons isn't going to play again. Big trouble for the Cowboys. I'm taking Kirk Cousins.
Also, great sign when your 2 best players on defense do a podcast and they don't rank their own quarterback in the top 10. Thanks a lot, Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs. Things are going great. Give me Atlanta. Bears, Cardinals. Cardinals laying 1.5. Rico Beard.
I'm going to go with, you don't go down to Arizona and win that game. They're finally starting to come and play together. Still don't believe in the Bears. Give me the Cardinals.
Okay, I don't even know what that is. We go over to Kenny.
I'll take the Bears. I don't know what's happening right now.
I am going to hurt a weekend guy. Oh!
You taking the Bears, Kenny?
The Bears are going to have a top 10 pick, Cardinals.
Oh, my God. All
right.
right.
Nobody walks into State Farm.
TJ, Bears implosion?
I don't think the Bears are that bad. But no, Kyler Murray's playing really good football right now. He's doing a really nice job taking care of the football, using his legs. He's explosive. Bears might have a little hangover from that Hail Mary
and
loss
Eberflus
last
calling
week.
the team out.
Eberflus, what happened with Stevenson. Yeah, I think this could spell disaster for the Bears, maybe for a week, but I think Arizona gets it done.
Cardinals, Rams laying 1.5. They travel to Seattle. Just update, Puka Nacua blew his knee out of practice. There you go.
Really?
He got wheeled out of practice or whatever. I don't know if he's playing.
Well,
his knees are made out of paper mache.
I'm team 12th man.
Poor guy.
Give
He's
me
28. He's an old man.
Yeah, this poor guy. He's got 3 kids and a mortgage.
Give me Geno Smith and the 12th man. Give me the Seahawks.
You and that receding hairline of his. All right, we go. I hate Geno. Over to Kenny.
I was going to pick the Rams, but with the Nacua news, I'm going to pick the Seahawks.
David.
So I'm going to go with the Rams here.
Jesus.
Good Lord. That's so racist. Home division dog. I think I got to ride the Seahawks on this one. I know they haven't been great, but
Geno!
They seem to play the Rams like
I know.
they're
I
Super
just hate
Bowl.
them. I hate them.
Like.
Him and that poverty quarterback. Give me Matthew Stafford.
I love it.
Colts, Vikings. Vikes laying 5.5. It is the Flacco experience.
It is the Flacco experience. It's also the devil's number, but I don't care. Why? Give me the Vikings.
Kenny.
Nope, devil's number. Give me the Colts.
David?
Be great for the state of Indiana. Indiana beats Michigan State, and the Colts beat the Vikings. Colts.
Good Lord. I don't know if the Colts beat the Vikings, but Joe Flacco gives them a lot better chance than Anthony Richardson.
Yes.
Mike,
Devil's
I've learned
number.
from you 5.5. Yeah, I'm taking the,
Let's
taking the
go.
road dog. Give me Colts.
Colts, Lions, Packers. It is 2.5. Lions laying at 2.5 at Green Bay.
This is the TJ Lang Bowl, so I'm going to go with TJ's original team. Go Pack, go.
That's right. Over to Kenny.
I'm not a Lions fan that calls for blowouts every week, but 2.5 under 3 points. I'll take the Lions.
David.
Close game, tough game. The rain, though, I think leans Packers.
Mr. Lang.
I think the rain leads the Lions' way. They don't have to throw the ball 40 times this week, I don't think. Josh Jacobs, number one, crazy stat, 667 yards, 530 have come after contact, which lets me know he's getting hit at the line of scrimmage a lot. And I think the Lions have done a really nice job of tackling this year. I think that's going to be the difference. The rushing department, let's say Kirby Joseph
TJ,
gets
make
another
the pick.
interception. Give me the Lions. I'm taking the Lions.
He just bullied you. I hope you're okay with that. I'll take the pack.
I haven't seen you fact check anybody else, Rico. Whoa.
Yeah, you know why, don't you?
Hey, I grew up in a middle class family.
Whoa. Oh, okay. You know what? Those are the picks. I'm leaving.
From the mean streets of Ypsilanti.
Okay. Somebody hit a button now.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Packers coach Matt LaFleur said Jordan Love is questionable, but said they'll treat it as they have in the past and wait until game time to see how he feels. Lions injury report just came in as well. D lineman Broderick Martin and Josh Paschal are out. Linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez will also miss. The Pistons host the Knicks tonight. Karl Anthony Towns is questionable for New York with a left wrist sprain. Hear the game here on 97.1 The Ticket, tip at 7. JB Bickerstaff had some high praise for Isaiah Stewart following the team's win over Philly Wednesday. Jerry Jones says that Trayvon Diggs has a tear in his calf. He would not rule him out for this week's game versus the Falcons, however. According to the Sports Business Journal, Unrivaled, a new women's basketball 3-on-3 league, is set to offer Caitlin Clark $1 million and a significant equity in the league if she plays in it. Most players would be offered around $250K. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, injury report from David. We'll get some ticket texts. Then we got who said it. And we'll continue to talk Pack, Lions, and, not a lot of space for the college games this week. I mean, the Lions play in arguably the best game of the weekend. I mean, for State, they're 7.5-point, 8-point underdogs against Indiana. And let's face it, no one cares. And then for Michigan and Oregon, I mean, outside of Doug and John picking Michigan to win, I haven't heard a peep from Michigan fans all week. So hey, if you want to rap about it, we're here, but I'm not sure what you want me to say. David on the ticket text first.
Ticket text, yes, I am worried about this game because of the rain, but I still think the Lions win the game. Someone's, oh my gosh, someone says, David, how can you invite Kirk Cousins to the cookout? I don't know, I just did.
What are we doing here? Read the damn ticket text. Jeez.
Why are you also worried about Jared Goff in the rain? I think that he will overcome his mistakes that he's made in the past.
I'm done. You guys can. I'm done. I'm not explaining myself again. I'm done.
I don't see a deal with Cincinnati. They had high hopes for this season, and they'll have high hopes for next season. I don't think they trade Trey Hendrickson. We need to see a better defensive line. So, yes, I do believe they will make a deal, but it will be after the game on Sunday, sometime Monday. You guys will be able to talk about it. The Lions game just spews a 26-16 type of game. I think the Lions win, but it will be a tough one because of the weather.
Only a 10-point win? Jeez, hater.
Someone else says, Mike, I have a feeling, Mike and Rico have the feeling that it's another Ravens game again. Gary at work.
I mean, I would never predict this team to get blown out. I just have the audacity to think other professionals who make money playing football may compete with you.
Anthony Richardson needs to be benched for the rest of the season. Be a man, continue to play. That was just lazy play. Can't believe that ever happened.
It happened. He had to find a way to lie to get out of that. You cannot offer that to your teammates. Can't. You lose your respect forever.
Someone says, I agree with the coach. Dan Campbell said this week that the shoes are going to be important for the players. I am worried about this game because of the weather.
Oh, my God. What? The shoes?
Well, because he talked about the slippery grass and everything, and they had that issue before in Green Bay. So,
honestly, the worst idea I ever had was to go to Ticket Text. I am dumber for having listened to this, and I hate everything. So here's David. Rico.
So you have... You have no worry about the grass and them slipping because they did it before.
No, I don't, because they have 18 different pairs of cleats and different attachments, and they figure it out. You get out there in the pregame. I mean, what are we even talking about?
You don't have to worry about the grass.
It's like people want to talk about everything except the team.
They're going to be up by 28 points. Trust me. They got this.
Yeah, I can't do it. You talk about anything you want. I don't care. Here's Rico. I'm done. I can't do it. I can't operate in this ridiculous ecstasy-driven euphoria. It's just not how I watch sports. I can't do it.
Lions fans have seen their team not just win, but take souls. So you know what? They now believe that is every week, and until you show them otherwise,
okay,
they won't believe it because, okay, well, we can take on anybody. Go dig up the bones of the 85 Bears. We can take them on. All right. Mike, that's just how the fans feel. I don't agree with it. It's the NFL, and I keep saying, guys, you're going to lose games. It just happens. But they see it differently, and it's hard to when you go out there and you beat the Titans, who you should have, because I told you last week, like, this is a homecoming game. There's really nothing to say. Don't get anybody hurt.
No, you were all over it. I give you full credit on it.
This one's going to be a lot different. And this is a game where, yes, I don't know why the person got upset, but this is a game where we are going to find out, can Goff overcome another obstacle that's been his bugaboo for most of his career in playing out in the elements? This is the first game they've played outdoors. So let me see what you have. Let me see what you can do. Inclement weather. Are you going to turn the ball over? Let's see.
I want to bring one thing to the table because I can't bear any more of these ticket texts. Just David had something interesting regarding the trade market, and I think that this is at least it'll give people an idea driving home from work on a Friday who to root against. David, your trade thing regarding the AFC.
Yeah, Jordan Schultz is reporting. He works with Fox News and Bleacher Report. Says several AFC teams have paused trade talks to see where they stand after Sunday's game. With so many 2-win teams in the AFC, some aren't ready to give up on their seasons or trade players at discounts. So Sunday's results will likely tip the scale one way or another before the deadline.
Zadarius Smith, AFC. Trey Hendrickson, AFC. Not going to say his name, AFC. I mean, all the players the Lions are talking about reside in the AFC. Minus, and I don't even know if they like this player, Azeez Ojulari, Giants. Root against them every week anyways because they're my team, and it's just fun to see me miserable.
There's a name that you did not mention, and it's come up before, Calais Campbell.
AFC.
Miami, AFC.
Yeah, they're all AFC. So it's worth noting. Honestly, the one to watch most is if Cincinnati lost to the Raiders as 7-point favorites. It wouldn't matter what Joe Burrow went up to the podium with. They would have to have a conversation.
You really think so? Because that's kind of their MO. Hey, count us out. We'll bounce back and we'll win. We do this every September. No, I'm with you.
But a week after Burrow goes to the podium and goes, we'd have to win 7 of our next 9. You can't go lose a 7-point favorites and now it's 8 of 9. You just can't. Look, I don't care. I don't think they're getting Trey Hendrickson. It'd be amazing if we did. I'd be happy with a second-tier player. I'd be happy with a Zadarius Smith. I'd be happy with an Azeez Ojulari. I'd be happy with just good football. I don't need, yes, I would love a superstar, but I'm not holding him to that standard. I'm not doing that. No. David, I'll give you one more try in the ticket text.
No, I'm not going to go to ticket text. I do have the injury report, though.
Yes.
Let me give you what the Lions have. Broderick Martin out, Pascal out, Malcolm Rodriguez out, Vaki is doubtful, Wingo doubtful. Important here for the Green Bay Packers. Very key players will be questionable. Jair Alexander, questionable. Josh Jacobs, questionable. Jordan Love, questionable.
Yeah, but Love went through
He did.
Full participant.
Today.
Plus, yeah, he's playing.
Today. So we'll
He'll
see.
play.
Doubtful is Josh Myers out. Evan Williams, their safety. So
no, he'll play. And Jacobs will play. Jair, who knows? I mean, that guy's a psycho.
Every week with that guy.
It's every week. It's on the field. He's a bleep hole. And then, off the field, I don't know if he's ever healthy. Good luck with that. Jair Alexander's entire career moving forward, questionable. I have no idea what I'm getting day to day, week to week, game to month to month. And it's crazy because when he's locked in and he's healthy and his mind is right, he's good.
He is.
But I just, he talks too much. He does too much nonsense on the field. He blows assignments. Then you get the health stuff where I always feel like it's like if you find an injury report that doesn't feature his name, frame it. It's like the Constitution. You can put it in your man cave. Some of these corners drive me nuts. It's corners and wide receivers. I don't know what it is. They line up against each other. They're all head case.
You know why? I think you're so far away from the ball that you just kind of have to be imaginative to keep yourself into the game.
You host your own talk show.
Pretty much. Think about it. Everybody else, you're fighting each other. These guys, man, you just running 20, 30-yard sprints.
We'll get to who said it next. Does that work for everybody?
It
works.
All right, David, you better not be so mean this week. Who said it was brutally difficult last week? It was just not very fair. Companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Look, nothing is free. You want a fair deal, a real deal. Go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7, locally owned, over 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop, heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. So bundle that new high-efficiency AC and furnace and save yourself up to $2,000 while doing it. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, we do it every week at this time. And I got to tell you, David was outright unfair about it. Our coworkers say things. We have to guess who said it, largely using smarm and sarcasm. David, hit the button. Who's eligible?
Everyone from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay, that includes Rieger, Wojo. We can't forget Heather. We can't forget Kang.
And Mark Ryan was on yesterday.
Yes, yesterday
at 6.
he was.
Yes.
Just saying, it's a name.
It is a name. You're right. So let's go. Number 1. It's so clear and obvious that they need a pass rusher to just make sure that this does thing.
Try again.
I'm sorry.
It's next on Who Said It, Dexter Manley.
It's so clear and obvious that they need a pass rusher to just make sure that this does happen. I think that they fulfill their destiny.
Destiny feels like a cookies word. That was my initial thing.
Destiny feels like a Mark Ryan word. Fulfill their destiny.
Oh, boy. All right, guys, speak up. Rico, Evan, talk to me.
I'm going to go, cookies. Fulfill destiny. That's a cookies phrase.
But destiny would require people actually believing that this team could have done this in the first place, which up until now, I've been living here 30 years. I've never experienced this. So destiny? That's a little strong.
You experienced it last year.
Oh, I know. I said up until now.
I'm going to stay on that show, and I'm going to say it's Gov because he just thinks that this – just give him the rings now, size those bad boys.
You're going Gov.
I'm going Gov.
Kenny, you're going?
Mark Ryan.
I'm going cookies. You're going cookies.
Cookies, yeah.
Oh, God, why do I feel like we are screwed? David, who said it?
Yeah! It's clear and obvious, dude. That answer was clear and obvious.
Damn it.
I love him.
If the only reason he doesn't make a move is because he didn't see a fit, or he didn't see the value, or he didn't trust the player, then I can live with that.
Doug Karsh.
Boy, that is a soft pedal opinion right there. Defending Brad, defending management, drinking bathwater. Oh, I hate that opinion. Hell, it could have been me. I don't know.
One more time, David.
Yeah. If the only reason he doesn't make a move is because he didn't see a fit, or he didn't see the value, or he didn't trust the player, then I can live with that.
I'm going to guess Jansen.
I'm going to
Why?
guess.
Need a reason.
Because, like you said, it's very soft pedal, but also it would be backtracking and defending management.
Pro management.
Like. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why I took Doug, because he has said that he will trust anything Brad Holmes does.
I feel like this is one of those odds that I know it's a long shot. That show,
Heather.
Offensive lineman, but he just walked out the studio.
Oh, TJ.
Oh, in the morning.
TJ. It sounds more like a TJ thing of, if they're okay with that, then I'm okay with it.
It is also lots of words.
It's true.
I mean, TJ will give you 800 words to, how's your day going?
Oh, Mike, it was Halloween last night, and,
Kids dressed up, and we went out. We got some
get all this candy, and then,
had a couple.
All right, hold on. Can I ask one question? Is there
Spitting into
any
a
shot?
cup.
Is there any shot that that's Gator?
Yeah, there's a shot.
Yeah,
I could see
definite.
that.
Because they're totally in line with what Brad says.
Yeah, it's the same company
doesn't
line.
do.
Yeah.
Can I hear it one more time, David? I'm not trying to bust your chops. Let me hear it one more time.
If the only reason he doesn't make a move is because he didn't see a fit, or he didn't see the value, or he didn't trust the player, then I can live with that.
I'm going to go Gator. I don't know why I hear it in his voice.
Too bad we don't have live odds of the
I
people
know.
with the with how much is worth. That's plus 550.
I can
Gator.
get you those at the Breeders' Cup. It's on the TV out there. All right, I'll go Gator. Everybody locked in?
Yeah.
David, who said it?
Oh my God.
The ultimate water carrier. God. Yeah, keep giggling back there. You're making the game so effing hard, nobody can do anything.
I thought you said a lot of words. I thought that was the moment you would get it. Wojo always uses words. He's a writer.
Is he?
Yeah.
Who's read anything he's written in a decade?
All right, number 3. I think he's waiting because there are bigger deals to be had. He's just waiting to see who's going to be a willing trade partner to essentially pull the plug on their season.
Just playing the waiting game.
Which isn't wrong. Deadlines make deals, not people. So, like, I
unless you set the tone. Just saying.
I have no real reason for this. It feels very midday-ish.
Why is that? You got to give a reason.
I just said I have no real reason.
What's the reason?
I'm going to go Gator.
With no rationale. Excellent. We go over to Evan.
I'm going to go with Cookies. Just, I know he's pro Lions. I think today might have changed his thought process a little bit of what was going on, but it just sounded Jim Costa-esque to me.
Kenny.
If there's a deal to be had, that sounds like a Doug phraseology.
If there's
overly logical,
yeah,
I'll go Doug.
See, and that's why I said Gator, and plus, David hates Gator.
I don't think that's accurate. David, can you read it one more time, please?
I think he's waiting because there are bigger deals to be had. He's just waiting to see who's going to be a willing trade partner to essentially pull the plug on their season.
Go, Doug. I don't know why I'm off on these, and these are all super difficult. Gator. David is not making this game fair anymore. All right, who said it?
Let's go.
And no, I don't hate Gator. I don't hate Gator, Rico. I don't.
You know, hate is a strong word.
All right, David, next.
You've invited Gator to the cookout. I understand. Go ahead.
Okay, no, I haven't been invited. To see that.
No, I have not.
That is absolutely the whitest guy at the station. All right, let's go. Come on.
But this team has a problem across the board. They look terrible this year. The effort looks poor. The amount of wasted time between the blue lines. They don't get rushes. They don't pepper the net.
Until he said blue line, I thought he was talking Michigan.
Who would use the phrase pepper the net? It's Cookies or Kenny?
It's I know who it wasn't. I know it wasn't me.
You would not use pepper net?
Pepper the net? No. Okay. I'd say pucks on net.
Oh, it's more like aloof.
He and Gator were talking puck yesterday. So maybe that made Gator talk about pepper in the net.
And what's the time frame?
6 to 8.
6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Did Mark Ryan talk hockey?
I was out of here at 5:30, so I can't speak on that one.
You think I'd know?
Did I look at you?
It could be a Rieger, too. Is that a Riegerism? I don't talk hockey,
that?
Jeff, so I have no idea.
I do. So.
The pep in the net.
Hold on. All I know is Cookies did a big presentation with hockey, and so did we. So if it's not Kenny.
You think it's Cookies?
I would lean Cookies because I don't think I've.
Ooh. What if it's John saying pepper the net? You know, he's just adding in.
Does he know about hockey? Does he know it exists?
He's heard pepper in the net before.
Okay, I'm just asking questions here.
Yeah, it's how he has 5 kids.
I like that. I'm going to go John.
I'm going to go John. I'm going to go off the board and say he was just pepper in the net.
I'll say Cookies. They did a big thing on it. That seems about right.
Costa. I go Cookies.
Can't wait to hear who this is.
Iago Costa. No. Who said it?
Doubled up on Tom.
Why are we hearing so much of him?
I was going to guess him too, and I'm like, there's no way that he's taking 2 Toms.
Next.
Jesus. But what do they do well? What are they good at? They don't have particularly good goaltending. They have particularly good defense. You want to say, oh, they're calling up the young guys. I don't know what to tell you. This team does nothing particularly well.
Okay, that sounds like me.
That sounds like me, too, because I said that exact same thing as you did.
God. Oh, no.
But it was definitely this show.
Oh, no.
So I don't think it's either of you guys, because you guys were like adamant they don't do anything well yesterday.
Yeah, that's what he just said.
No, he said something was well in there.
So maybe this is Cookies.
What did you say was well? You said something was well. In like middle way.
I said, but what do they do well?
Yeah.
They don't have particularly good goaltending. They have particularly good defense.
They have did you say they?
That was supposed to be don't.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they don't have particularly.
I'm going to guess.
Then yeah, I'm going to go back to one of you two. I'm going to say Mike Valenti.
Rico, tiebreaker?
You know what, Kenny? I believe in you in Georgia.
All right.
And I like the fact that, all the political ads with you in them. I'm going to go with Kenny.
Jesus.
Does he play basketball?
Wow. Charlemagne the God said.
All right.
I mean, if I have to see another political
You
ad,
getting that commercial,
dude,
by the
I
way.
can't take anymore.
You know why?
Hey, try watching the World Series.
I did.
Every commercial was political.
Apparently, Ja Rule was busy, so they got Charlemagne the God.
All right.
He's the official spokesperson of black folks.
Oh. Yes!
Here we go.
I believe in you, Kenny.
And that, people, that is who said it. All right, every Friday night, FanDuel gives customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. So whether it's first to score, first to 15, first three-pointers, FanDuel profit boosts all of it. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can claim your Friday first profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See term for both offers. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Both the Packers and Lions injury reports are in. Lions first. They'll see Malcolm Rodriguez, Josh Paschal, and Broderick Martin all sit out. For the Packers, their center Josh Myers is doubtful. Quarterback Jordan Love is questionable, along with running back Josh Jacobs and corner Jair Alexander. The Pelicans are facing a pair of injury blows. C.J. McCollum out 2 to 3 weeks with an adductor strain. Herb Jones will be down 2 to 4 weeks with a shoulder strain as well. The Pistons are back in action here tonight. You can hear coverage at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket as they host the Knicks. 2025 football three-star defensive lineman Benny Patterson has flipped his commitment from Cincinnati to Michigan. The Wolverines are getting ready to face the number 1 team in the nation, Oregon, this weekend. The Red Wings are off until tomorrow. It'll be Cam Talbot who starts a net against the Sabres at LCA per Derek Lalonde today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, David, hit those ticket texts. We'll get back to Packers and Lions. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind, including what we considered a wild report of an NL executive thinking, yep, the Tigers are going to get involved with Juan Soto. Huh? I mean, it'd be amazing, but like, I can't put any stock in that. So you can go get that, Odyssey.com rewind. David, go ahead, buddy.
Wojo, I see, is already laying the work. It was the right move. Shut up, Bob. They need to make a move. That is from Jason.
You know what? Here's what kills me, right? We've arrived at a point in this town. This is what really irks me. At every turn, everyone seemingly is like, no matter what the teams do, oh, it's the right move. And it's like, cool, where's all the championships? Where's parades? I just have never understood how people want to side with ownership or side with management. Like these people care about you. It's insane to me.
Someone wants to send a suggestion for next week's prop bet.
Mm-hmm.
Rico, you need to do the time Izzo on the TV sidelines over under 1.5 that they show him. I'll take the over from Jason.
I know. I can't. I'll stay out of this. If I'm sick of it, I can't imagine if you don't like Michigan State.
I guess he normally sticks around for like a quarter at MSU, but it was the Michigan game, so he was stuck there.
Yes.
I don't care. I don't need a camera on him. Just like when I watch Miami play, I don't need a camera following Michael Irvin. No. Hey, Mike, you're not on the team. You're 60.
Why is he in the end zone celebrating?
That's my point. Dude, he's not just on the sidelines watching. He is going onto the field and celebrating with players.
But he was the playmaker.
I don't care. I don't like anything about the sport. Just leave me alone in my pit of misery.
He was one of the greatest receivers.
Throw a penalty on Miami. He shouldn't be on the field high-fiving and jumping up and down. You're not a player anymore.
It's the same thing with McConaughey. Enough's enough.
But at least he's not on the field. But you're right. They show him too much.
Sick of it.
You must trust Brad Holmes. There's a reason he's built a winner in Detroit after 50 years. I trust him.
Can I go home?
I am not satisfied till the show goes off the rails at least once a show. I absolutely love you guys. Great show.
Yes, and we're trying to have fun. You know what? Here's the problem. I'm asking people to do something that they don't do anymore, especially like in life or politics and sports now. You're just not free thinkers. All narratives, all tribalism, nothing case by case, all or nothing. You just take each football game and you look at it, and you love your team the same. But it's okay to go, we're not winning every time by a zilly. It's okay to say, I love my GM and I respect his work, but this is what I want as a fan. Instead of this mealy-mouthed, oh, whatever he says is good enough for me. I'm sorry, but he's not the Pope. What, Rico? It's not funny.
No. It's funny, Mike, because it's true. It's funny because the bar is so low that, yeah, if you win, you're a hero. You get a statue made of you, and you're a genius because everybody else who had a previous job who sat in that chair was horrible. So that's where we are. That's why fans are into that whole, oh my goodness, we won some playoff games and whatever he wants and whatever he says, and that's why they feel that way.
Versus you watch the games and you see in a post-Hutchinson world that not only what you're watching, but the data backs it up. You have a desperate need. You have an Achilles heel that you do not have a pass rush, that you're asking Aaron Glenn to do too much. And frankly, like when TJ was in here an hour ago, did TJ fight me on that point? No. That's a guy who played the game. You've lost half your defensive line room to injury. True or false?
True.
It's a problem. Needs to be addressed. Full stop.
And right now you don't see it. But you're just halfway. So when the weather starts turning and more injuries start piling up, that's where come week 13 and 14 and 15, you're going to see that's where you needed to add some depth to
I
this
think
line.
and you know what? Look, I have no problem if I have to power rank the GMs that if people are going to do the blind faith thing, Brad Holmes deserves to be first. The problem is they do it with Scott Harris and they do it with Yzerman, and I have no understanding why. None. Tigers were a 90-loss team for 3 quarters of the year. They had a Disney movie the last quarter. Did Harris plan on that? Did he do a whole bunch of things? No, he didn't. He had breakfast with AJ to go, how do we get across the finish line? Because we have no pitchers.
Yeah.
That was wholly unexpected, and he did it with Avila's guys.
Yeah.
With Steve, I don't know why anyone is still defending Yzerman in year 6.
Yeah.
So it's a cumulative.
No.
So I apologize. If you're a Lions fan, you do have the most right to do it. It's just no one in this town has rings, much less rangs. Like when you win enough championships, they become rangs, and you roll them across the table. We don't have that. I mean, it's like Lion fans think they're going to win their 3rd Super Bowl. Let's win our 1st.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all. I apologize. And it's the end of the week, and it's like people are like parakeets in this town now.
Well, not this one. Of the trust, Brad Holmes, bull. I trust Brad Holmes in the draft. Beyond that, I do not trust Brad Holmes. He does not make deadline deals.
He's been an incredible drafter in the early rounds. But at what point do you start to look at the 3rd round pick and go, wait, what? Hendon Hooker? Broderick Martin? Some guy without a picture from Canada? Like, it's okay to say that. It is. And free agency-wise, what's been the big free agent additions? Now, I like the Zeitler move. Full credit. Good, wily vet, tough guy. Bring him in for 1 year to replace Jonah Jackson. Okay. Yeah. I thought the biggest move he's made that we can judge him on so far is Carlton Davis. But outside of that, he's been outstanding in the early rounds. But we're looking for, can he finish the job? And from the guy that he worked under, can he have a little bit more Les Snead to his game in a Super Bowl or bust season?
Yeah, he did a fantastic job doing the draft. But yes, every time I see Tank Dell, I now think
Hendon Hooker.
Yeah.
No, and again, every GM's going to make bad picks. But this is another thing that drives me crazy. The people in this town, they act like the guy never misses. That's not reality, and it's okay to say that. Mm-hmm. Obviously, there are not many GMs in this sport that I would make a case to be unequivocally better than him at drafting. But there are other components to this deal. Now, I think last year, you not getting a pass rusher at the deadline, I do believe it cost you a Super Bowl. You want to make me a bad person? Fine. Well, I'm not making that mistake again now. I don't care if it's shiny. I don't care if we look amazing. I don't care if you're absolutely, Hulk Hogan leg dropping teams. I know what the need is, and I'm not reliving last year. Get the pass rusher. Please, let's go win the whole damn thing. And then nothing else matters. Yes, David.
Mike Ilitch put his stamp on the Tigers with Miggy. Chris needs to put his stamp on this thing with the Soto deal. Jake in Oxford.
I'd love to see it, but that report, you can go listen. We're not putting belief in it because we're sitting here begging for them to spend $150 million. What makes you think they're going to go for $600? Believe it when I see it.
Right.
248-539-9797 football season. Elevate that tailgating experience. Moran Buick GMC. 24 Sierra Crew Cab Elevation. $239 a month, 24 months. $999 down. Moran also has employee pricing for everybody on the 25 Buick Encore GX. You can lease that for $239 a month. 0 down, 39 months. Just sign and drive. New stock arriving daily. Yukon Denali's in stock as well. And you know the drill. Anything wrong with your vehicle, you go to MoranExpress.com, get the certified service. It's Moran Buick GMC on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Green Bay QB Jordan Love was officially listed as questionable today. Packers voice Wayne Larrivee and what to expect from backup Malik Willis if Love is not able to go. Packers center Josh Myers also doubtful for the Lions. Broderick Martin, Josh Pascal, and Malcolm Rodriguez are out. Vaki is doubtful, along with Mekhi Wingo. New Michigan basketball center Vlad Golden was one of 20 preseason centers to be listed on the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Center of the Year award. Golden transferred from Florida Atlantic after his head coach there, Dusty May, took the job in Ann Arbor. Despite not practicing Wednesday or Thursday, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson is good to go this week versus Denver. A Cosm sports venue is coming to Detroit. It'll feature an 85-foot dome video board, which goal is to replicate the feeling of being at a game. Construction will begin in 2025 at Cadillac Square. Cosm has 2 other current locations in LA and Dallas. A full menu and bar will be available to patrons. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 97.1. Good to have you with us. 5 o'clock. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. So let's talk Pack and Lions, and it's really, really simple. We'll do this 2 ways. A, what's your confidence level? Because I know the ticket texters, the confidence level is an 11 on a scale of 1 to 10. We're not dealing in rational thought. So I wanted to actually talk to people. I wanted to actually hear from people and have them make a case. Look, it's a divisional game on the road. I don't care what year it is, what team it is. I don't care if you're the Chiefs. I don't treat a trip to Vegas as easy. I don't treat a trip to Los Angeles as easy. I don't treat a trip to Denver as easy. Like Eagles going to Washington, I don't view it as easy. You're going to Lambeau. It is the team that we talked about preseason being the biggest threat to you. And your lack of depth up front, I think it's going to be a problem until it's not. It's going to be a problem until Brad addresses it. And I also wonder about the rain, the wind, and Goff. And confidence for this game, I mean, for a win, 4, 5 tops. A 5 is basically a coin flip.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm at. I don't get the irrational exuberance. And it's fun, and the Lions are an awesome team, Rico. And win or lose Sunday, it has no bearing. They could lose 500-0 on Sunday. It has no bearing on me believing they're a Super Bowl team.
No, I think there's probably only 2 teams where, unless you're on the road at Carolina or you're playing the Titans.
You win. At Carolina, that's a BOGO.
Yeah.
Rico wins.
But other than that, yeah, it's an NFL team, and you take nothing for granted. But, yeah, I look at this, and I'm with you. I think this is a chance for Goff, and we talked about it when TJ was here. This is a chance for Goff to overcome another one of the stigmas that we all said, that he's not an outdoor weather type of game. Bad weather in Green Bay. Let's see if he can hold on to the ball, no turnovers, because he's been playing damn near perfect for an entire month. Mm-hmm. I don't think he can sustain that. So, no, I'm with you. I would probably put it about a 4 out of 10 that the Lions come away with a victory.
248-539-9797. David, confidence level. You go to Green Bay. You're 2.5 point favorite.
Yeah, with the weather, I've shifted to more like Rico, 3 or 4 to 10. I think the weather benefits Green Bay more. But without the weather, yeah, it's just a coin flip. It's just these 2 teams are evenly matched here. Green Bay is not horrible, and I know Lions fans want to say, "Oh my gosh, we're the class of the NFC North." Yeah, but there are other teams in this division that are also good, and I do believe that it's a coin flip. But the weather more 3-4 to Green Bay.
So yeah, and I mean, look at Vegas. Vegas is pretty much saying this is going to be a very close game. Jordan Love, I guess if Jordan Love does not play, then I like the Lions' chances a lot better to win this game. But I think he is. I think he's going to be a gamer. I think he's going to go out there and try to get this stuff done.
Yeah, and he worked through full warm up, full practice, the whole deal. Reports are, wasn't limited. Dude, look, I don't think he's going to be scrambling around. I just wonder about your lack of pass rush against the team. Again, they don't have one dominant receiver. There's a lot of target share to go around between Wicks, Dobbs, Reed, Watson, the tight ends, the running backs. I don't know. I feel like it's just impossible to live in a world where I believe my team's just going to go 16-1. Right. So at Lambeau, one of 3-4 toughest spots. If they win this game, you got every right to say 14-3. You got every right to believe, this team might just be different. I mean, if they make this look different, if they make this look easy, dude, there's nothing I could say. There's nothing I could say. Hey, David, could you just tell Kenny I handed him an ice-cold Exacta at the Breeders' Cup? Can you do that for me? Speedy Wilson. Come on now. Where's Kenny? He better have put that in. He's always crying about the damn money. I just made him money.
Let me say this also.
Where is Kenny? God, I almost cussed. Where is that man? I just handed him an ice-cold Exacta 6-1 on top. Come on now, Kenneth. Where is he?
David,
wait, I know.
David, I like money. You
hate these animals. You resent their existence.
Oh, please.
Oh, hey, do they wear Air Jordans on the track?
Beautiful creatures. I ask you questions all the time. I'm interested in this sport. It's the sport of kings.
Carry on.
Yeah, let me say this, and I know people don't always want to talk about this element of the game, but what is one thing we have not seen yet this season? That's Jake Bates in outdoors, elements, anything. We have not seen him yet in the NFL dealing with that.
He's been good. Let's give credit to Jake Bates. He has been good, and the kick in Minnesota elevated my – Hey, Kenny handed you an ice-cold Exacta. Tell me – if you didn't play it, leave the room.
But oh, well.
You can't be serious. The man begs me for a pick. I handicap in a commercial break. I give him a straight ice-cold Exacta. 16-1 odds, no matter what you play.
It was malfunctioning.
I don't want to look at you right now. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. Get out. David, continue. I can't look at you.
What I was saying was that, yes, you're right, Mike. Yes, he has been good. But again, we have not seen him outdoors yet. We have not seen him have to deal with elements yet. So, yes, while everyone says they have a running game, they have what they need to have on offense, defense, the secondary is wonderful, we still need to see the kicking game in this element.
A great example is, what are the two places you don't want the Lions to be in the playoffs? Green Bay and Philly. Is that fair?
Yep.
Well, why would it be any different now with 10 to 20 mile an hour winds and rain? And as much as you say, all right, we're going to pound the rock, I'm not telling you you're not going to run the ball. But the defensive scheme that they play, it lends itself to, without J-Mo, this is the key now, without J-Mo, you don't have to manipulate where you're putting your safeties, and they can play their natural cover one where it's one high safety and the other is a box safety. Mm-hmm. You can dedicate that to the run. Now, if you have J-Mo, you have to shade your safety to the side of the field he's on because of his raw speed. Mm-hmm. Look, I think this is a tough spot. Hey, you go out and garbage can the Packers, say whatever you like. If you blow this team out, you can pick your team to win by 10 every week. But I just feel like people have gotten way too comfortable beating up on the pores. I mean, Dallas missing half their team. The Titans are trash.
No, but when you're seeing this Lions team beating teams by the margin of victory, when you've grown accustomed to seeing at least 3 to 4 trick plays because they're winning, it's almost as if the team is bored. So we got to create something in order to keep the interest of the fans. That's why fans are buying into it, thinking that there's no way they could ever lose again because football is just so easy to this team.
Well, I'll tell you this, though. This is what I need to see for this game because we're talking about the toughness of this game, the matchup, outdoors, possible rain. I'm going to need a Sam Laporta. I need a Sam Laporta sighting in this game. Someone that could be that target that can get you the first down, get you, the yak yards, possible yak yards after getting a short pass, because they're not going to be able to possibly throw the ball deep like they would want to normally. I need Sam Laporta to show up.
Yeah, and Sam Laporta showing up, and it's not National Tight Ends Day. So
enough with that nonsense. I had to hear that again. The only thing worse than the political ads has been the Red Zone Scott Hansen. No, national tight ends. Somebody pull a plug on that idiot. God, I can't stand him. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Drew in Roseville, 97.1. Drew, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
Drew, nice to talk to you again, buddy. What's up?
Oh, man, listen. I am not going to come on here and say the Lions are going to win by 2 touchdowns or anything crazy like that. What I am saying is, considering the quarterback experience that the Green Bay is coming into the game with and our quarterback experience, I think even though he doesn't play, supposedly he's not that great outdoors and all this other garbage, right? The experience alone gives us a huge edge. I mean, seriously, if Willis starts this game in the elements, in a divisional rivalry that we have going with the Green Bay Packers, I just think the pressure is all going to be on him.
Oh, listen, if Jordan Love either doesn't play or gets hurt in the game, of course you win the game. It goes without saying. But every indication is Love's playing. But you're right. Look, if it's Malik Willis, nothing we've talked about matters. Nothing.
But the one thing I want to say, Mike, is do we need a reality check to make Holmes make a move on Tuesday? Are we willing to sacrifice a division game so that maybe it really pushes them over the edge to make the move?
Okay, you know what, Drew? I'm not going to lie to you or the audience. What would be best for the long term of this franchise might be getting destroyed and getting no pressures this weekend, and they have to do something. Yes, okay, Drew, I will answer it. I will not take the easy way out there. Yes.
As horrible as it sounds to lose to Green Bay, I mean, I just wanted to make a move that makes us giddy inside, you know?
That's it. That's all we want, because we don't want to relive last year, where I truly believe his refusal to address this issue cost you a Super Bowl. Because when it's the second half and you're up by 17 and things are going wrong and you need a stop, the only way to stop teams in today's world, you got to pressure that QB and you got to eventually take them down. And you couldn't do it. Hey, Kenny, you like throwing away 13-1? I could still see. You and I are going to have a chat.
It was the app. The app wouldn't let me log in.
I got something for you.
Curious.
Not Lions related.
Kenny was curious, and he had me break my balls in speed handicap form, beat 2 favorites, and hand them.
You actually did. I witnessed it.
This is why I don't have kids, because I'd live in a constant state of disappointment. I wouldn't even be angry. I would just be disappointed in them.
Come on, man. Just patience. Big G had patience with you.
No, he did. I was perfect. All right, go ahead, tell the people about it, and then you can ask me whatever you want next. Hey, Kenny, why don't you have me try to handicap another racer you won't bet?
If your family is upset. Is your family obsessed with Wicked? You're probably wondering how much streaming and memeing your internet can handle with your kids' next Wicked-themed sleepover. Well, Xfinity Internet is powerful enough to handle hundreds of devices, so you can get your magical connection with fast speeds and amazifying power, even when everybody online is streaming at the sleepover. With Wi-Fi that is truly thrillifying, one might even say Xfinity engineers are secretly wizards themselves. Now through December 22nd, get thrillifying fast 150 megabit Xfinity Internet for just $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going to your screen from the big screen and see Wicked only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $66 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Sorry there. I was taking a breath. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino. Lions Pack will be on the big screen on Sunday. 6 pools, 3 levels, right in the heart of Las Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Nice to know Kenny cost himself a solid $50 because of his idiocy. Rico, you had something. Oh, sorry. Kenny cost himself a solid $50 from being an idiot. You had something you wanted to ask me. Then we'll get back to the people and some ticket text and the picks. What do you need?
Non-football, non-Lions related.
Should I handicap a race for you and then you don't bet it?
No.
Okay. What do you need?
But I think we've all seen the epidemic that's happened in a lot of college sports, especially the SEC, of the players dying on the field.
Oh, the injury thing?
Yes.
It's a joke.
The SEC has now come out with new penalties.
Ooh.
Penalties are a fine of $50,000 and a public reprimand for the head coach for the first faked injury, a $10,000 fine and reprimand for the second fake injury.
How would it go from $50,000 to $10,000?
I mean, I'm sorry, 100,000. I'm sorry.
The 0. Okay.
100,000. And the third time is suspension of the head coach for the next game.
Oh, I like this.
So, yes. The
Fourth
SEC
time, casket. No, it's just like a great example. Ole Miss has 39 play stoppages the last 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
It's nonsense.
I forgot because it's happened so much, I forgot which game, but literally a guy ran into the game and stopped like a foot inside the playing field and just died. And even the trainer had to come out there and act as if, like, kid, you were just fine, and then you just go down and fall like you were shot, like a soccer player.
It's not right.
No.
I agree with it. I love it.
So
but what I would do,
50,000, 100,000.
The first fine would be $250. The second fine would be $1 million, and the third fine, we blow your stadium up. That's how I would roll, because it is awful. It's awful for fans. It's awful for the sport, and it is total cowardly bull junk, as Coach Prime says. Bull junk.
Bull jive.
Bull jive. Bull jive.
I wonder if it's going to be like, can replay go back and be like, no, he was fine. He's faking. Like
Kenny's bull jive. That is what I've arrived at.
I'm trying to help you, Kenny.
Jesus. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Carlos, 97.1. Carlos, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, guys? How's it going?
Excellent, pal. What's on your mind?
So I'm thinking about everything that's going on with the Lions. I wanted to talk a little about trading if you guys have a minute.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so honestly, guys, personally, I think there's a bunch of options we have on the table. But if it was my opinion, I really think the Lions are going towards Trey Hendrickson. Here's why. Yeah. You know, I'm still not convinced the Bengals will be sellers despite of all of the stuff that's happened in the start of the season. You know, it's simply not how they work. You know how that's Cincinnati, how they work. So anyways, if Max Crosby's off the table, I truly believe this is the guy we're going to get because, honestly, at that point, I mean, Bengals got nothing to lose. I wouldn't say a fire sale, but I feel like Zadarius Smith's probably going to go to Baltimore. I think he has a little bit of chemistry with them. He'll go there. If they don't get Trey Hendrickson, what do you guys think if we go and get Chase Young from New Orleans?
All right, well, first things first. He'll be dirt cheap because he's on a 1-year, no money, prove-it deal because when he got traded to San Francisco, despite making the biggest play to end your season, he was a dog. He was inconsistent. I don't know if the Lions like the player. Now, he'll be next to nothing in the grand scheme of things, so he'll be cheaper than last year, that's for sure. But
I think he has another year. I want to say, is it a $10 million?
What?
Wait.
I thought he was on a 1-year, $3 million deal.
Oh, let me make sure.
That's what I thought.
Jadeveon Clowney's on a 2-year deal.
Yes, yeah, I'm thinking Jadeveon Clowney. Yes, you're right.
He is. Okay. So, guys, do you think it's a possibility if we go get somebody like Young, we go get another player to just strengthen up the core? Because
I have no problem.
You guys know that the two people that they're going to go against, it's rather going to be, honestly, you know it and I know it. I think KC's loading up, Baltimore's loading up, and Baltimore's loading up because they know they got to go through KC to get to the Super Bowl. We all know that.
Yes.
So I feel like we need to do the same thing and probably just stock up a little bit on defensive ends and hit the ground running, guys.
Yeah,
I think
I'd have
this is
no
our shot.
problem. Carlos, as much as we all love the big splashy move, you're not wrong. I'd have no issue making 2 calculated, solid moves. But again, it just comes back to the baseline of the discussion. You've got to get someone. Now, Evan's walking in, and this usually means smart-ass behavior.
So, this does not pertain to the Lions, but it actually pertains to the Breeders' Cup. Anybody that's not familiar, it's horse racing going on. It's on the TVs out there.
Okay.
But I have a huge question about this, Mike, and we thought this would be a good time to ask.
It's never a good time. It's in the middle of the afternoon in Detroit. No one cares. What do you need?
Why do they do the national anthem before the horse racing? And do the horses go hoof to heart, and do they have to take off their headgear and neigh bands? We were just wondering. We're like, why are they playing the national anthem?
Evan, I think I saw a horse take a knee.
It was before the 6th race, not the first race. 6.
I was wondering why were they doing the national anthem, but I guess I figured the 6th race was the big race, so that was why. But I was like, wait, are they singing the national? The races have been going on.
So you didn't answer the question. Do they take off the headgear? Or? Ladies and gentlemen, please take off your hats. Horses, take off your neigh bands. While we rise.
Maybe they just bow their head
for the national.
I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
Come on, hoof to heart. That's a good line, right?
Get out. I hope your kid vomits all over you tonight. Get out. Get out. Get out. David, read some ticket text. I'm not dignifying that.
Says, what happened to Harold Landry from the Titans? Is he still not available for the Lions? Because I would love him. Ed from Warren.
No one said that. Look, several AFC teams are in a holding pattern, the Jordan Schultz report. This Sunday, you will have a 24-hour period, maybe 36, between Sunday after the games and lunchtime on Tuesday. Now, that deadline may be at 4, but the action's going to go. It's going to all go down. And like David, Rico, like if people are social media people, I'm sure that'll be crazy. Guys, I don't have some master list. And in this sense, it is me trusting Brad Holmes, is that as long as you if you get a player who starts for someone and is productive, I'm happy. I'm not married to like any individual. Yes, we had a dream of like, man, could we, I'm not going to mention his name, player who lives in Las Vegas, could we dare? That's fine. But I'm not hung up on Harold Landry or Azeez Ojulari or, guys, get me player Lions like I like. Mm-hmm. And again, the problem with Landry is the following. He is not a defensive end. He is a Sam. He is basically a stand-up linebacker. They run an odd man front in Tennessee. You would have to create, not packages, but like you would have to create a role for him here. That's not necessarily what you need. You do need someone who can put their hand in the dirt sometimes. And you have lost both starting DNs. You have lost one backup DN. You have lost one depth D tackle. And this week, you got a 5th guy who's out because Josh Paschal's out again. So it comes down to, in the dog days of the season, I need a defensive end somewhere because, man, I think if you're going to roll the rest of the season thinking no one's going to get hurt up front and you think you're good enough that half your D-line room died and it won't hurt you, I don't know what to say. Hey, and maybe your offense is the greatest show on turf. Maybe you're in home field, you stay indoors, you get to the Super Bowl, and you just boat race people. Maybe. But I don't like doing maybes or hopes. No. I want to have the ammunition.
And, Mike, you've watched enough football to know that it's not sustainable to keep this type of offense going year-round. If they were doing this in week 15 and 16, you know what? You can carry this into the playoffs.
You peaking at the right time.
Right.
Yes, I agree with you. Look, I want them to win this weekend. But if you told me it would alter their decision-making for them to get no pressure this weekend, I'd be like, well, put on a tease. Just because I'm looking long view. I want I want that parade in February.
Here's the thing. It actually happened, but unfortunately, the Titans self-imploded. But if you look at what their offense did, that's a bad team that got
They-
a lot
they
of
had
yards
300
against
yards
you.
in the first half.
Yes.
You're 100% right, but nobody wants to talk about that. And by the way, 4 cracks from the one, and they lost their mind and didn't run it once. You would have given up 21 points in the first half.
Let's throw the ball 4 times.
Listen, much like I will not dignify what Evan did, I don't want to talk about that either. You need to go talk to your boy. It's a disgrace. All right. Weekend is here. You're on your way home. Stop by wherever great beer is sold. Old Nation rolling out a new fall football winter fireside beer. They're Solace. It is available now. It looks dark and heavy, but it is light, easy drinking, very similar to another dark beer that people think is heavy, but it's not. I'm just not going to say the name of it. Bottom line, Old Nation, everything they do kicks ass. It's brewed in Williamston the right way, respectfully. They are local. They are independent. Support them. 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing Company, as always, reminds you to please drink responsibly.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Jordan Love has already dealt with a knee injury this season. You can add a grind to that after last week's game. Now he's questionable for the big NFC North showdown with the Lions Sunday, as center Josh Myers is also doubtful. Green Bay safety Xavier McKinney touched on the Lions' trick plays. The Pistons are back in LCA as they face the Knicks. Karl Anthony Towns still listed as questionable for New York. Detroit looking for 2 wins in a row. Tune in to 97.1 The Ticket right here at 7 to see if they can do it. Dodgers pitcher Clayton Kershaw is heading for surgery again. He will have both his left toe and left knee worked on this offseason. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 97.1theticket.com.
NBA's back. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Catch all the action right now. FanDuel, all users, 3 months NBA League Pass. All you need to do is play. $5 bet on the NBA, and away you go with 3 months of League Pass. You can watch real basketball, not the Pistons. Any bet qualifies. FanDuel.com/ticket. Get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. Make every moment more. With FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. 3-month free trial. Full price League Pass will automatically charge monthly, but you cancel anytime. No refunds, terms, restrictions apply. 1 pass per customer. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big football weekend coming up. Lions on the road, Green Bay. Michigan taking on the number one team in the nation in Oregon, and Michigan State taking on undefeated Indiana. Look, we talked to some Lions earlier today. We had TJ laying in. If you missed any of that, use the Odyssey Rewind. Jeff Rieger is going to be coming up next. David, a couple ticket texts before we send this show off to Rieger.
The weather, did all of you forget Gibbs, Monty, and the best offensive line in the NFL? The Lions will be just fine. Someone else says, I have a confidence level of 6. That's only if Sam Laporta has a big game. I'm calling it Detroit 17, Green Bay 14. Neil from South Carolina.
Yeah, the thing is that they got a running back as well. Jacobs is pretty good, and yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a low-scoring game, and you just got to hope that it almost kind of reminds me of last week's the Michigan State game, David. Whoever turns the ball over the less wins. Go ahead.
Someone else says this is a perfect game for the Lions. We have the best running back duel in the NFL along with the offensive line. Perfect game for Laporta to get back into it. Someone else says, I'm hearing Doug and John say that Michigan's going to upset Oregon. I am with them. Just joking. They're going to lose bad. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Rieger was asking, like, what was the pathway? I'm like, Dylan Gabriel goes down in the first series.
Listen, I just want to say something. It is destiny. Alex Bregman just missed winning Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. I told you, owns horses.
So he needs the money?
No. Name this horse after his father, Sam. Mm-hmm. Alex Bregman belongs in Detroit. I will have a human who likes horses in this town. And he'll play for the Tigers, lead us to a World Series, will win the Breeders' Cup. Everyone's happy. Alex Bregman was meant to be a Tiger.
Okay,
because I'm here.
Time out. Rieger brought up a good point.
What?
Why were you not out there scouting and trying to wine and dine him here?
Alex, baby.
Yeah, I'm not here to talk Tigers. Let's talk horses.
See, well, here's what's going to happen. Bregman will sign. We will have a weekly interview with Bregman, but it won't be about baseball. It will be about horse racing.
The Pony Report. Listen,
you know what?
Alex Bregman belongs here.
David, I would actually like that because that means that's 10 minutes. Like, you know what? You guys just talk.
That's really hurtful stuff.
You guys are going to be talking horse. Do you really want me to ask horse questions?
I'd prefer not.
Okay.
It's actually quite offensive when you do. Sorry, Rieger's here. Reegs, have you found the pathway to a Michigan victory yet?
No. So I was driving back today. I was driving into work, and I heard your 440 segment, I believe.
Okay.
And you said about 5 times, maybe actually 15 times, that both John Jansen and Doug Karsh predicted a Michigan win. Now, you're trolling, right? That's not accurate?
Doug says there is a path to victory.
So what's the path to victory?
I don't know. Did he say? He basically is saying that because Oregon's traveling cross country, they traveled to Purdue, they flew
they
back,
beat them 35-0,
and now they're coming back here. Just the flight path. I don't know, jet lag. I don't know, but he just said there's a path to victory.
Path to victory. All right, so maybe they're flying in themselves. They're going to be so exhausted.
Bro, you gotta let it go. You just gotta let it go.
You brought it up.
I just you would ask the question. I told you, the voices of Michigan football pick Michigan. All right?
Maybe they're right. Who knows? They're only, a 15.5-point dog? Who knows?
Anything can happen. It's college football.
I guess so.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we got a big show. We got 35 minutes before Pistons basketball. And did you guys play the Xavier McKinney cut?
No, it's nothing.
Well, I'm going to play it, and it's interesting because I threw it out there on social media. The responses I got, either it was a compliment or he was trying somehow to trash the Lions. So we have actual audio.
Why are people so stupid?
We're going to play
He didn't trash the Lions. He said they're out here embarrassing people. We know they're here to do it to us. We got to be on our P's and Q's, or they're going to embarrass us on our home field. He didn't trash you. You know what?
Why are you getting mad at me?
Because
you
people are so stupid, and I'm tired of it.
Oh, my good. You need a
No, it's just this constant aggrievement. You have an awesome football team. Everyone's not out to get you if they don't kiss your ass.
Why is he so upset? All right.
Don't drag me in there.
We're gonna do that. We'll talk about a pathway to a victory for Michigan. And We're going to get you to Pistons basketball. It's a big game for the Pistons. They're going to try to make it 2 in a row. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Wow.
We'll talk to everybody Monday after the Lions win 56-2. Okay?
Whoa. They're going to give up a safety?
Yeah. I'm a hater. It's 56-0. 97-1.
Have a good weekend.